let's start from the absolute beginning, okay? We're gonna start from the absolute start of everything. Hello, Misato. Let's go to, just to give everybody a rundown of everything. Neon Genesis Evangelion is actually a show from 1995. It started by a few different things. Most notably, we know it by Hideki Anno. Anno would go on to pretty much just do whatever the fuck he feels like, such as Shin Godzilla and a bunch of other things. But he did work on quite a few different movies, different shows, just about anything he can think about, including his best friend, Gunbuster, and Nadia's Secret of the Blue Water. However, Neon Genesis Evangelion was probably his big one. This was his beautiful child that he loves, but hates at the same time. Well, he actually hates, he just despises Evangelion. But I think at the time it was a very impactful series for him in a few different ways. But 1995 is when it first airs, and it's actually by Studio Gainax. You ever heard of the term Gainax ending? It came from this. They did a lot of things back in the day, and they still are doing things, sort of. Generally speaking, they haven't done much. I believe they just kind of, yeah, they do like OVAs. They don't really do anything. Yeah, they don't really, yeah. It's, point companies represented the director and the board of the directors. For that, as sentenced to 2.5 years. Tomoda Maki was sentenced to 2.5 years for committing indecent acts. Yeah, Gainax is kind of one of those weird companies that doesn't kind of exist anymore, but sort of does still exist. It's odd, but Gainax, people who worked on Gainax would actually go on to work on quite a few different companies. You even kind of see here what they did work on: NGE, Royal Space Force, Nadia's Water, FLCL, and a few other ones, and notably Gurren Lagann, which would go on to make which would later be formed in Studio Trigger. But that's not everything. Probably the thing that everyone knows NGE about is that it didn't technically end. They ran out of fucking budget at the end of Neon Genesis Evangelion, which led to probably the weirdest, most bizarre ending of the anime history, for a variety of reasons. However, that did also lead to something else, something very important. It led to the end of Evangelion. The end of Evangelion is a movie. It's pretty much a movie ending to the entire series, and it is suitably dramatic. Lots of big fights, lots of big robots, lots of big things going on that everything goes wrong in. It's a horrifically complex story, but also incredibly simple one. But we need to learn a little bit about everything. But, because, well, actually, before I get ahead of myself here a little bit, the problem is, this made a GARdian billion, that led to the rebuild of Evangelion, otherwise known as 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 3.0.1, plus 1, which is pretty much a retelling sequel of the entirety of Evangelion. The less you think about it, the better it gets. There are new characters introduced, old characters get some more time, and generally speaking, it's a masterclass in stretching your franchise out to be as long as physically possible. This also couples with This is also coupled with entire franchise deals. This is covered with movies, with shows, with PSAs, with just about anything, including a fucking bullet train. Evangelion is not a franchise, it is a juggernaut. It makes more money than God and will continue to print money because people keep wanting it. But we've established what Evangelion is, but now we have to get into some lore autism. I'm going to be putting this here for lore autism reasons, for a few reasons. One, if you do not understand Neon Genesis Evangelion lore, these games won't really make any sense. I'm just seeing the viewer count drop. But very simply, I'm gonna try to summarize Neon Genesis. So I'm just gonna put this spoilers ahead. NGE lore in a nutshell. First impact. Very simply, with First Impact, there were two giant god deities that showed up. Both of them crash landed on Earth. One of them wasn't supposed to be there, oh no. The other one who was supposed to be there kills himself. He pulls a low tier god and just decides to off himself because, generally speaking, there can't be more than two of them. However, the one that survived, the one that isn't supposed to be there, is named Lilith. Lilith would go on to create the entirety of humanity and everything else on our planet. Fast forward to 2000. Oh no, things have gone wrong. Things have gone very wrong. And the Katsuragi expedition, led by, let me pull him up here. Let me pull it up here, Dr. Katsuragi. Look at him. I think this summarizes the look pretty accurately. This is Dr. Katsuragi. Dr. Katsuragi leads an expedition up north. He decides to pretty much, under the behest of a secret organization named Sealy, who has been ruling humanity for over a millennium at this point, secretly decides he's going to attempt to go to the Antarctica and pretty much make contact with the one that killed himself. The Adam is what he was being referred to as. Adam, on the other hand, when he realizes, hey, Dr. Katsuragi, you're trying to do something wiggity-wackety, decides to fucking eradicate the entirety of Antarctica in a single moment. It's a little bit wacky. Dr. Katsuragi and almost his entire expedition is summarily killed. However, other members of that expedition survived. Most notably, his teenage daughter, Misato Katsuragi, and also people such as Gendo Ikari. As you kind of see by, let me see, can I bring up Gendo Ikari here real fast? Yeah, as well as Gendo Ikari. However, Gendo Ikari also had his wife at the time, Yui Ikari, and they had their son in 2001, Shinji. However, end of the world, something bad happens. Well, it turns out when the entirety of Antarctica gets fucking vaporized, turns out there's a lot of water, and pretty much it's horrific, unilateral destruction. This is Second Impact. Second Impact is bad. Everybody dies. Half of humanity actually dies as the entire southern hemisphere is flooded, which leads to conflicts with the northern hemisphere, which leads to nuclear exchanges, and generally everybody starts dying. Yes, half of the human population is dead by 2001. So, good job, team. We did it. We saved humanity. However, over time, over the course of 15 years, yes, 2015 is when this story takes place, we have come back together, formed under the United Nations as a desperate new force. Because turns out, Adam wasn't alone. Adam had his own people, the people who were originally supposed to see to Earth. The Angels. The Angels want to come home, awaken Dad, and generally speaking, cause Third Impact. However, the UN knows this, and unfortunately, the UN doesn't want to die. So they task Gendo Ikari here with founding of NERV. The founding of NERV. NERV's goal is very simple. They're going to have to get together, build something to combat the Angels, who are deific nightmare creatures beyond our mortal comprehension, and the only way to do that, according to the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is literally canon, is to kill fire with fire. And the best way to do that is very obvious. We're going to build our own. So they did. They built the Evangelions. This is an Evangelion. This is a 40-meter tall nightmare death machine that can leap over buildings. It is technically a living being underneath its armor. It's screaming out at all times because it hates you. But don't worry. We've lobotomized it and encased it in armor so it won't freak out. Fun fact, it is freaking out and it's alive and it's very, very mad at you. Oh no, we can't fit a human pilot in there, because if we try to fit a pilot in there, it'll kill him. However, there's one person we can do. There's the one thing we can form a mental connection with this thing that's not quite developed enough to actually pilot the thing, but also not quite, pretty much we need something to enable us to, well, more accurately, pilot the thing. Children. We're going to need children to pilot this. Thus, you end up with a handful of pilots tasked with saving the world From angelic threats. What does an angel look like? Well, an angel in Evangelion looks whatever the fuck you feel like. Say hello to the fourth angel, Thashiel. These things are gigantic nightmare monsters that will kill you, that will destroy humanity. And if they ever meet Adam, it's or Lilith for that matter, it's Jover. It's just humanity is dead, and we've all been turned to Tang. Okay, y'all catching up with this? Y'all understand this? Good. I'm glad we're all on the same page here. So, kids need to pilot this. Welcome to Shinji Ikari, and in steps Shinji Ikari. Shinji Ikari is obviously Gendo's estranged son because Gendo's a dick and wants his wife back because, oh no, the Evangelions are somewhat piloted by the souls of human beings. Unit 1 being technically the soul of Shinji's mom, Yui. Gendo is suitably pissed off at existing, so he wants to pretty much destroy humanity. However, he doesn't want to destroy humanity, he just wants his fucking wife back. Oh no, you may ask. What about Seely? Seely's still in the picture. They want to cause human instrumentality. What's human instrumentality, you may wonder? Well, everyone gets turned into Tang because the barriers that separate our souls are eradicated and we all become one. Everybody is happy, everyone becomes orange juice, and we're all Gucci. Obviously, that's bad. And thus our three main pilots from the Evangelion series, we have Shinji. It's Shinji, Asuka, and Rei. Shinji, Asuka, and Rei are tasked with just trying to save humanity by piloting the AdEvas. And generally speaking, they aren't going to succeed. They aren't succeeding. It's rough. Turns out being a bunch of 14-year-old dumbasses does not make you qualified to save humanity, or yourselves for that matter, from the rampant psychological harm of everyone and everything. And the fact you're going slightly insane because the Evangelion is technically you, and you're the Evangelion. Hey, congratulations, you feel everything it feels. It's been stabbed. So, now that we've gotten a primer on Evangelion lore, what did I miss? The entirety of Evangelion lore. I needed to explain the entirety of Eva lore, but don't worry everybody, we've made it. We're good. We've learned about Eva. Eva tabletop role-playing games, though. Eva tabletop games. A little bit more complicated, a little bit more strange, a little bit more uncomfortable to talk about. Eva games are a white whale to some, you could say. Something that everybody strives to do, but very few can actually attempt it. Most notably because it's hard. And Evangelion is actually a very well-written series. I like Evangelion. I think it's a very good show. I think it's a very good work. It's very good. However, let's talk about Evangelion tabletop games. Generally speaking, this is every single one of them. Well, there's technically one like right here, but I'll get to that in a second. These are every single Evangelion game currently in circulation, I guess you could call it. And the first ones were actually called the Nerve White Papers and Nerve Evangelion MAGIUS. Get to those first. Those are going to be the first games we're going to go over because both of them kind of have some interesting history to them. But as you can kind of see, this came out in 1996. Yeah, this is pretty much about as old as the series at this point, and most of these came out as pretty much supplements to the series. One of them, the White Papers, is straight up just an ad for it. MAGIUS has a little bit different connotations behind it, but the same idea. But the main showstopper you can kind of see up here is Adeptus Evangelion. Adeptus Evangelion has a pretty notorious history because AdEva is technically from TG. As you can kind of see right here, in 2009 is when the first version, 1.0, came out. This was 1 year after Dark Heresy came out. Because Adeptus Evangelion is based off of not Fantasy Flight games at that point. It wouldn't be even Fantasy Flight, it'd be Black Libraries, their thing. It's pretty much based off of Dark Heresy, all the associated baggage that includes. This is 2009. A year later, Evangelion 2.0, would come out in 2010, which would eventually lead to AdEva 2.5. AdEva 2.5 is probably the best known AdEva. It's probably the most feature complete of the what I would call the baseline ones, and has actually quite a few stuff with it. It was written by a guy, all three of these were written by a guy named Black Mesa Janitor. Here, this is his name. Now, things get a little bit stranger because this is where the divergences start happening. Sometime during the creation of 2.5, we saw the creation of AdEva Borderline. Now, it gets a little bit confusing of what came first, chicken and or egg. But from what I've been able to gather, when we get to Borderline, I can explain a little bit more, but technically, Borderline was originally 2.5. But then 2.5 supplemented Borderline, so Borderline broke off to do its own thing, and now it's kind of its own version of it. Hasn't been updated for a long time. However, 2.5 and Black Mesa Janitor would eventually go on to make AdEva 3.0 in about 2012-2014. It gets a little bit shaky there. Are all of those official? No. These are the only two official ones. The actual ones published by Gainax, sort of. One's published by Gainax. The other is a little bit odder, but once we get to MAGIUS' entire thing, it'll make a lot more sense. But to kind of give you an idea, yeah, this is the only two really official ones over here. The rest of these have been fan works, all based off of Dark Heresy in some capacity. However, during about this interperiod time, we have things such as the One Roll Evangelion. I'm not going to go over this. This is by a guy named Killy. There's another one called Nova Soul Evangelion, which is based off of Powered by the Apocalypse, came out about the same time by the same person. So there was obviously a desire. But 3.0 occurs, and this is when BMJ kind of started doing with his own groups more than anything, and became BMJ and, most notably, SC Sachiel. And this would lead to 2017 Adeptus Evangelion 3.5. The final version, as of now. 3.5 was effectively, we don't want to do this anymore. Not complete, it's not done, but BMJ said he didn't want to work on it anymore, so he didn't. And that was it for a very long time. However, not to be outdone, we have two side projects from this. We have Adeptus Evangelion 3.6, which the last kind of update I could see was in 2020. But I think it came out a little earlier than that, which we'll get to in a bit. Then we also have the AdEva Eyes project. There's nothing actually here. AdEva Eyes never produced anything. But they did announce that they were doing something, so I thought it was appropriate to put it on this timeline. However, 3.6 and AdEva Third Impact EX Turbo Edition are by a guy named GARdian. BMJ is in a server with him and is part of pretty much like the dev team, quote unquote, because BMJ has announced that he wants to do AdEva 4th edition. When's it coming out? Soon. When soon? Soon. Otherwise known as it may never come out, but we'll get to my theory on that in a bit. But we also have other games, such as the Encore of Evangelion and the Encore of Evangelions. This is a Song of Sword hack by Detective97. This is a freeform roleplay Discord server that you can kind of just join if you feel like. So if you want to do that, cool. You want to learn about Eva, do that. But as you can kind of see, there isn't actually any official ones. Really only the official ones are these two, which we're gonna when we get to in a minute here, you'll understand that calling these officially role-playing games is a little bit of a stretch. They do their own thing, very much so. But what I'm gonna do is effectively go in order. The ones we're gonna be going over today are effectively MAGIUS. We're gonna touch on the white papers a little bit. Again, it's kind of weird to talk about. 2.5, Borderline, 3.5, and then Third Impact Turbo. Effectively, we're going pretty much down the history line. Why am I not talking about 1.0 or 2.0? It's not really worth talking about because 2.5 is the summation of both of those. Why are we not talking about 3.0? 3.5 is the summation of 3.0. Why are we not talking about 3.6? 3.6 is just affixes a bunch of 3.5, which they already kind of input into Impact Turbo. The best way to summarize AdEva development has been one person stacking on top of the work of another person, constantly redoing, fixing, repairing, and doing everything else with. It's a interesting experience kind of learning about everything, simply because a lot of this shit's lost to time. The original Adeptus Evangelion is over a decade old. It's older at this point. And most of these are dead in the water from almost up to 5 years ago, as you kind of see my AdEva borderline. These are 5 years ago, almost going on 6 years old, with no progress, no words, nothing. So talking about games like this are fascinating. And that's why I kind of want to go in order, which is, this is what occurred, and this is what changed. This is the iteration upon iteration, because that's fascinating. But the first thing we need to go over is Evangelion MAGIUS. Welcome to Evangelion. Let me open up. I have like a dozen different fucking folders for everything just to keep track of it, because it's been that much of a clusterfuck. So, welcome to Neon Genesis Evangelion RPG Decisive Battle Tokyo 3. Translated by a guy named Troti. Troti is a JTRPG fan, similar to me. He translated all of these, all of the MAGIUS books. So if we go to the NGE MAGIUS, you kind of see here, you can get everything on archive.org. Every single thing is here. What we're going to be going over is actually here, with everything being uploaded in the English version. Go to English. Yeah, you kind of see here. Everything has been translated and updated, all of it by this guy named Troti, and he does a pretty decent job. When I say decent, let me just reiterate, decent job. And all the translation stuff has actually come out since 2020. Yes, this is about 2 years old of this actually coming out. However, you got to remember, this is 2 years ago, because the guy was effectively bored during COVID. But the thing is, these things came out in 97. These are almost 25, 24, these were about 25 years old. It's kind of weird to think about how old these two games actually are, but actually talking about them is fascinating. It's something that could be genuinely fun. Delicious coffee. But yes, to kind of give you just kind of background on these are what these are. Now, you may be wondering, the fuck is this? I've never heard of the multiple assignable game interface for Universal System. Why have I never heard of this? This sounds terrible. And the answer is because it's terrible. Welcome, I'm going to introduce you all to MAGIUS, Japanese tabletop. The fun thing is, literally nobody knows anything about it. All we know is that it came out in 1995, and there is a couple of these, which are weird because you get things like the Tenchi Muyo in Love tabletop game. Yes, Tenchi Muyo RPG, Saber Marionette tabletop RPG. And it's like what? Why is that an RPG? Why does this exist? The, Evangelion RPG, the Magic School Lunar RPG. Oh boy, Lunar RPG, never... The fuck? The fuck is going on with this? These are all series of some regard. Let's go to Saber Marionette. Let's learn about Saber Marionette, everybody. Oh, wowzers. It looks like it's a Saber fucking Marionette from back in the day. Look at this very anime style. Now, if this looks vaguely familiar, like, wait a second, this artwork looks a little bit funky, looks a little bit like a certain other series. Yes, similar things. Slayers, as you can kind of see here, classic fantasy anime, very with following the adventures of Lena Inverse. There was actually technically I believe there was a Slayers Magius book too. It gets a little bit wonky here because Magius didn't make it. The original book here, if you go to Magius, this is the original start book right here. This never made it beyond anywhere. You cannot find this. This doesn't exist anymore. This game just does not exist. And you can make an argument, oh, well, maybe there's a scan of it or something. No. Unless somebody in Japan has this start book and scans it in and then uploads it, we do not have the Magius start book. Because there's a very distinct and funny issue with this. Kind of see this, oh, decisive battle, Tokyo, or whatever. Weirdly enough, this isn't actually this isn't a role-playing game, what we would think about it as, because you need Magius to play it, I think, because they talk about some things that they just don't iterate on. Yeah, because what they wanted you to do is they wanted you to buy the start book, and then everything else were just expansions. They were supplement books to the main book, which is like, okay, but we can't have the main book anymore. They don't exist anymore, or at least if they do exist, we don't know where they are. Is there any other information on Magius? No, there is not. There is not a single other fucking thing about Magius, really. It's even kind of Googling it. Yeah, you see here, like, the Slayers Magius. Like, even, like, Googling this, you're like, what the fuck? Like, this is kind of, it doesn't even pop up, really, anymore. And it's very strange. It's kind of one of those, like, I wouldn't really consider it lost media at this point, but I would consider it media that has yet to be found. And, like, you can't even, again, some of these are frankly impossible to find. But we do have names. We do have a few names, actually, to go over. One of these being Fujimi Bunko. Now, Shinji, I don't need your junk in my face. Fujimi Bunko. If that name sounds maybe a little bit familiar, it's because it should. Fujimi Bunko is actually a magazine. You go to Fujimi Bunko. Yeah, it's light novel publishing imprint of the Kadokawa Corporation. Yes, Kadokawa. However, this is where things start getting a little bit weird. It's tied to Dragon Magazine. Some people may know Dragon Magazine because this is just still a fairly ongoing, very, like, good Dragon, like, series of things. It's light novels and all these different things. It's a magazine. It's published bi-monthly since 1988 by Fujimi Shobo. Now, I want to go over some of these, just to kind of give you over. Omori Himori. Okay. We got Legend of the Legendary Heroes. Funny. Data Live. Okay. But then we go down here. Sword World RPG. Not Slayers. Scrapped Princess. Patlabor. Blah. High School DxD. Good Look like Dragon Half. Kona Princess. Chrono Crusade. Shaika the Coffin Princess. Quite a few different ones of these. Now I looked a little bit into Fujimi Shobo. Fujimi Shobo was a Japanese publisher. The thing is, it got bought out as an independent company, and it got pretty much moved into just becoming an imprint of Kadokawa. These guys, on the other hand, have done a few different things. Interesting. If we go here, these are the three companies. Now, if we go here, this is Fantasia Bunko, and wow, look, all these novels. You want to buy light novels? You can buy all the light novels and magazine stuff you want. Like, okay. Then we go to, like, their other imprint labels. It's in Japa-fucking-ese, so bear with me here. But you see a lot of these, like, there are magazines. They're print magazines that you can buy, and they have stories, and they have things in there, and you can buy the books, and, you know, they're the guys who did Monster Girl reviewers. They're the ones who did, where was another one I saw that looked familiar? Like, yeah, the big titty college girl does big titty college girl things. Yeah. This is what they did. They're like, okay, interesting. And then we have kind of like more like family friendly. I think it's like more like romance novels and shit. Like, you get like little ones. Yeah, you can have they're a publishing company. And they used to publish things like Sword World, because you have to remember one key thing. Sword World, if we go to Sword World RPG, it's owned by Fujimi Shobo. Wow, and Group SNE. Huh, I wonder who owns Group SNE. It gets a little bit weirder, where technically Sword World exists because of Katakawa. Sword World is published through this fucking Dragon magazine. These guys were the ones who kind of kickstarted the entire thing. Which is weird to think about. This company who pretty much kickstarted Japanese role-playing game in a certain kind of way. This is what they do. They don't really exist anymore as what we would traditionally think as of. They're just kind of a publishing house through that Katakawa does stuff through. But yeah, it's like Dragon Magazine is where this was probably originally published, and probably where Magius was originally published. But things like Tenchi Muyo probably went through these things. If Tenchi Muyo was published somewhere, most likely it was also published there. This leads to an interesting think about the nature of Magius. Kind of go down here, you know, you see the Fujimi Bunko, Fujimi Dragon Book, and all this. I think what occurred here was very simply, these guys, you know, Fujimi or maybe Katakawa, they realized, wait a second, we have effectively the rights to the Evangelion manga. Yeah, yes, no, that's they possibly own the, you know, the fucking Eva manga. They might have had the more detailed aspects of it. They effectively probably got the rights. Now, my theory on Magius, it was somebody ran up. Somebody, you know, somebody in an office somewhere, you know, fucking, you know, looking at down, being like, hello, phone. You gonna tell me, oh, I'm going to the store? Wait to death, Mom. I'm currently talking about Ava. Okay. I think what happened here was that somebody, like some business guy in Fujimi or Katakawa, realized, wow, this Sword World thing's making a lot of money. Well, we have the rights to Tenchi Muyo. We have all these different magazines that we're publishing. Why don't we write a game for that? They called some fucking guy in being like, okay, write an RPG for this. What do you mean? Write an RPG. How? That's not how to write it. I don't care how you do it. You just have to write it. You have to keep all the characters in there, though. What? So I think that's the birth of Magius, was completely corporate. There's no heart to this, because there's no, like, Magius RPG. It's almost all entirely based on these franchises they somehow had. Now, you see down here, though, Orange Jelly and Deep Sea Workshop. These were, I can understand that this was the writer and this was the, maybe like the Daojin Circle. I'm like, man, I'm never going to be able to find orange jelly. How the fuck am I going to... Fun fact, I did find him. What if I can... yes. This is orange jelly. At least I think it's orange jelly. My theories on why it is two things. One, it's followed by Ryu Kamiya. I'm like, okay, it's followed by Ryu Kamiya. This guy follows just about anyone who does tabletop games in Japan. You know, Ring Dream Original Story. Past few years, I've been writing scenarios every day. I use the name Orange Jelly for doujinshi, and Dashiro much for work. This may have been a doubt, like, they might have been trying to get around things with it a little bit. Like, okay. I'm like, what does this guy do? Let's confirm it. Well, he's an artist. And he is a Toho fan artist. Yes, Toot Hoot. He likes Toot Hoot a lot. Most notably, he likes Toho wrestling. That's what he does. He does Toho wrestling. Like professional, like not like I'm gonna like wrestle you to the ground. No, like professional wrestling. No, he likes the professional wrestling aspect of things. Now, I want you to take a note up here. Actually right here. This is a 4-Koma Dream Easter Tag Team Edition 1011. And I checked. There are 1011 of these. And they're all just Toho. They're all just Toot Hoot wrestling. That's all it is. This guy has done over 1,000 fucking strips of 4-Koma. That's just Toho wrestling. Yeah, this is one of those moments where you look at it and you're like, hey, I don't know, like, if I should be horrified or just accept it, kind of thing. Like, is this it? Like, is this just... It's just Toho. It's just Toot Hoot. And, yeah, it's one of those moments where you kind of pause and you're like, the fuck? The fuck? Like... My theory behind that this is the writer is that, you know, it's a little bit too specific to be orange jelly and say, oh, I do it for unprofessional things. Because, like, it feels like this guy's been around for at least a little while, the way he kind of, like, just the way he kind of talks more than anything, what he does. So it's like, if I were to be a big Gundam fan as well, if I were to be a betting man, he was probably really young when he got the okay to do this. And when he got the okay to do this, he just did because he could. And probably got paid a little bit. I couldn't find anything on Deep Sea Workshop, though. That wasn't a thing. Also, here's Hamster Valley, which is a fucking iOS game in which you play hamsters of a valley. Don't think about it too hard. This is where... This is it's too specific. It's too specific to not be at least odd to talk about. And if, like, I guess this would make sense if it's him because he has that older art style. He has that older way of looking at things. And it's like, okay, it's really specific. And he clearly, and you see shit like this, like, okay. Like, it kind of adds up if he were to say, like, yes, this is the guy who did it. I don't know, though. I have no way to confirm this. I have no way to confirm this simply because it's just not a thing. Like, who the fuck is like, yeah, this is it, guys. Hell yeah, let's learn. You know what? Let's do a little bit of looking here. Because this would be in Japanese. So if we go here and we select, and if we zoom in, enhance, this would be it. Let's do, Yeah, this would be what we're looking at here. So I mean, if we're looking here, if we let me see if I can't find not the fucking EPUB. Give me a PDF of it. Okay, we've found this. Let's see. Oh god, I can't even select it. Jeez, it's just a fucking image. Yes, let me try something. See, this is one of those things, like, I don't know how to type, I wouldn't know how to type this in. Unless I do, let me try something. I'm gonna try something here, very important. Critical to the stream, everybody. I want to see if I can find it. Just because I can. My rampant undiagnosed schizophrenia calls to me. Because, like, okay, I can't select it as text, though. It will not allow me to select it as text, so these are all images. And because they're images, it gets a little bit wonkier in that regard, and because it's a little bit wonkier, we need to do it at a different angle. I don't know. Maybe I might look at this later. Might look at it later, but that's the story so far. That's what we have to work with here. But let's learn about what MAGIUS is, okay? This is what is he on? Let's see. What's he on about with the artist? Not the artist. Technically, the writer of this was. I don't know who it is, and I'm curious what Deep Sea Workshop actually was. But yeah, as you can kind of see here, Oscar Langley Soryu, Masato Katsuragi. Everybody here gets a little bit of detail. Ujimi Dragon Book 206. Decisive Battle Tokyo 3 by Orange Jelly and Deep Sea Workshop. This is the guys who I would like to find. Original cover art, Hiroki Haratama. Then English translation by Trody, obviously. Trody is funny because he does outright say, this shit sucks. There is technically 3 books, mind you. There are 3 books to go over. We are not going over all 3 books. Fun fact, we're not. I'm going to talk about the other 2, but first we have to learn about the game. What's the game all about? Yeah, books of MAGIUS supplement TV anime. Yeah, the videos and LDs containing the TV anime are available from King Records, manga and film book from Katakawa Shoten. Yeah, you want to learn about it? Cool, let's learn about it. Here's legitimately just the lore. You want to learn about all the characters. Oh boy, look everybody, it's Ritsuko. We all love Ritsuko. We all love Gendo, because he's Gendo maxing. You will never be as cool as Gendo. We've also got Yuki, we got Kaji. Look, it's Kaji, everybody. It's Kaji time. We have Maya. Remember Maya? Yeah, Maya's a character in this. We also got we also got these 2 goobers. Toji. Hi, Toji. We've got Hikari, Kensuke, and fucking Pen. They're gonna go over all of them. So what do we actually need to do? We need to repel the angels, and we need to gain points. Fun fact, gamers. I don't need image translation. What I need to do is I need to get a way to get the characters, and then I can start probably doing some Google searching on it. There's probably a way to do it. I'm just lazy. I would fuck Gendo. Yes, thank you very much, Luca. But yes, technically, this game is about scoring points. Yes, points. You're going to need to score, victory conditions, and there is a decisive victor and loser. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, this sounds awfully like a certain other game set in Dallas, Texas. And the answer is yes, it does, strangely. Because pretty much you're going to be playing in 2 modes, Nerve mode and AdEva mode. And it's the entire time you're actually going to be talking about things through dialogue with other characters. You know what? I mean, we have the first book. We may as well look at it. Are these actually... I wonder if these are actually... Because, like, I thought it was going to be comics. No, these aren't comics. These are legitimately just dialogue they've written out. Awesome. I love it. Yeah, this is just written dialogue of Ritsuko, Makoto. It's legitimately Ritsuko, Masato, and Maya talking about it. Talking about the game that they're going to be playing and that their character's in. Yes. Pretty much, during Nerve mode, you're going to have to assume the roles of either Masato Katsuragi, Ritsuko Akagi, Kozo Fuyutsuki, or Maya Ibuki. However, in AdEva mode, you will either be able to LARP as Shinji Ikari, Rei Ayanami, or Asuka Langley Toryu. What does this mean? What am I talking about here, man? What I'm talking about is, you don't make a character in MAGIUS. You will be playing Masato. You will be playing yes, you will become Shinji Ikari. Oh boy, everybody, are you ready to Shinji Max? I always knew you could become Shinji. I think you should get in the fucking robot, Shinji. See, even you too can now do that. Yeah, you will always get to select who you want to play as. And you might be wondering, wait, there's four nerve players and only 3 pilots. There is actually rules for playing with 4 people, where like one person will pretty much be mission control and they get some slight bonuses and abilities to do things. However, there's something very amusing about this. This is a 4-player game. Yeah, this is a 4-player game. You cannot have 5 people play. You cannot have 2 people play, really. You have to have 3 or 4. Any more or less than that, things start getting a little bit weird, unless you go to Book 2, in which is a solo mode, but we'll get to that in a second. Minute. So, you can actually dispute over characters, which means you're going to have to roll the dice to figure out, hey, I'm this person, I want to play Shinji. No, I want to play Shinji. And you can actually bicker over it. The Game Master will assume the role of Angels, now they're Nerve's staff in both modes, so pretty much the person LARPing as Gendo will be the Game Master. Have no fear, I do expect you to... Why are you on Firefox of all things? Goober, why are you on Firefox? Yeah, you know, and the thing is, what they'll do is they'll explain it here, and then they will immediately explain it again in text. Yeah, it seems strange that I'm here, not Commander Ikari. An absolutely powerful person isn't as fun to play as you imagine, especially when several people come together to play a game. Therefore, Commander Ikari is left for the GM. For example, Mr. Kaji. He's a lot better for me, except for my knowledge of science. Yeah, and then you get shit like this. Fuyutsuki shows up. No one should be surprised. I've been here all along. W Commander, this is just a transcript. If you don't speak, you'll be forgotten. Games aren't for old people. It's best to leave these things for the young. Well, everyone's younger than you, Deputy Commander. Yeah, some of the writing in here is actually kind of funny. Simply due to the fact that it's just amusing. It's funny. And some of the dialogue is, like, kind of amusing. I like it. But generally speaking, this is a D6 game. Get your D6s out. We're going to learn how to play. 3 per people. You know, we got our character action table, our nerve sheet, and then our map. Don't forget about the battle map. Yes, we got little cutout pieces. Very simple, not exactly the most complicated thing in the world. Game flow. You'll always go from nerve mode to AdEva mode. There is technically a chance where certain players will still be in nerve mode and other players will be in AdEva mode. Because the second you get in the fucking robot, you cannot get out of the robot. You are stuck in there. You will just be the pilot. This does lead to situations where you can actually be playing a character and then only like one person is trying to encounter and fight the angel while 2 others, like everybody else is trying to help them. Or you can get a situation where there's like one person still back at nerve trying to make sure everything's working and everyone else is fighting the angel. Because like an angel who has forsaken sympathy, rise up young boy and please be a hero. Character status sheet, angel appearance parts, and then the sortie part. Okay, very simple. Then during AdEva mode, you're going to start fighting. because this does do effectively how an episode plays out. Hey, we've learned what's going on. We're preparing things. Oh no, the angel is here. Then you sortie, because there's a chance that the AdEva pilots won't be at Nerve, and you need to call them back, and it takes time. A lot of time, actually. And after everything is done, they launch, and you start punching the angel in the face. Very simple. There's only one part to the AdEva phase, but the AdEva phase is also probably the game part of the game. So, this is also from left, very simple, very board gamey, if that makes any sense to you. It's not a box match in this game. Events happen on a turn basis. Dare say the difference is that who can act earlier can seize the initiative, while those who don't can evaluate the situation. Everything is based off action. Now, I'm going to go over, like, I wonder, do they talk about fucking characters? No, they don't. I think I'm going to go over character sheets because I need to. Talking about the character sheets makes other things make a little bit more sense. They don't talk about this to the end. We will use, where's Misato? Here's Misato. Yes, you want to play as Misato. She has a body of 8, a mental of 8, and a technique of 9. However, anytime she needs to make a leader check, she's going to be rolling the dice and adding 14. If she wants to make a science check, she's going to be doing the same thing and adding a 9. Work, 11. Pretty simple stuff. If there's ever a time she needs to make a body check, for example, she'll just roll +8. Pretty easy to understand. The compatibility with the AdEva pilots pretty much allow you to give you a bonus. So whoever's playing Shinji, so if you want to play Shinji, you probably want to play Misato, because Misato is going to be able to go, oh, I want to, I'm influencing Shinji, and Shinji is here, and oh wow, look me, I rolled and beat everybody because I have like a 9 with Shinji. Thanks. But Maya, on the other hand, Maya's fucking terrible. Maya's just bad. But she also has probably one of the highest sciences, which is very good, which we will learn is very good. And there are characters which are just plain flat better than others at things, but you kind of see down here, Ritsuko doesn't really like Rei or Asuka, so it's harder for her to get them. So if you want to play that, that's not going to happen. But then you look at Futsuki, and Futsuki's got really good everything. The unfortunate reality is, nobody likes him. So, it's kind of this back and forth of who you want to play. At what part of the game will we coom over a comatose girl? No yogurt involved. Now, this is Shinji. Hi, Shinji. Well, Shinji is probably, you kind of see here, like, here's the different synchro levels. It's like, oh, you've got high technique, he's got pretty good firearm skills, good evasion, and good ability to hold down the angel. He also has a mental state of 3. Depending on his mental state, that means how strong he'll be. You need to boost his mental state. This is very hard. Yes. Worse can, it's just like, oh, what's his startup table? Wowzers. Oh, good, you can roll and just fuck up, and you have a terrible, terrible existence. But you can also change the status. Here's how the status changes. Here's how this happens. This is all his AdEva abilities and shit. It's like, alright. Rei here. Rei is the worst out of all 3 of them. Like, objectively speaking, she has, like, the most average stats, but, like, you can kind of see here, Shinji's pretty decent at everything. Rei is, not. But Rei has a very consistent state of being. She's gonna, most of the time, end up she's gonna be consistent. Asuka's in. Asuka. Rei. Oh yeah, they don't have Asuka in this book. I forgot. Yeah, Asuka just isn't in the book. Yeah, alright, that's fine. Let me bring up 3. She has Asuka's stats in it. Way down, let me scroll all the way back up. Hello, look at all the maps, very pretty. Where are you, Asuka? Here's Asuka. Asuka's a living tank of a woman. She will fuck your shit up, because she has very high stats. The problem is, She is a legitimate basket case, and anything that goes wrong, she will inevitably add 8 grillion to her scores, which will just probably kill her. So, don't fuck it up, or else we're all dead. Good job. Good job, team. But yeah, now we kind of learn what, like, kind of the stats looking like. It's going to make a little bit more sense as we go through. So, let me zoom, zip, zammity, zoom. All the way back up here. Yeah, not exactly the most fascinating thing to read, but bear with me here. Where is it? Order of play, nerves. Yeah, nerve character skills. Leader, science, work. Those are your 3. You don't get any other action. Yeah, here it is. The biggest difference between nerve and movement mode is, let me see, you'll use 1 action point per turn. In other words, you can only do 1 action each turn. This is an important thing. You have 1 action point. You can use 1 of these things per turn. In AdEva mode, you can do a lot of things in your turn. However, as the actual nerve mode, you can do 1 action for 1 action point. You have more, you can have less. But for example, I want to increase our interception chance. I'm going to make my roll, and then I've successfully either done it or I've not done it. Yeah. Pretty easy. Not exactly complicated. You kind of see here, like, as long as you understand there are action points, because that's a thing that exists. Character status part. When the game starts, regardless of what day or month of day, the game always starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. Alright, everybody. This is what I mean by your action points do mean something. Let's roll right now of what Misato Katsuragi is doing. I rolled an 11. We're on a business trip outside of Tokyo 3. Oh no. This is bad. We're not in Tokyo 3, and we're going to need to spend an action point to get back. Let's see what Ritsuko Akagi is doing. Oh wow, 3. She's at Nerve performing an experiment. So we know she's at Nerve, and she's 4 action points. 4. So she can do 4 actions before she needs to rest. Kozu, what are you doing, Mr. Fuyutsuki? Wowzer, you rolled an 8. You're just waking up. Maya, hi Maya. What's Maya doing? She's at Nerve. Wow, cool. Hi Maya. But this is where you start off at. And yes, it is entirely possible everybody rolls a 1 and everyone's just got COVID. Yes, everybody's just sick. That you could just, and nobody has action points. Very amusing, but very awful for everybody involved. And everything, and pretty much there's 6 turns in a day. Wake up, people are going to lunch and having school, you're going to Nerve, going home, midnight, early morning. So, the best way to think about it is, this is you, this is what you are doing, this is what the students are doing. Hey, it's noon, the angel is here, you're having lunch at Nerve, they're at fucking school. That's bad. Hey, the kids are at Nerve, this is good, we want them to attack at night. They're at home, they're asleep. You kind of gotta manage where all the pilots are. It's interesting to that regard. I actually like this quite a bit. I think it's very interesting. We go all the way through here. Actually, let's see, probably get a lot of different places. Still lucky to go home every day. I've been drying my clothes in my quarters for half a year. I never see the sun. The problem, new dryers have a sterilizing function. Ah, that's sweet. Let's go. Nice attitude adjustment. The benefits of sterilization. Is that... Let's see, is that why Manager Katsuragi's clothes always smell sunshine fresh? You're making Shinji do your laundry, aren't you? Yes. Behold. You will never have an alcoholic complete fuck up of a GM. You will never. Major Katsuragi will never beat the shit out of you and then apologize in a drunken stupor. What's the fucking point? Now the big thing is here is that this is literally a month. Like you will roll and then you will determine what's going on. So let's learn of what's going to happen. So I've rolled my dice. I've rolled 3 dice. I've rolled a 9, 9, 10, 11. I've rolled an 11. That means on the 11th turn, at the 11th turn of this, the angel's going to show up. You have no idea when the angel's going to appear. Now, the interesting thing, what's going on here, is that since the angel is arriving on the 11th turn, that does technically mean that everybody else has effectively 11 actions they can do. But they don't know that. For all they know, they have 3 actions. There's a good chance that you will have 3 actions to do things. Just as much as a chance you'll have 18. The actual likelihood of like certain events is going to be kind of in the middle. It's going to kind of gravitate toward about 12, 11, 12 being pretty average. But like generally speaking, you don't know what's going to happen. The GM could roll and it's on turn fucking 5 and you're just fucked. Like it's Jover. It's over. Like, but you don't know. But from there, you do work as usual until the angel appears. 1 action point does 1 thing. So, if we go up here, where was it? Yeah. You take this action when you're a nerve. If successful, nerve detection abilities will be increased by +1. Every single action you do in nerve mode is usually going to be increasing something. Nerve detection ability allows you to kind of find out where the angel is going to be. Interception allows you to pretty much call people in. Preparing for certain weapons for actually fighting, because if you don't prepare a weapon, Avas might go out there with just a fucking knife and be like, okay, have fun. Like, okay, maybe we don't want to do that. Then you have to place the equipment, which is, hey, we got to prepare all the weapons, and then we have to make sure that you can get access to them. Because it's entirely possible. You will prepare a fucking rifle, and you just can't use it. Then repair, and then Ava the Nerve headquarters. This is interesting because you got no fucking HP. It's entirely possible, like, the Avas will just get completely fucked up, and you will just have to wing it. You will need just to desperately attempt to heal them with very little to work with. And the thing is, there's going to be 2 angels in this book anyway. There's only 2 angels. And when the angel appears the first time, you're going to have to fight it, and depending on how much damage it is, you may be fucked for the second one if you don't roll high enough. But most of the time, from what I can guess anyway, you're going to be rolling, I think, 2d6. Because if you notice, they don't actually tell you. They just say, it just is. It just is. They never actually tell you how much dice to roll. Unless it's just completely just missed and I just don't see it somewhere. Because it says, oh, roll 2 dice and then consult the appropriate table. But that, like, is that for everything? Or is it, like, just a certain number of it? I don't know. But remember, this is a supplement book. Supplement book. Not a real book, just a supplement. My guess, anyway, dealing with how it is, I think it's 3d6 per character. So, for example, if I'm playing fucking, it would be Masato, and she has a 10. I actually know she has like an 11, she's like a 12 or something for detection, I can't remember. What I roll is 3d6 plus, for whatever that score is. I rolled a 10, 12, 12 plus 12, I beat a 20, my detection goes up by 1. That's what you want to do. That's how the game works. Very simple, very easy. Then you get communicating with AVA pilots. If you're in the same location, you can communicate with them, but the problem is that literally that increases your compatibility with them by +1. It drops their mental state by 1 as well. There is a good chance that they will lose their shit because you've been talking to them too much. This is very easy to do. It's only target value 13. You can freely move, freely arrange for reinforcements, perform very basic experiments. You really want to do this? you're going to want to do this. If anytime people are talking, if people are being aggressive and like, I want to play Shinji, therefore I will do everything in my power to play Shinji, you're going to actually hurt people more than anything. It's going to hurt your chances. And then this is how you get your actions back. If you're sick, you have to rest, and then you get some action points back. Me and Manlin, when we were going over this book, kind of discovered that there is actually not a likely chance, but a chance of what'll occur is you will get up, you will roll a fucking 2 for your what's happening, you're sick. You have 1 action. And that action point, you rest. You get 4 action points left. You get 5 total action points. You have to spend an action to go to work. You go to work. Then you can do 1 action. Then there's a chance the angel will appear. Yes, it is entirely possible to get into a situation where nobody has resources to actually do things, and you just roll shit. And the GM rolled amazingly, you roll shit, and everything is just sadness. Yeah, they do kind of talk about, like, yeah, if you roleplay well, you get a bonus. But you're still reducing their mental state. Yeah. Stress should not be an automatic success. Change my mind. Honestly, I would not be surprised if, like, yeah, sorry, Mr. Fusky, you have to roll. If you fuck up and roll a 2 or something. Yeah, sorry, if you roll a 3, you just fail outright because you have nightmares. Lamau. You don't need. So, nerve abilities are your detection ability, interception, reinforcement, and HP. Now, this is your ability to detect the angel. You want to have high detection, because the higher the detection, the farther away the angel's going to be. You want to have high decent interception ability. If you have good interception, you can actually use more things to really fuck the angel up and make their life miserable. If you have decent reinforcements, that means you can actually do N2 strikes. A non-nuclear strike, pretty much a gigantic bomb, as well as troops. Troops do nothing. Troops buy you time, though. Sometimes that's all you have. However, the strength of nerve headquarters. If you reach 0, it's over. You lose. You've just lost the game. Because that's pretty much it. Everything starts at 0. It's kind of a building game. Yeah, it's a building game. It really is. Yeah, don't mistake it for a skill check. When judging these, the ability check is 2D. Yeah, so sortie part, angel appearance. Let's roll. Let's see what we get to add our nerve HQ bonus. Let's say, for example, we get a +3 somehow. Let's roll the dice. I got a 4. So 4 plus 2, that means a 6. Second hex from headquarters. It's right on our ass. Have fun. You could have the absolute highest, which is here. If you manage to get it high enough, you have a lot of time to spare. And you get a big bonus for it. It's good. You need analysis. So you kind of see here's how to count the hexes. So, angel appearance. Roll 2 dice. Add any bonus from angel appearance table. So let's say we got our -2. So let's roll. We rolled a 4, so we got 2. We can determine data 1 about the angel. We know what it looks like. Oh fuck. There is a chance you will just not know anything. You will like pop out and be like, okay, what's the angel like? We know it is an angel. We know that it looks like something. Okay, yeah. And this is what it means by you need to buy time sometimes. There's going to come a point where you don't have opportunities to do things. You must deploy forces. You have to throw everything you at it, because if they rush out there with no help, they're gonna get fucked up. And I do like this. I like it. I think it's funny. I think it's interesting. not great, but interesting. You know, it's, you know, Nerd must be ready to launch attack before the angel arrives. When the angel appears on the map, 40. You need to, and you get a new set of actions you can do. Prepare for interception, prepare weapon, place weapon, repair things, call the fucking AdEva pilots. As well as, you know, moving, arranging for reinforcements, as well as resting again. You can still rest. Then you have to do a launch preparation. Then you have to call the UN army. Now, the beautiful thing about the UN army is very simple. You call them in, and they die. They will just die. There's no fun things. There's no interesting, fun, exciting adventures or anything. They will all lose. But that means on the angel analysis table, you roll with a +4 bonus. That might be your only best fucking chance you have. That might be it. You might just have to rely on the fact that you have a +4 fucking bonus to it. And manage to figure out, oh hey, we know how it attacks now. You know, it's like, how long will it take to stop depends, but only use once per angel. It will increase its attack. Yeah, using an N2 bomb is kind of the final option. Like, oh, shiza. Oh, no. Hopefully have fun. And from there, people start jockeying for, I want to play Shinji, I want to play Asuka, I want to play Rei. And you will just get mad at each other. I want to play Mr. Kaji, I want to play Shinji. And then you start slapping each other. And then, yeah, it does quite literally switch to talking about Asuka and Asuka, Shinji, and Rei shows up. Yeah, they just become pilots, and ta-da, that's how it works. Once you start table, you do your mental state plus 2 dice. So, Shinji, let's say he's got pretty good. He's got 3 mental state. Let's roll the dice. Shinji's doing pretty all right. He rolled an 8. That means 8 plus 3 is a grand total of 11. He is in normal synchro. Synchro level 2. Your synchro level is effectively the number of action points you get. The more action points you get, the more shit you can do. And that means making dead sprints at the enemy and stabbing it with a knife faster. Rei, on the other hand, let's say Rei's got a 5. She's feeling pretty good. We did some tests and everything's looking pretty good. We roll and we got a 15. Feeling uplifted. Synchro level 3. Asuka, on the other hand, oh no. She only has a mental stability of 1. She rolled a 5. She's got a modest synchro. Synchro level of 1. We need to figure out, oh no, this is bad. So, but you kind of see the differences here, because you end up with, like, Shinji, for example, is going to get hit normal pretty consistently. But more accurately, he's going to kind of end up about here. Mostly because people are going to want jockeying over him. Asuka has a chance of just rolling shit and ended up here, or she can roll very well and get, like, very easily up to, like, synchro level 4, which is, like, a lot of fucking action points. I refuse to live in a world where Shinji is considered alright. What? Shinji Ikari has done nothing wrong. Over the years, I have grown to appreciate Shinji more as a character. Mostly because I too was a 14-year-old dumbass, and I'm like, I get it now. As I grow older, I'm like, Shinji's not a little bitch. Shinji's just losing his shit. Yeah, technically Shinji is reliable all around. Asuka can swing wildly in every direction, but she's good in combat. Rei's not the best in combat, but she's always going to end up pretty consistent synchro-wise. You want to be consistent, you're going to end up here. Like, yeah, there's a one option that gives you a synchro level 1. You're going to end up in normal synchro minimum. The vast majority of the time. While Asuka, on the other hand, like, you need to kind of build her up, because if people jockey over her too much, there's a good chance she will just roll terribly. Like, if I roll here, I rolled a 4 synchro. She isn't moving anymore. She's got like 1. So that's kind of like a kind of a weird way of looking at things, where it's like, yeah, Shinji is Shinji, but the problem is he's good. He does everything pretty well. Asuka does not. Asuka's going to be able to get kind of these higher number of action points, and she's going to hit like a fucking freight train. But if one thing goes wrong, it's over for her. She just can't. Yeah. Equally stable statistically, and she has the widest range of normal conditions among us. It's better to be conditioned that is. It's best to be in a condition than better condition than in normal condition. It's more important to be outstanding. Of course it is. Yeah. Technically, there's 6 synchro levels. If you're at level 0, you don't have anything. That's bad. Level 1, you got 1. Okay. Action 2, 3, then 4, then 10. Synchro level 10, synchro level 5 is very bad. Because there's a chance you'll just die outright. You AdEva berserks, you get 10 fucking actions, but you're going to be able to rip and roar. But you want to, generally speaking, you want to keep about here. Maybe even here. Maybe it's not a bad idea to go up a little bit higher. Maybe you want to go up high, or maybe you want to stay low because you think it's going to increase. Action point, sync level, for example, sync level 2, action point 2. Pretty simple. It's quite different between 4 hours and 10 seconds. Yeah, people bitching and like I do like the fact that they are talking. Action power. One of the things that you can do is the idea of action power. So let's say, for example, I have 3 actions. I can stab you 3 times. I can go bang, bang, bang. 3 times, 3 attacks. I've hit you for that amount, and I'm going to do 1 die of damage. But let's say, for example, oh no, you block 3 damage. I roll my dice. I've done no damage. I've hit you for a 2, and a 3. Nothing. What you can do, on the other hand, is trade those action points for a multiplier. So I can take that first die, I roll a 5, and I have a 3 times multiplier. I've done 15 damage, you block 3 of it, I've hit you for 12. The problem is, you get 1 attack. If you fuck up that attack, you fucked up, and you've missed. Do you want to hit more often, or do you want to hit less? Or do you want to hit less times, but harder? One thing to note here is, technically, there is some, like, slight problems with the translation. Some things get a little bit wild. You know, if you manage to hit 3 separate punches, you know, does 1 to 3, 6 damage 3 times. If the angel absorbs 2 damage, at worst it will be 0, and at most it will be 6. So it's like, wait a second, that wouldn't be it. It would be, you could pretty much do that. It would be a little bit higher. So it's just little things like that. The more you realize, the more you know. Character sheet. Shinji's okay. Shinji's good. You kind of notice, like, Shinji and Asuka are legitimately the same. They are the exact same when it comes to all of their stats, except Asuka has just better stats reliably. Shinji has more HP. And Rei just suffers. Rei has the worst stats, but she can avoid damage easier. So welcome to Shinji maxing. You may not like it, but being Shinji really is being a real hero. Sortie, move into the hex on the map, prepare a weapon or item, attack your opponent. So, let's say their avoidance is 15. And I'm playing as Shinji. Oh no, I want to shoot them with my gun. I'm going to take 3d6, roll the dice. I've rolled an 11, 12, plus 2, 15. 14. I've hit. Bang, bang, bang. Say hello to my pallet gun. Now, you will always want to get better equipment, better stuff. You want to get more and more and more, and make sure that you double your action or triple your action. Maybe roll away. Melee allows you to double action. That's the raw multiplier. Shooting a gun just gives you actually just a flat bonus to hit. So it's good to do this if you want to like hit people reliably. You're doing this, which double your action, get a +4 to hit. Triple your action, get a +8 to hit. Cool, you can do pretty good damage. Using items, securing items and weapons. Hold down the angel. This is actually a very important action, what I think is still funny. If you choose to hold down an angel, what happens is you've pretty much grappled them. You've run up to them, you've fucking gotchi-moochi grabbed the fucking thing, and you now need to pray your friend shoots it or stabs it. You can attack it can attack you. What you need to do, that -6 evasion is for everything. So you may need to run up, stop the thing, and then have one of your friends shoot it. Have someone run up to it and stab it in the core. You may need to do that. That's how it works. So there's going to be one poor bastard, usually Shinji, because Shinji has the most health, whose entire job is to not do anything other than sprint at the angel and power slam it. I do enjoy this fact. It is very funny. Expanding the AT field. We will see the fucking AT field more times than not. I'm going to refer to it maybe as absolute territory fields. I'm going to refer to it as absolute terror fields. Both are technically completely wrong and correct at the same time. They're never really talked about in any way. Pretty much, angels have an AT field. This AT field is their ability to use their soul to pretty much block damage. Depending on you, the Evangelion, have an AT field, and you have to neutralize their AT with your AT. And doing such pretty much removes their ability to defend themselves, and you also remove your ability to defend yourself. You can also heal. Very interesting. Only if your sync level is 4. Cool. You can always move 2. Now, this is the big thing when it comes to the idea of placing weapons as the nerve character. Because if you have 4 people, let's do a little example. Let's say you have a Masato, a Ritsuko, Maya, and what's his name? Fuyutsuki. Trying to remember how to spell his name. Fuyutsuki. What might happen is Masato becomes Shinji, Ritsuko becomes Asuka, and Maya becomes Rei. Fuyutsuki here is going to need to stay back at base, and he can do these actions once per turn effectively. Some of these might be just preparing interception, and you just get a little bit bonus, or preparing at weapons, which is very important by itself. Being like, yeah, we've placed a weapon. This is what we're going to refer to as the operations director. The OD is something we're also going to be encountering quite a lot during this series, this little escapade into Evangelion, and we're going to realize being the OD is the worst possible job. But yeah, if people aren't in, you gotta do it. You gotta arrange for reinforcements, prepare for interception, intercept by the UN, interception by Tokyo 3. There is an actual chance when you get to things like this, for example, by, let's say, the UN. If we hit it with the UN troops for the time being, if you succeed, they lose 1 action point. The angel does. However, if the angel is in a hex next to the angel and fails to perform this action, the AdEva action points increased by 1. Yeah, this is what we're going to call some interesting translation issues. I'm not going to say the guy did like a bad translation. This could legitimately just be poorly written in the book itself. I do not know. I do not speak Japanese. So, what I'm thinking is, like, what it's trying to say more than anything is, oh, we'll hit it if you succeed. I think what it's, if you succeed is the angel. The angel has -1 action points. -1 action points. If an Ava is in a hex next to the angel, this is where things like right here fails to perform this action. What I think is, like, if an angel is, you know, hex and you fail to perform this action, the Ava's action points are, there's two things here. You can go into the idea of like increased, which is, hey, even if you fail, the Ava's next door, you're going to be able to get something. Or we go with decreased, which is, hey, the UN kind of more interferes with the Ava's actions than anybody else's. I think it's decreased, personally. I think this is what it's supposed to read as. Which is, hey, you're fighting an angel in fisticuffs, you call the UN in, you fucking fail this. Let's say, for example, you know, we'd only be rolling a 2d6 for this. And, you know, let's say, for example, we have like a +3. We roll, damn, I failed. I got a 6, and I only got a 4. I could have got a 14, but I got a 9. I failed. I reduced the Ava's action point. That's what I think it is. I don't know. It gets a little bit funky there. It does do this as well. When hex, you know, if Ava fails to take this action while in the hex next to the angel, Ava's action points are reduced by -1. Yeah, this section gets a little bit wonkily translated. Which again, maybe because bad translation, maybe because they just failed to do it. Then, yeah, you can actually recover Avas. Make sure to recover Please sure to recover your Avas before they die. And if someone is dying, give them intensive treatment. Yeah. Encourage Ava pilots. Yeah! Woo! Oh no, Shinji, you're losing your mind. Woo! Increase the Ava pilot. Woo! You can do it. Hey, Shinji, you're not doing woo! Yeah, so it's arguably better to have characters with high compatibility in the back. Because if Shinji rolls poorly, having Masato be able to bring him back up to level 2 synchro is good. And maybe it's having this, you know, do another way is also good. There's a lot of different options here. And end of battle fails. You defeat the angel. Good job. All the angels are destroyed. All the Avas are destroyed. You failed. Nerve headquarters has been destroyed. You fucking face. You fucking super failed. Yeah. It is entirely possible to just lose. Yeah. Ava skills, accuracy, evasion, damage. Hit an opponent. Evade an opponent. Damage an opponent. Sometimes you're going to have defense. If you have a defense value, what happens is, like, you take 5 damage, you have defense of 3, you're only going to take 2 damage. It's your armor. Pretty simple. Yeah, yeah, you can't really, it's 1,000 times stronger, so it's like, yeah, you can kill somebody in an Ava. Hello, cops. I do like it when the cops show up randomly and, you know, outside my window. I find that always. I'm just talking about Ava games, officer. You don't understand. Freely move the Ava when it's on your turn. Make that handheld weapons. I want to hurt someone with a weapon. You bonk him. I want to shoot him with a firearm. Go guns. Evasion. Dodge. Hold down. Body. Pretty simple. Nothing too exciting. And anytime you want to do anything, you're just going to roll either, like, my thinking when it comes to, like, the MAGIUS system, they don't tell you this, is 2d6 is for, like, attribute checks, 3d6 is for skill checks. This is my guesstimation. I don't know. I don't have MAGIUS. That's not a book that exists. Yeah, so you have a progressive knife. This is what it does. Always use the progressive knife. It does 1d2 plus 2 damage. It's good. Sonic Glaive. 1d2 preparation. Hit correction -6. If you technically get a -6 to hit with the fucking thing. Accuracy -2. But it does pretty good. Yeah. You know, pallet gun. Pallet gun gets you just a raw -6 to things, which is really fucking bad. But hey, cool. You can do some the positron rifle, the large positron rifle. You have to use it for very special occasions. The sniper gun. Cool sniper gun. The shields. We like shields. Then various state changes. When something occurs, there's a chance that your synchro is going to go up or down. Most notably, let's say for Shinji, for example. Oh no, you've suffered damage for the first time. You're going to roll plus plus your modifier. Let's say you have again a +3. You roll. I rolled a 9. 9 plus 3 is 12. My synchro level increases by +2. Wow, that's bad. Actually, no, you wouldn't be out of your mental, so I just rolled a 9 there. So concentration improves, synchro level increases by 1. Oh, interesting there. But let's say, for example, another AdEva has been defeated. I'm going to roll 2d6 plus 6. I rolled a 11 plus 6. That means I'm berserking. I've gone sicko mode, everybody. I'm going as fast as physically possible. Ray, on the other hand, doesn't. Ray doesn't actually even factor in the fact that she gets hit for the first time. Doesn't really care. However, let's say, for example, oh no, remaining begins 5 or less. She rolls the dice. She rolled a 2. She faints. Owie, owie, zowie. But she doesn't really get big increases nor minimal increases. Asuka, on the other hand, woohoo, everything goes first up, and then everything goes down. Everything goes up again. Everything goes down again. It does also mean that if you, for example, if Rei was defeated, you cannot actually lose spirit with Asuka. Impossible to. Similar to the fact of if Shinji was, you can't actually, the minimum you're going to do is nothing changes. Maximum you're going to be able to do is concentrate, maximum is something bursts. When things go wrong, you go faster. This is quite a rules light game. Yes, it is a rules light game. Almost to a funny degree. And yeah, if you go to Berserk, things will go. You want to attack an angel, then you'll attack other AdEvas. Don't Berserk, it's bad. Yeah, numerical value, you'll never succeed no matter how. Double 6s, double 1s, crit success, crit fail. Pretty simple. Nothing too exciting there. Yeah, ever reaches 0 damage, extra damage extends to the AdEva pilot. Ever has 3 HP left, takes 7 damage, 4 goes to the pilots. Yeah, generally speaking, you need to actually getting hurt is bad. Like if you take serious damage, you're fucked. I was fighting. It doesn't matter what they say. If I was fighting Angel, I was if I entered combat turn during treatment, I wouldn't give up. Because you're in intensive care. It's always an emergency. Yeah, game is strictly win or this game is strictly win or lose, unlike other RPGs with level up and campaigns. Players earn points each time they play. The player with the highest number of points wins after the second angel is defeated. Damage to the AdEva. Repair an AdEva. Reduce one action point using the UN army. Put a weapon in the ready state. Succeed at commanding it with an AdEva. Communicate with an AdEva pilot. Succeeded in an AdEva experiment. Encourage an AdEva pilot. Land a killing blow. Successfully act in character. Yeah, you can do actually a very good and you can win and lose this game. There is a good distinct opportunity that you will just lose. Like at the very end of the game, like, man, good game, everybody. I'd also like to thank our friend over here for winning, and the rest of you lose because all of you suck and I hate you. I think if we were just playing this normally, I wouldn't factor this in really. maybe as like a congratulations, you did a good job, next time you get to be the GM kind of thing. Or like, hey, you got a bonus. If you won, you get a +1 to your bonus next time we play or something. That would be the way I'd do it. But not like, you win! Congratulations! You're better than everybody else. Now, this is the amount of data you actually have. Now, if you roll pretty well, you're going to be able to get things like your weak point, evasions, their amount of HP they have. If you roll poorly on your Magi roll, you're just going to get what it fucking looks like. You get nothing else. You know, they angels are almost damn near like automated. They have a routine, and they're going to do their routine regardless of what it is. Doesn't really matter what it is. You know, they will always try to attack Nerve headquarters, approach it, you know, attack Irv headquarters with data 2, attack Nerve headquarters with data 7. Simple. If you fucking N2 bomb the thing, they have to wait. They have to take time to kind of do it. However, if you roll on this table, for example, I rolled a 7, nothing changes. But let's say, for example, I rolled a 5. Ability to attack at short range increase, accuracy +3 and damage +2. Oh, all attack methods increase damage. All the action points are doubled. All defenses are increased. Angel growth table is scary. You don't want to use N2 strikes. N2 strikes makes it so that you might lose. You know, they can't. Luckily, bonus movement and double power on my propriety patents. Yeah, it's generally speaking, angels have the ability to. How do I want to word this? Angels can fuck your day up. You, on the other hand, don't need to worry about that. You have more ability to maneuver and act, and obviously you have human intelligence behind you. You want to kill the core. Aim at the core, attack it, -6, all damage is double when the core is hit. Kill the core. Wowie zowies, you can do a shit ton of damage if you actually hit with it. Now, we have some basic ones, such as the third angel, Sachiel. Let's Google what the third angel looks like. Oh wow, we're learning about Sachiel. So, let's go here, Sachiel. Technically, Sachiel is this scary thing. Yep, look at him. He's scary, he's big, he's mean, and he's in this game, and you too can punch him in the face. Kind of see here the way he kind of looks at it. Those are all the fucking. Those are people. Those are the people who say, "I want to fuck the angel." Do not fuck the angel. Or if it's Kawaru, but yeah, he is in the game. If we hit this button, go back to our regular scheduled programming. Yeah, humanoid claws. But his claw ability is going to have an accuracy of 10. That means you're going to be making an evasion check versus this accuracy. And if he does hit, it's going to do 2d6 damage. His evasion, though, is 10. He's very easy to hit, but his AT field's really bad, so you need to break his AT field, because his AT is just going to reduce all the fucking damage. You know, it's, where was it? Where was it? Yeah. Pretty much, the best way to think about the AT field is that that's like damage mitigation. It can mitigate a lot of fucking damage, so you need to run up there, mitigate its AT field, and then start shooting it. You know, action point values 3, close energy ray, 2d6 plus 3 damage. That's a lot. But this is what it wants to do. It wants to shoot a ray at the nearest AdEva, approach the AdEva with highest HP, attack in close quarters. That's it. The problem? It has an exposed front core. You know exactly where to shoot it. You know how to hit it. It's got an evasion of 2. Like, you actually hitting this thing is pretty easy. It only has 25 HP, and you can deal with Sachiel, and they deal with a vast majority of the later, of kind of the various angels that you can fight. Now, luckily, These are things called the numberless angels. Kind of a combination of things, such as just ones that just didn't make the cut, or they just needed to make something for the game. Most of the time, if you don't want to fight, cockcore, if you don't want to fight just like the canon angels, you can fight the numberless angels. And it's like, cool, you're a dinosaur type. Look at this scary motherfucker showing up. Azrael. Well, I don't know what the hell that is. I don't like it. And then we have some basic advanced rules. Draw another fucking map if you feel like it. How do we do the appearance of angels? Move to different battle areas. Losing. About terrain. AdEva activity time. This is the replay. Ugh. Kind of going over the entire thing, and it's... Yeah. This was the one where Asuka gets just completely bodied because it's funny. Look, everyone, it's Rey. Thanks, Rey. Then we have this basic reference material of like what all the weapons look like and things like that. Pretty simple stuff. All what the maps look like, for example. And if these maps look odd to you, like, wait a second, these look like why are they weird hexes and shit like that? Taking the Poon variety, no. Ayo Magica. Yes, stream where we talk about homebrew games for you to shit on. So much data, cool line art, Johnny Cage with fucking growing core angel note. Yeah, one of the big things is this is not Magica MAGIUS. But one of the big things is this does have a little bit of DNA when it comes to things with like battle tech of all fucking things. Because you're going to be moving along this grid, it's kind of a hex grid, you're going to be moving along, you're going to be fighting all alongside it, and it's very structured, very to the point, and not good. I like this, like, here's the thing, I like this game based entirely on the idea that it is unique. There really is nothing else quite like it. The fact that someone's going to be like, damn, guys, I want to play Kozu Fuyutsuki, and I'm just going to LARP as this fucking dude. Oh no, I need to make a leadership role to get the UN to, to force the angels to drink corn syrup or something. Oh wow, look everybody, the angels drinking fucking high fructose corn syrup now. Damn, I'm doing fucking poggers. Like that's kind of, it's funny and it's kind of interesting and it's a very unique game. Is it good? A little janky. I would say it's janky. It's something completely unique, and unfortunately, completely unique things sometimes don't do the best. But yeah, these are like all of the MAGIUS books that were out, such as the Fantasy Files, Tokyo Eyeshot. You had Starship Girl, Battleship Yamato Yoko RPG. You can. This was here. This would means like the MAGIUS start book is required. The MAGIUS start book is required. The MAGIUS start book is required. I think because we do not have this, we do not have the MAGIUS start book, we aren't getting the full picture. And is it a good thing? I don't know, but like there's quite a few here that were made for it. Like again, Rocket Girl, Tenchi Muyo, again, Slayers, Monster Maker Academy, Goryutai RPG, Gyuti's, Great Uproar, just the MAGIUS start book itself. The fuck's a MAGIUS start book? MAGIUS is a Japanese tabletop game from back in the day. This was back in 1995. This is probably the one that's a little bit odd. MAGIUS doesn't exist anymore. It's the multiple assignable game interface for Universal System. Effectively, my thinking was it was Fujimi Bunko's, or like the Fujimi Dragon book and all that. It was their attempt to make their own GURPS, so they could just... What's Monster Maker Academy? No fucking idea. Yeah, not necessarily weeb GURPS. I think it was... Oh, fuck off. Whatever the hell your name is. my theory with this, my theory with this is that this was reported by a company who had the rights to a lot of these things that were either getting published through them or kind of working together on things. And they got the bright idea of being like, hey, we publish Sword World. People like Sword World. Why don't we just make our own to be special and unique? And so we can run all our products at once. And it didn't really survive the wrath of time, you could say. So that's kind of the idea behind it. It's not really like a, oh, it's Weebgirls. It was like, this was a... People have sat down and in an office somewhere and said, we need to make a Magius. Now, this brings me to Book 2. Book 2 is called Angel Approaches. This is a legitimate solo adventure for it. You kind of see, this is, let me see, solo adventure is good, fun read. The multiplayer game is not well designed. Magius is not a good game engine. The lack of development in this supplement underscores this. Play the solo adventure in Volume 2, then grab Volume 1 and kick some angel butt in your AdEva. Like, it is not good. Yeah, the big idea, this is the solo play variant of the game. Like, you can actually play this game entirely solo. Is there a reason why this is a way? No, you pretty much play through your very own episode of Neon Genesis Evangelion, where you use a card deck to determine things. And you're going from different events and your ideas. I didn't go over this. Not my thing. I was like, okay. And it's like, yeah, the degree of friendship. You gotta have the check marks. Gotta have the MP values. You know, creating a character for playing multiple players. Cool. Solo play events. Hey everybody, we're just doing stuff. Yeah, it's a... Like, this is legitimately just a book you can play through. And it's interesting. Let me go all the way back down. Yes. People are... Yo, oh my goodness. No, look everyone, it's Masato. Hey Masato. Yeah, it's... kind of one of those wholly unique things that would never really happen outside of a weird Japanese game nobody's ever heard about. Let's see here. Let's go. Ritsuko, my beloved. Where was? Yeah, if you succeed, if you fail, like, where is it? Let's give you an idea. This is a 249-page book, and this is what a vast majority of it is. This is the solo play ending. Hey, start 6. Check 6 mark is marked. No, check 7 is marked. You go to Eve ending 4. 3 or more, friendship with both of them. Cool. If you do that, is this marked? Cool. Then if you go here, then you go here. Oh, if you go here, you go here. Oh, you go here, you go here. You get ending. You can get various endings of just, who refuse life and death. Shinji, a swaying heart. Yeah, like, they're literal endings that you could try to get. Yep, you want to do the second? Yeah, all of them for the different, you want to play Rei and get all Rei's different endings, you can. You want to do Asuka's all her different endings. Cool. Wowzers. Super pog. Multiplayer is kind of the same way. It's like how to do the various things, but it's all the various like combat skills and general skills. These are completely different. Like, you gotta remember, like, these are the character sheets for the solo play variety. You kind of see, like, they actually have different skill sets and different abilities, and there's card game mechanics in this one. This is a completely different game, like, to an absurd degree. Look, everybody, it's our boy Shinji. He's got a -2 to his fucking willpower. Wow. Thanks, Shinji. Good job, kid. I believe in you. It's the thing is, if you really like AdEva, then yeah, of course you're gonna get shit like this. The third book though, this is just like a series of replays. Go all the way up here. This is just a series of replays. And if you go like additional rules, there aren't really the best way to kind of think of like the kind of the example rules here are more like adding everything together from the previous two books, as well as everything else you feel like adding. As well as giving, Asuka stats. Asuka doesn't have stats, technically. So anytime there's like, you want to fight in space, you want to have some like modified weapons and do everything here. It's here. That's legitimately it. Yeah, it's, yeah, but yeah, pretty much it's all the same shit over. I think there's a few new numberless angels with some new art, but yeah, cool. Here he is. Here's Shinji Ikari, everybody. Da 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 da. Shinji. Yeah, you kind of see here. They're just changing minor things just to make the game like play better. Yeah. So, are the AdEva Magius games good? Not really. I mean, I understand people who might like to uh like it's I got a picture. Yeah, that's legitimately it, Mr. Y. That's literally all it is. It it doesn't exist. It's not, there's no scan. If there is a scan, I don't know about it. And I would like to try to find it. I think it was legitimately just a marketing ploy. But if you want a real marketing ploy, I'm going to just talk on, I'm going to kind of mention it more than anything. This is the white paper. This is the other technical game that they made. And I say technical game because here's the day of the week calendar. 2015, baby. This came in a pack from what I've been able to gather. Like, it was legitimately like a book you could buy that goes over the lore of everything. And it was like, oh, hey, we know you really like the lore of fucking Evangelion. Hey, why don't we, you kind of see here, you're like, Ryuji Kaji, sent in by the United Nations, the Japanese government, city government, Tokyo 3. But the Ritsuko Akagi is managing the Magi. But don't worry, Masato Katsuragi, Makoto Hyuga manage the AdEva pilots, and Shigeru is there. Yeah, Shigeru exists. You know about Keel Lorenz? Cool. Here's more fucking lore that you never knew you didn't need. Yeah, this is a super fan project. Like, not even a fan thing. This is like fan masturbation material. This is all it is. That's the best way to kind of word about it. And if you just accept the fact that it's just AdEva fan masturbation material, it'll work. Look at this like fucking our boy here, Kensuke. Look at it like our boy Kensuke. Just complete admiration. Be like, man, I really do love AdEva, and I'm gonna learn more about AdEva to talk about AdEva. That's it. Yeah, it's for those who don't know the story, read the digest. Here's like the entire English. Yeah, like this. I took some liberties translating here. Yeah, here's all of the relationship charts. You may wonder, where's the game? Well, here's the secret. The game is all the way down here. Yeah, this is actually how you play. It's a card game. Yeah, it's a card game, but not. Which it's like a dice slash card game. You will set up things like this, and you will end up going about your day trying to advance on certain things on that fucking board. But we know, like, the angel's going to attack on this day, and we want to get, like, oh, what's the harmonics like? But you need to have the harmonics be correct. You need to have the AdEva HP correct. You want to calculate your stress correctly. How do we fight? Well, let's actually see. First thing I want to do outside combat, order of battle is always Oscar, Ray, Shinji, Ritsuko, Angel, Masato. Yeah, it's shoot an angel with long range. Yeah. This is the big thing, is the idea of these battle cards. When you go into a fight, you're going to draw a battle card. Because if you hit, and it's going to be like, oh, you drew a big hit, and it's like a broken arm, damage AdEva cannot attack on its next turn. Or you did a big hit, and you may not attack on the next turn. Or you did an instant kill, reduce Angel's HP to 0. Yeah, you can insta-kill you can insta-kill angels and shit like that. And it's a pretty violent fucking game. You can actually hit things and maybe not. But you also have all these different, like, cards to do things with. Like, yeah, show some spirit. You can use this card when an even number is rolled in the dice. Ignore the even number and roll again until it is an odd number. You have the Lance of Longinus. This is one of those just completely fucking bizarre moments in time you just see and you read and you like, Kaji's here. That's the event, and you play through 3 entire episodes of an AdEva series that never existed. And you will go through every single episode of this angel one. It's not Sashael, it's Zakael. Very different, legally distinct. And let me see, let me see the multiplayer scenarios. This is the one where a American genius shows up, and she tries to help, but she's also kind of a nuisance because she doesn't know how to fight. Look, everybody. And this is just... This is, mind you, this is not a small thing. There's more to this game. There's just more and more and more. There's an entire one about going to Siberia. Look at the Chad Gendo and the Virgin Shinji. This is one of those just completely asininely bizarre entities that exist as a game, that exists, that we all have to just accept. We all must just casually accept the fact that this game exists now, and we just have to live with it. I can't really go over it because it's like legitimately just tools and materials, and you had all the fucking cards. It's bizarre, and this was by Trody. Like, Trody himself did this. This is his exclusive game scenario that he decided to do. This is the sequel book to it, which is, I believe, just another helping of just scenarios and stuff that you use in this game. This is for mega fans. Do you really love Evangelion? You're going to learn more about it. Can you, yes you, play as Nagisa Kawaru? Hell yeah, let's fucking do it. Hey everybody, everybody wants to fuck Shinji. Yeah! Cool. Hey everybody, here's an AdEva. Yeah, super cool. That'll be like $30. Luckily all these are free. Oh. Who the hell is the twin-tailed chick? That's a special OC character. Our Hickory. But yeah, we're 2 hours in and we've just finished the Japanese games. This is going to be a long one. And here's the big thing. That really does conclude the official AdEva game, the official one. The next few we're going to be going over is Adeptus Evangelion. And AdEva does have a history. So I'm going to open up, though, what I mean by this. This is the 2.5 release version. Yes, 2.5, baby. This is the player's manual. 2.5. Operations manual, custom artwork. That's pretty much the only time you'll see custom artwork. And that's kind of the thing we're working with here. You kind of see this is technically the Game Master's book. Kind of goes over how a lot more things go, and like, what is this? How do we play this? Let's do some special angels that you can use. Let's not do this one. Hey, you want to fight Jet alone? Here's how you do it. Here's how you make angels. Here's how you do their special ability. We're not really going to go over this. But here's the secret about 2.5. Like I said earlier, we can't actually play 2.5 by itself. No. We need to open Dark Heresy up. This is 2008's Warhammer 40,000 Dark Heresy. Technically, this is the FFG version. This would be based off the older version, technically. I'm using this just because errata is a lovely thing. Welcome to the wonderful world of AdEva. As I kind of described before, Adeptus Evangelion first originated in 2009. That was 1.0. 2.0 came out a year later, and a year after that, 2.5 came out. This is 2.5, what we'll be kind of going through today. The person who did this was a guy named Black Mesa Janitor. Now, you may be wondering, does Black Mesa Janitor come up anywhere? No. Of course he doesn't. Like, there's nothing here. The only time he really gets mentioned is when we're talking about Adeptus Evangelion. And you kind of see a lot of things here. Story time, this is a pretty old one. Two wasn't good enough in TG, so he asked Anon to tell him how to make it better. Yeah. The first original one came out in 2009. This is the birth of number 2. Alternatives. We want to do different things, but the earliest mentions, let's actually go to the archive up. Very important, is 4 plebs up, yes. The earliest one, if we go to Adeptus Evangelion, you're already kind of seeing here, like, November 1st, 2022, 5 replies, 30 replies, 100 replies, all the way back on June 12th, 2020. And only 100 replies on a brand new version of, quote, brand new version of the game. Discord stuff, just let it die. Bunch of Oscar photos. Plug suits are cold and really cool leather jackets. And yeah, it's nobody really cares. That's you'll notice a reoccurring trend. The people who were like, yeah, let's talk about it, always either kind of dies on its face, or just talks about like adding something to a game that already exists. But yeah, this is really the only times you get to mention Black Mesa Janitor at all, is during these threads, which has its own issue. You kind of see, 2018. Where's the last time Black Mesa? Black Mesa Janitor right here. His last time that he really started showing up was in about 2016, 2017. Let's do username Black Mesa Janitor. Like, maybe he'll show up. 2016 was the last time he posted, was 2016. To give you an idea, at least under a name. This guy doesn't exist anymore. He is on Discord. He's been working with teams. I see him around. But, like, that's really all I can find. Does he have any dirty laundry I know about? Apparently, he's kind of a dick when it comes to working on things, but welcome to Autism Projects. That's really it. But yeah, that's the birth of Adeptus Evangelion. There's really nothing else to talk about with it. It is a Dark Heresy hack. And why I decided to open up Dark Heresy wasn't just because I felt like it. The thing is, you need it to play this game. Sachiel is the other one, or El Piso, you can kind of see right here. This is the second person that pretty much runs everything, but you can already see like development and playtesting, artists, special things, writing and editing, all of these different people, all having different kind of hands and things. Like, okay. So, what is this game? Well, it's Evangelion. Dark Heresy Edition. That's one thing you must understand. Now, of course, feeling how this is a brand new, cool, fun game, I can bring in somebody to help. Alright, everybody, get ready. I didn't convert this into a PDF. Give me 1 second. PNG to PDF. Because luckily, this version has just a fucking PNG character sheet. That's it. Let me bring this up here. I'm about like 97% sure I did all the character sheet stuff correctly. Sue me if not. So, this is obviously Mikhail Loso Soroka, Neo-Spartan, Russo-Polish, and otherwise known as traditional femboy. As you can kind of see, there's a lot here. This is technically about 2 pages. You can kind of do more and do less, but as you can kind of see how things are set up already, you're like, wait a second, this looks a lot like Dark Heresy. The answer is yeah, because it is. For those who don't know, Dark Heresy is a D100 game. What you're going to do for just about every single action in this game is you're going to take a percentile die, you're going to roll, and you're going to try to hit under your attribute. So for example, I'm going to make a perception check. Let's roll my perception real fast. I roll my dice, I got a 37. Damn, I failed. But let's say I had an advantage. Let's say I had a plus 10. I would treat that 34 as instead a 44, and I would have succeeded. The more you succeed, the higher degrees of success you get. The more you fail, the more degrees of failure you get. Pretty simple. One of the things to note about this is the idea that none of this really changed. Like, if you know how to play Dark Heresy, you know how to play AdEva, especially 2.5. The only difference is sync ratio over here. Sync ratio is a new talent and allows you to sync with your Evangelion more. Pretty simple. Like, this isn't a complicated game. But this is where things start getting a little bit weird. They obviously need you to actually change something. You only have 4 backgrounds in 2.5. The Neo-Spartan Prodigy, Manufactured Impact Survivor. Or a more accurate description, Asuka, Shinji, Rei, Other Person. So if you want to play a Neo-Spartan, you're just playing Asuka. You just LARP as Asuka. You get some certain different traits, and you get some basic abilities. One of the big things, though, is the idea of these traits. You get 2 traits here in the positive, and 2 traits in the negative. Basic starting wounds, basic fate points. What do fate points do? Fate points do legitimately everything. You can use them to mitigate fate, you add a big bonus to things, and they are a resource. You don't want to die, burn some fate. You want to get a good bonus to a roll, do some fate. Now, this is very, chained to any 2 common lores, prodigy traits, you can choose a bunch of these, you think flux, you're an expert coward. But yeah, no, the prodigy, you have the manufactured, we all love Rei. Traits bordering display personality traits bordering on autistic or sociopathic. All manufactured being trained in logic and deceit. You're replaceable. You have implanted memories. You're special. Problem is, you're a weird monster person. Yeah, Impact Survivor is effectively just playing Misato. You just want to play Misato. That's what you do. Or not. You don't need to, but also do. It gets a little bit wonky. Okay? So, we kind of started going down here. Generate your statistics as normal. Hey, I want to generate... Hey everybody, let's make a manufacturer. I'm going to roll 2D. I'm going to roll 2D10. We're going to roll... What's our weapon score? It is 7 plus 4, which is 11 plus 31. Let's discover our ballistic skill. Our ballistic skill is going to be 33. Our strength is going to be 29. Our toughness is going to be 35. Our agility is going to be... I'm rolling amazingly well here today. Holy shit. This one's going to be 38. Damn, I'm a fucking Superman. But generally speaking, you're just going to generate a Dark Heresy character. And this isn't really complicated. You kind of see like the Neo-Spartan has pretty high stats, except your fellowship is trash. Everyone usually has like a trash stat that they're just not good at. The Prodigy is just 20s across the board. Manufacturer's really bad at perception as well, but they have good intelligence. The Neo-Spartans got pretty good weapon scores, well, toughness, but has really low fellowship. Pack Survivors, pretty good across the board, but have really shit sync ratios. Then you're going to get your drawbacks and assets. You must have 10 depth worth of drawbacks, which gives you a little bit access to assets. Should never be seen as mine for free assets. These are, a vast majority of them do kind of fall into different categories. You get things like Coward. For 10 depth, you get, you take a negative 20% on all rolls to resist damaged goods. Dark Secret. Some things got transferred over 1-for-1 from Dark Heresy. Other things simply could not. So they added some new things to kind of stretch it out a little. Obviously, having warp powers is not a thing in AdEva. That's not how this works. But saying, hey, you have a diverse trouble, choose any one negative trait from a background other than your own, you gain that trait. But you may have fanatical, or you may have a foe, you may hoard things, impetuous. Various problems that you're going to be facing. Now, Mikhail, our friend here, has a few issues. Most notably, go down here, click, click, click. He has damaged goods, that means he has plus 10 insanity off right the bat. He is fanatical for Nerve Moscow. He is prejudiced against, quote, Americans. And he has medicated toughness. Every week he needs his medicine or his toughness score is going to start decreasing. But his assets-wise, he's got International to speak a second language. He has Soldier, which gives him a bunch of abilities, and Unremarkable. A notable quirk that I keep adding to every single one of them, simply to piss Manly off. And yes, this is Mr. Manly himself. He does get smaller every time. He will get a little bit smaller. Ooh. Man, there's quite a few different versions of that kind of allow you can play a character that you really want to. Sometimes though, you do end up with just you have a skill from Dark Heresy. Or you get the talented talent for any one intelligence skill, and skill. Cool. You get fast, you fearless, you get high endurance. Pretty simple stuff, generally. There really isn't any that jump out super quickly. Such as you get the Jaded talent from Dark Heresy. It's just what you get. You just get the Jaded talent from Dark Heresy. And it specifically does cite Dark Heresy. This is not Dark Heresy 2.0 either. You gotta remember that. This is very important. This is first edition Dark Heresy. So if I actually go, let's like Jaded here real fast, and here we go here. We want to find Jaded. So if we go to Jaded, and then we sort our way through all of these. So, willpower 30, you have seen the worst in the galaxy as a throw at a point you are acclimated to the worst horrors. You never gain insanity points from sights of blood, death, or violence, and indeed any mundane horror. Supernatural terror still affects you as normal, though. That's all it does. Or unremarkable is you just gain the unremarkable talent from Dark Heresy. I chose to give him this just because I think it's funny. You forget a face and can blend with the crowd. Any attempts to notice you amongst other people or anyone attempting to describe you in detail, about a negative 20 penalty. This will change over the game. Some of these will change over the various editions. You have 4 classes, because remember, that's just your background. Every character is going to be composed of a background, and career path. This is going to form your entire character. Now, you can do things that may be a little bit odd. Now, you get some normal ones like maybe like you're a Neo-Spartan point man. Okay, makes sense. You're a manufactured skirmisher, alright? Okay. Or you can do a prodigy, like a prodigy AT tactician. Cool, understandable. But you can kind of mix and match as you see fit. There are some that kind of like gravitate toward others, but not really. Because the thing to remember, your Evangelion has its own character sheet. This is its own thing. And it has its own abilities, its own problems, its own notes, really, versus you. Some skills, some abilities may give you bonuses to your Evangelion, but not usually. And this is something that changes drastically between the games. Is sometimes you will gain more abilities, sometimes you will not. The importance of the Evangelion changes drastically. Or I should say the importance of the pilot. You kind of give everybody a basic understanding of what kind of like how this Dark Heresy system works. So let's say I choose to be a skirmisher. If I am a skirmisher, that means I'm someone who's going to shoot. You're a general fighter, you go in there, you bang, bang, bang. You're going to start with 400 XP. And with that 400 XP, you can buy various talents. For example, I can invest 100 of my XP into buying +5 to my weapon skill. Regardless of what it is, I get a +5 to it. I can invest something to get my sync ratio up. I can get better toughness. I can get a bunch of different little things to generally make myself a better person. You want to have a few starting skills, such as speak language. I would say whatever you want it to be, literacy, speak language, or common lore. And you have a few basic talents. Almost everybody is going to have deflective field and neutralize. Just about everybody is going to have one of those. Both usually. The reason for this is very simple. Both of those are essential for you. They are talents, but they are not talents. They are inbuilt. You need them. Or the game does not work. The game breaks. So, skill proficiency allows you to pretty much improve it later on. Now, as a rank 1 scout, as a level rank 1 skirmisher, you could say, I can then start investing in any of these. It's not going to tell you what Quick Draw does, because it's in Dark Heresy. It's not going to tell you what Sound Constitution does, because it's in Dark Heresy. That is one thing you kind of have to understand going into this. Later on, it does start changing some things. I am not left-handed, or you get various upgrades, various manipulation techniques, and things like that. But a vast majority of the time, when you see this DH symbol here, that's Dark Heresy. And if you download 2.5, you must download Dark Heresy. You must get a somewhere along for it. Apricot Tang. No. Depending on who you're talking to, it's either going to be Absolute Territory, or it's going to be Absolute Terror Field. AT. All you need to know is that it's magic. What is AT? Magic powers. It's like, what? How does this work? It's magic. Terror or territory, both. It's one of those things in the series, they never actually tell you what an AT field is. They never say it. All that is known is that during the intro sequence to the show, it says absolute terror. However, during the game, they're like, that doesn't really make any sense for this, so it's absolute territory. Generally, both work. It doesn't really matter what you call it. If you want to be more formal, absolute territory. If you want to be less formal and more mystic, absolute terror. They even kind of outright tell you it doesn't really matter what you call it. They will do the same function. But yeah, you're kind of seeing a lot of these, seeing like, oh, you get bonuses skills, you get bonuses here, you get bonuses here, you get basic skill, some more skill training, more skill proficiency, more awareness, how to increase your dodge skill, Deadeye. You want to become all these different abilities and things that you get. Point Man is kind of like a defensive master. Like, you're literally supposed to start tanking blows for your friends. That's what you do as Point Man. Skirmishers shoot people reliably. Point Man gets hit in the fucking face. You run up to the enemy and you try to neutralize their AT field as fast as possible. That's your plan. That's your goal. Nothing else. Kind of same thing. DH. There is also possibilities you'll end up with things you already have. You don't need to spend it on. All that matters is the amount of XP you have. So, for example, if you hit 1,000 XP, you rank up. You go to the next rank. And there are always going to be 5 ranks, I believe. Yeah. Which goes up to 9,999 experience. You don't level up to get more things. What would you base a Brave series? Yeah, face tank. That's Point Man. It's face tank. You take it on the face and pray. Brave series, never heard of it. Yeah, actually 6. Yeah, 10,000 plus. You get all of this shit if you can buy it. Berserker is what I would like to call fuck you, fuck your house, fuck your shit, fuck your life. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Yeah, like, I'm just going to win. So you go gamer mode and run up to the closest enemy and beat them to death. That's the plan. There is no more plan. It's just getting mad. Manly here, Mikhail, is actually a berserker. I chose to make him a berserker because I wanted to make a weird character. I wanted to be as consistent as possible and make a very strange character. And that very strange character was very simple. I want to make a character who is, by their nature, very violent, but by their personality, very calm. I wanted to have a very strong dichotomy between the two of them. You have this very calm, very relaxed person piloting a gigantic feral monster that wants to tear your fucking heart out. Since we've done that, we've learned a little bit more of how things work. I would say this one does not succeed on that very much. Berserkers just make an AdEva with the soul of a pit bull. Effectively becomes Lilith's, strongest baby muncher. And that's what you do. You just find things and pray. AT Tactician, Absolute Territory Field Tacticians. This is always the gimmick class. I'm going to say it right now. This is your magic gimmick class. Because one of the big things you end up with is you get you get some skill proficiency, you get Deflective Field, Neutralize, and then you get another one, which is a little bit unique. These are these AT maneuvers. You get an AT maneuver here, you get some more AT maneuvers, you get different abilities, you want to do Magnifying, Resonance Pulse. Generally speaking, what you're doing with these is manipulating your AT field to do something. You're doing a spread pattern, and then you do with it. Hey, I've manipulated my absolute territory field around me, so I dilate time and I go faster. I've manipulated my field to cover my friend. I've manipulated my field to teleport. It's shit like that. If you've ever had to play a Dark Heresy, let's readjust my life here real sec. If you've ever had to play a Dark Heresy Psyker, you know how to play these guys. Unfortunately for everybody involved, you also have the same fucking issues. Yeah, they're very blunt about it, like AT magician. That's really what you are. You are a magician. You are a wizard. Various talents and skills. They only really go over the ones in here. There are other ones that they do not talk about because they're in Dark Heresy. Every now and again, they do mention some things that aren't in Dark Heresy. Sometimes they kind of mention it in here. Like, it's this back and forth with it that makes it a little bit awkward to talk about. So AT maneuvering, like, this is your ability to do things. Like, hey, you fluid tune. You can do your sync ratio when testing swim. Cool. You can do inertia boost. Cool. You get all these little abilities. You can become bestial. You can do the blitz option. There's a lot of options here. That's like one thing you gotta remember about AdEva 2.5. Options. We took everything from Dark Heresy that we liked, and we made it more. This is, very uniquely, Dark Heresy Evangelion Edition. If you really think of that this was anything other than that, you're gonna be a little disappointed, possibly. But there's one distinct problem with 2.5. There's a lot of shit in 2.5. It's like, you get a lot of these different, and if you're going into this thinking that you're going to be playing anything other than Dark Heresy, you're going to be a little bit disappointed. Where it's a lot of this like, oh wow, usually you aren't the toe-to-toe with the giant alien abomination. Increases melee damage of their AVA by an amount equal to their own strength bonus -2. Cannot be used if the pilot is unconscious. Hidden horror. Pilots become equivalent to a light sleeper. Enter berserk mode with ease. You gain +1 bonus to your initiative 10 to SR test to berserk. Because you have to manually berserk in this game. Berserking will also be a very common thing that has changed. Because in Evangelion, I should talk about berserking now. In Evangelion, there is a few instances when the Eva berserks. It goes gamer mode, it gets pissed, it gets mad. Because you gotta remember, the thing inside of an Eva is a feral creature. It is a feral, lobotomized creature that wants to kill you. It wants to find the nearest thing and eat it. It wants to grab its core and rip it open. It wants to grab the enemy, stick its fucking hand through its skull, and rip its innards out. An Eva is a monster, bound and lobotomized. It is not a thing that cares about you. And berserking occurs in two situations. One, the pilot loses their shit and loses control. That lobotomite that he's controlling doesn't listen anymore. It's going on pure instinct. This is bad. Or the pilot is in extreme danger. You're getting fucked up. You are very hurt. You are injured. You are down for the count. You are barely conscious. That thing is going to trigger in as a self-defense mechanism. Across all of the AdEva games, berserking has been most commonly probably one of the most changed and controversial figures ever. For a variety of reasons. Because anytime an Eva berserks, it wins. The problem is, there's usually some consequences for it. The thing is, though, if you automatically win, and you have an entire class dedicated to it, well, yeah. I cannot be defeated. You refuse to give in, even when pressed to your absolute limits. Treat your toughness bonus too high for a person to determine whether or not you pass out from fatigue. Impossible! Hostile sync. Oscillating field, delta waveform, oh no! Indomitable! Interference patterns, kingdom of one, like, yeah, get ready for all these, like a cruel angel. That have caused resonance between two, allowing the awakened monstrosity to draw upon its true nature. Whenever the Evangelion berserks, it gains additional benefits depending on the berserk type it has. If the Evangelion has more than one berserk type, only choose the one it's created. Yeah. Apex Predator, Deus in Machina, Terrific Halo, Twin Soul, Immortal Being, Loose Control, Lucid Ava. The Evangelion has become self-aware. Yeah, get ready to wonderful world of berserking constantly. Yeah, you notice a lot of these. I'm gonna give you a secret here, though. A lot of these do not make it to 3rd edition. Quantum Surge, Kingdom of One, Quick, Rampage, Ravenous, Thunder, all these different abilities, and they all do something slightly different. Vast majority of the time is you're going to get like all like skill trainings. It's going to be like a +10 or a +20 bonus to it. It's okay, good. Some of its parts, support fire, tactical blows, take control, target acquisition, together as one, and it's Dark Heresy. Game focused on uncovering annihilation of heresy is a mixture of investigation and combat. In the world of Evangelion, investigation is hardly the domain of the pilots and the characters are expected to play. Yeah. They have to like change a lot of skills. As you kind of see here, it's like as in Dark Heresy, removed, modified, new. You see here, modified, removed. You see a lot of the changes here with skills because skills take a back seat in Evangelion. They do. For better or for worse. However, we've finally hit the Evangelions. Know our Eva. Entry plug. Know our entry plug. We see you dressed to kill. We all look good. Oh boy. Then the various umbilical cables. Umbilical cables in Eva. There's the idea of the umbilical cable. Pretty much, Evas are so fucking massive and require so much energy that you can't actually operate by yourself. You are literally connected to a battery or an electrical grid. You can only last a few rounds when you are disconnected, which will happen inevitably. You have to reconnect yourself at a certain point, because if you don't, you're going to be a sitting duck, because you're not going to be moving. And you've been defeated. It's back. So, creating our Evangelion. Pilot, 30-30 pilot. Because one of the big things is that you actually will be reducing all your damage by your toughness score. That's a fairly major idea. So when it says like you just have 30 toughness, that isn't saying like, oh man, my toughness sucks or something. No, that's 3 damage you don't take. Plus all your armor, which is also going to be mitigating damage. But your wounds are pretty light. For example, Tiger Ball 4, Evangelion Unit 4 Tiger Ball. This is his armor, his abilities and his stuff. Generally speaking, anytime he is shot in his body, he's going to be able to mitigate a lot of fucking damage. He's going to be mitigating, let's see, he's got Eva Toughness 3, he's going to be mitigating about 12 damage. But here's the secret, if your chest dies, you're going to die. You're just dead, and you don't get to have nice things. And because Dark Heresy is a game about explosive deaths, you don't actually have a lot of wounds or anything like that. You're not supposed to. Taking over wounds means you start rolling on the critical hit charts. And when you hit the critical hit charts, get ready for sadness. Because if you see here, this is the amount of wounds you have. Taking even a little bit of damage is actually pretty fucking bad. Big hits will kill you. I kind of see Evangelion falling damage. Yay, falling damage. I love it. So much fun. Various color schemes if you want. Now, these are the distinguishing features. These are pretty common. So what's going to happen? These following charts in order. No result may be used twice, and each chart have a result attributed to it. You're going to roll a 1d10 for each. So let's see, our first 1d10 is a 7. Nemesi. Wasn't built to fight angels, and some systems almost seem suited to fighting people or other Evas. While in your Ava, you gain Hatred Evangelion's Hatred Mecha. Whenever your Ava berserks, it will treat allied Evangelion skill units, including conventional forces, as if they were the enemy. Oh, that's bad. Distinguishing feature, construction. 3. Rescue charges. Whose number of ironically named devices that stave off potential encroachment by practical expedient blowing off the attached limb with high explosives. Yeah, this also means that you're going to be feeling it, because inside the Evangelion is your plug, and inside your plug is filled with LCL fluids. Now, there's a problem with LCL. It makes you feel whatever your Evangelion is feeling. Oh no, you've been stabbed. Well, you're gonna feel like you're being stabbed. Oh, your arm has been violently ripped off by explosives? You can't feel your arm anymore because it's gone, because it felt like your arm exploded. Very painful. Very ouch. Distinguishing feature, mutation. Let's roll. I rolled a 1, Cyclopean. 3, unnatural eye-type biological upgrade of your choice. You may possess multiple of them at once. The total number of wounds ahead is lowered by 1. Manly here. Rolled quite a few different things, such as Destined to Meet, the Hulking Frame, Steel Giant, Twin Soul, and Cyclopean. Destined to Meet pretty much gives you a free one, and Redacted gives you a free mutation. That's all. Yeah, you can blow your arms off and things just start going wrong for everybody involved. Generally speaking, though, there aren't super, like a bajillion fucking combinations or anything. But that's fine. Your Evangelion's going to be unique. Yeah. Here's how things berserk. Things go wrong, is what happens. I ended up rolling Hunter. Hunter. Evangelion of Predator, pure and simple. Hunter of Angels. When berserk, Evangelion gets 20 to its weapon skill, 10 to its ballistic skill, 20 to its agility. Every reaction you use, the pilot takes 1 point of impact damage. You can kill yourself as a hunter by just beating the shit out of the pilot. Very common. Then we have the upgrade points. Bups, Sups, and Whups. Most of the time you want to start with usually either a bio upgrade or a structural upgrade, and very few of the time a weapon upgrade point. Most of the time, though, it's going to be these two. These are your more natural ones. These ones allow you to buy fun things. Bio upgrades are like, you get bulging biceps, you get bonus redundant organs, you literally regenerate your fucking flesh. You're a tier 2 bio upgrade. A natural eyesight, a natural you can see in spectrum. You're sturdy. You super self-repair, including critical damage effects. Damn, you're feeling pretty good. Some of them even allow you to just outright increase increase your toughness, which is really good. Now, some of these, on the other hand, for structural, as you can kind of see, these are a lot more stuff. These will change over time. Hey, you have an improved entry plug. You have an auto balancer. You have better armor. You have an armored plug suit. You have an N2 power cell. You just have a fucking glove that bonks people. Kind of see throughout here, all of them give you slightly different abilities, like even down to the fact like Magi analysis. It's cool. You get free marker lights, which are a thing in Dark Heresy. No, these are the kind of like the ideas, like even like weapon upgrades, like hey, you have a beam weapon, you have a burning weapon, you have a compact weapon, you have a carbine. Cool, you have a chain weapon. Yeah, you want a chain sword? You can get a chain sword if you want. You're a nomadic weapon. You're a progressive one. But you even see things like Righteous Fury. Oh. Cool. Righteous Fury. Some of these are like, yeah, these are pretty standard stuff. Nothing too exciting. You want a progressive knife? Everyone's going to start with a progressive knife, and I chose, though, on this version of Manly anyway, to take a shield. I wanted a big fucking shield, because I'm like, I'm going to go for defense berserker. He's mad, but he is here to help. He's got a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. He's going to run up to you, he's going to block, and he's going to eat, he's pretty much going to eat the enemy AT field by beating him to death. Interesting. All right, easy to understand, easy to do. You can see a lot of like melee upgrades. You can throw the weapon. It's a light weapon now, a heavy weapon now. It's polythermic. It's Tesla quality. All the different like fucking ballistic weapons you can get. These also will increase over time, and sometimes they will actually reduce in time. Just simply, you just don't have them. You want to have a Positon proto rifle? Yeah. These damage there might seem pretty low, but you got to remember, if I want a conservative knife, you can just get a standard knife if you want. It sucks. Don't do it. Prog knives allow you to get a bunch of bonuses, but you can. Yeah. This is, sync ratios. The higher your sync ratio, the better you're doing. You want to get about here. Anything higher, things get a little bit wonky because you can use your SR in place of any other characteristics. But your ability to take damage from getting your shit rocked also increases. That's very bad. Ooh. Sync disruption. Anytime something happens. Anytime you gain a sanity points or your ego barrier gets compromised, you're gonna roll a 2d10. So let's roll together. I rolled a 10 and a 4. Well, I get to add another d10 to this. Let's add my other d10 to it. I rolled another d10. Let's roll another d10 real fast, and I got a 9. So in total, I got 20, 29, 33. Now that's 33. That's pretty bad. So, okay. Die has been rolled to an odd number loses that much from their SR until the end of the battle. Oh no! Losing 33 sync could actually just shut down your AdEva. On the other hand, you can also increase it. For example, if that 4 was in fact a 3, suddenly I increase my sync ratio by 32. Little numbers go bigger and bigger, and suddenly you are turning into liquid jelly. And maybe another chance you are turning into, well, a sitting duck. Dying is painful. Feedback is kind of the same thing as that's kind of going over. You're pretty much going to be taking damage, which is really, really, really bad. Which is going to also give you insanity points. It hurt. Fate points are changed pretty differently. Mostly because like Dark Heresy is like punish player for failing to beat his scenario. The game does that enough on its own. Should not exploit the opportunity to gain any more with their own survival. Fate points are treated differently. Ego barrier is like your health, effectively. It's like your mental health. This is what's going to get compromised the most often. Your ego barrier breaks. Congratulations, you're orange juice. It's also your ability. You kind of see that. You can reconstitute yourself from nothing, actually. But if you turn into orange juice, you may not come back. or you may come back wrong. But we do have time management. You can increase your abilities. You can increase your combat training. You can go to, just pursue higher education better. Have better hobbies. Cool. Because month obsesses over their hobby. They regenerate 20 ego instead of 10. Cool. Filing paperwork. Yeah! Paperwork! Woo! Go to therapy. Just relax. Just talk to people. This is actually one of the ways that you are able to increase your stats. And most of the time, you can increase them by 1-3 times. But considering these are your stats, I may want to study for a month, just study hardcore to get a 30. Or maybe I want to bump my skill up just a little bit, kind of put me over the edge in some cases, which may allow me to do something else, which may allow me to get an ability or get something beneficial to me in the long run. This is magic. AT fields are magic. If you think they are anything else, you're wrong. Magic. We love magic. Everybody clap. The weird thing with AT fields, and you will see this constantly throughout, is the idea of ATS and ATP. ATS is the absolute territory field strength. This is effectively the best way to think about it is your power level of your AT field. The amount of ATP is the amount of opportunity to manipulate that ATS. If your ATS goes higher, that means you're stronger. Your ATP allows you to do things. Hey, you've got 5 ATP, I've got 5 ATP, I can neutralize the angel's field. My ATS is 4, your ATS is 3, I have a stronger AT field than you, but you also have a gun and I'm dead. You get a lot of these, once you establish this, you have ATP is created. The amount of AT is equal to the current number of AT field strength that may be spent to activate powers. Every time ATP is strengthened, AT field strength decreases by a number equal to the ATP. You're understanding why this is a little bit fucking nightmarish to manage, and why the AT technician is one of the funny classes that we don't talk about. It's not difficult when you understand that it's just the magic power system. It's just mana. That's really all it is. You get ATS equal to your sync ratio. Manly has 5 ATS. Cool. The more ATS he has, the more power he gets. That means anytime he starts up, if he chooses to spread it, he's going to get 5 AT field strength to do stuff with. However, a vast majority of the time, it's the idea of deflection. This is the amount of damage your ATS does to prevent damage. You can always block damage via ATS, or ATP, or both. Welcome to my personal nightmare going over this game, because this is definitely one of Black Mesa Janitor's additions. That means something that this was not written by Dark Heresy. This is not written by people who are paid money. This was written by a dude. On his next term, he used Neutralize on Sastiel, spending 5 ATP, thus decreasing his ATS by 5, leaving him with 0 and the field is still spread. At the beginning of his next turn, he spent ATP, thus his ATS refreshed fully, and he may immediately choose whether or not to maintain Neutralize power as a free action. This is kind of annoying, and people get frustrated with it. And anytime you see anybody complain about AdEva 2.5 or any of the old versions of AdEva, it's usually about AT powers. Because they're annoying, but mandatory. You must use the ATP, you must use the AT system. If you do not use the absolute territory system, the game just doesn't work. And the people who do the AT technician have to memorize this entire system almost verbatim. They must memorize it. They must know it perfectly. They must understand ATP reduces your ATS, which allows you to do different things, which have different abilities. And understanding that is something important. And some people aren't going to be able to do it, and they can't really, but they're still going to have to memorize certain parts of it simply because AT fields are so fucking important to the entire game. And there's a lot of these, by the way. Hey, everybody, you want to do a jaunt. You want to do an inverted field. All of this you got to remember. You gotta know these things. You gotta understand them. You gotta understand what an anti-AT field actually is. You gotta understand what an AT flare is. Some people are gonna get this, some people aren't. And that's gonna be like one of the big things. Generally speaking, everybody needs to understand and neutralize. As long as you understand neutralize, you can get this. Anyone who doesn't understand neutralize, you need to re-explain to them this entire system again. Because the AT field deflection is what angels are going to be primarily relying on. This is their ability to stop your bullets. And you can, like, oh, I'm not doing any damage because you haven't reduced their AT field. And that's a major fucking issue. That's a major problem. Yeah, you can see, like, it's kind of, combat's pretty simple. Like, relatively speaking, it's just Dark Heresy combat. Move around on the grid, shoot, and pray. Mostly when it comes down to interception of, like, where it is. Well, you know, we got to go through the defense line. You know, what inside the base of operation? Inside Geo front. It's just in the base. Oh, fuck. You gotta breach the AT field. Disable the angel, destroy the core. Those are your 3 fucking goals. Now, the best way to think about this, breaching the AT field is the responsibility of the point man and the berserker. You run up there, you rip open the AT field, and then somebody hits them. Disabling the angel is also the responsibility of the berserker, point man, and skirmisher. Go bang, 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 and kill them. Destroying the core. You're gonna be amazed when you learn. It's gonna be berserker and the skirmisher. AT Technician is mostly good for breaching the AT field and disabling the angel, but they're a little bit wonky because they're usually not really designed to go super up close and aggro. Going aggro as an AT Technician will get you killed. So you kind of want to hold back, or you want to be supported by a point man. That's kind of that's one of the interesting ideas of this, because instead of Dark Heresy, like, there's like 3 fucking, there's like, oh no, there's a dozen cultists and we're running around and I'm blasting you and you're blasting me. I'm like, fuck, fuck, fuck. And we're all just, you know, shooting around because we're all morons. Adeptus Evangelion is one enemy. The angel is the biggest, scariest motherfucker you've ever seen. And there's 13 of them. Maybe more, all of which are designed to skull fuck you. And you know what they're going to do? Skull fuck you, because that's what they do. That's their plan. That's their dream, is to hurt you, kill you, make fun of you, and rip you limb from limb. And they can do it. With the pile bunker. Yes, with the pile bunker. Later games, later versions of this game will actually include rules how to limit the power of an angel, as well as limit the power of the AdEvas, because you have to make all of these. That's a pile bunker. I don't believe this version does. The 3.0 version does, though. I know for a fact the pile bunker does exist in the 3.5 version, and guess who has it? Manly does actually have a pile bunker, because it's funny. You know, destroy the core, various defense lines, you need to delay. That's like a big thing, you need to delay. The sortie the angels, that's a very idea. The idea of the fortified front. Fighting tooth and nail is hard. Like, you need to do this. Once you actually hit the combat zone, once you actually hit ready to go, start fighting. This is where the MAGIUS supercomputer comes in. You're going to take your D100, you're going to roll, and we rolled a 57. Good news, everybody. We know the Angel's AT field exploited a likely course of its potential. The operations director is informed of up to 1d5 AT powers that the Angel knows. You know, And rough terms if they are and what they do rough terms if they are angelic in nature. We kind of know their superpowers. Later on, you're going to see more and more. You want to roll on these to learn more. How much health does it have? What's its traits at? What are we really looking for? Maybe we can just get some more research points. That's good. We can get some things. But then you get things of where you're fighting. Hey, you're fighting in the city. There's going to be collateral. A lot of collateral. So hopefully you're ready to stomp on a few people's houses. Undeveloped are small towns and rural forests. This is really good, except there's one problem. You can't actually, recover yourselves very easily, and there's no electricity over there. So hopefully you're ready to just kill this angel in 3 rounds, or you're fucked. Fighting in the ocean. You will die here. You're like... Yeah, don't fight there. Don't fight in the, yeah, that's bad. Angelic fear. Yeah, this is one of the scariest aspects of the game, which is the idea of the angelic, the angelic shock or angelic fear. The more terrifying they are, you might actually roll on this fear table. And if you fail, you're not having a fun time. You're scared shitless. And because you're scared shitless, things are going really wrong. And if you're testing on their own, regardless of situational concern, your rating of the angel, whenever they gain insanity, to remove ego and comment with more within 20 damage of the angel for the first time. This will get you killed. If the Evangelion defeated, or the pilot is killed, all remaining Evangelions must make an angelic fear test. Let's say you fail though. Let's say something goes wrong. You gotta roll the 55, Failed test that should have plus the result value, plus the result for each value on the angelic fear rating. Let's say there's only an angelic fear rating of 2. So I rolled 75 effectively. Character is barely abated by the thought of close contact with the atrocity that triggered this shock. They avoid entering melee combat range and trigger if all possible. Character's weapon score is halved and they gain an insanity point every time they are hit by a melee attack until they snap out of it. They also gain 2 points of insanity immediately. That means, guess what, everybody? Oh hey, hopefully you didn't like that sync ratio because you just reduced it by 13. Oh no. This is gonna fuck your day up. Fear is the thing that gets changed. Quickly. This is horrifying. Because on one bad roll, you can just lose a character. You're out of the fucking fight. Because you've rolled poorly. Or you've rolled, like, something's happened, like you gain insanity point, and you just cascade down. The amount of actual actions or abilities you can do. You're beyond fire, grappling, getting defeated. You will notice entry plug launching is very rare. Let's just roll on the entry plug result table. Can't be that bad. Oh no, we've been defeated. Let's launch. We rolled a 33. Entry plug fails to register launch command entirely. No effect. Yeah, you got about a 20% chance of just not being able to leave. Oh no. You deal collateral damage, which is bad because everything goes wrong. Oh no. You jam, and you're now beginning to boil inside of your own LCL. Oh no. You take 1d10 damage. Oh no. And you're like right behind the fucking AdEva. Yeah. Being stepped on should anyone move through that space. Cool. Yeah, you have a 10% chance of actually reaching like someplace relatively safe. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah. You can actually play this on a map. It's recommended to play this on a grid. You don't have to, but I would do it anyway. This is also changed. N2 mines are terrifying. They will kill everything. 1d10 plus 4 collateral damage right off the bat, but it will do 50 E damage without an AT field. This is important to note that this is without an AT field. And that will fuck your day up. If you actually stop an angel, reduce its AT field, and then an N2 mine is deployed, oh fuck. That's a lot of damage. But N2 is so powerful that even angels within our AT fields are not entirely immune. Body is able to resist. If an N2 mine is deployed against an angel with one or more ATS, takes 2d10 energy damage to all bodily locations that ignore both armor and toughness bonus. Not without use. The internal damage taken by the N2 mine at each body part location by an amount roughly equal to half the angel's ATS. If you manage to reduce their ATS, hit them with an N2 mine. They will die. Maybe. But also not. If they manage to survive, they'll just heal everything. And then get stronger. Yay. Yeah, feels not. They take the 50 E damage as normal. Yeah, 50 E damage. Like 50 E damage is death. Like you just die because nothing can survive that. Yeah, generally speaking, you want collateral damage to be low. The more collateral damage you actually rack up in this value, the less surplus you're going to get. The more surplus you end up with, that means you can actually heal and you can actually use things. But let's say, for example, you end up with even like 20 successful battle. You get a little bit of surplus, you get some extra research. You get a lot successful battle. Awesome. You want to minimize collateral damage as much as possible. But it's not impossible. The thing is, it's not impossible for you to even get up very costly or something goes really bad. Yeah, this is the idea of the critical damage table. So, critical damage in Dark Heresy works pretty simple. After you've reached 0 health, you start taking critical damage. So, let's say I take 0 HP. I don't know. I'm at 0 HP, I'm not doing too well, and I get shot in the head in my Evangelion. Oh no! I take 2 damage. Optic transducer that produce external stimuli are completely overwhelmed by the radiation flash, blinding the Evangelion for a round. Pretty bad. But the thing is, these are cumulative. So let's roll again, shall we? Let's say I take another 2 damage. Let's say I take another 1 damage. I'm at 3. The intense heat blackens the paint, causes patches of the Evangelion head glow red hot. In the aftermath of the attack, the Evangelion is stunned for the next round. However, let's say you get 7. The contents of the head explode upwards from the building up of heat. The gore rained down from atop the pillar of finely misted blood over the next few seconds. AdEva is defeated, and the pilot must test toughness or deal with the torture of losing their head in such a visceral way. Yeah. If you do 10 or more damage, it's just fucking super lethal. Be added to the lethality. An additional attack may be rolled against attackers BS minus 10. Single target within 20 dam cone behind the Evangelion, which the original attack. Yeah, so these are cumulative anywhere. So you can take critical damage to certain locations and be fine, but sooner rather than later, you're going to be dead. This is what's going to kill you. This is the thing. This is what kills you. It's not anything else, but it's your arm flies a distance away. You get, entry plug. Plaid takes an extra impact damage body equal to the amount of critical damage exceeded 10. 10d10, 1d10 plus 10 damage, you're dead. Like, that's damn near lethal. For my little boy over here, if he rolls a 1, he might survive, but like you're not doing too hot, man. You're fucked. Or you just take a D100 and just die. Yeah, welcome to welcome to the wonderful world of the crit charts. Now the thing is, these crit charts also extend to the AdEva. Not to the angel, I mean. These can quickly turn an angel into a bloody mess, and that's the point. Welcome to the crit charts. When people talk about, Adeptus Evangelion, not Adeptus, when people talk about Dark Heresy or Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, you probably remember the very graphic crit charts. And for good fucking reason. That extends to AdEva. Crit charts are here, we're ready to go. Now, what is an OD? What is an OD? This is the Operations Director. The Operations Director has a very unique job. You are Masato. You have a special ability of not piloting an AdEva. You, in fact, just know shit. You're an actual adult, for one, and you have a bunch of abilities. You're apt to do things as an adult with the pilots. The big thing that you can do is really kind of muster forces and manipulate the battlefield indirectly, as well as help the pilots not lose their shit. This is very important. You may want to do with like, hey, please, you're not doing this anymore. You need to cut this out because you're losing your shit. Hey, we have a dummy plug. Yeah, signal that is able to under remote control. Despite thorough testing, it's still unpredictable and dangerous, often much more careless and destructive than the pilot is meant to replace. Yeah. Activation of the dummy plug at any time. It is only recommended using Evangelion whose pilots become incapacitated while the AdEva remains functional. Yeah. Generally speaking, if you do a dummy plug, you can pretty much get people back who are out of its who are out of the fight back in. And there's a lot of things like that. You are allowed to manipulate the field and the pilots as the OD. There's a single issue though with the OD. Nobody wants to play them. The OD will always remain to be one of the odd banes of Adeptus Evangelion. Ooh, stretch a little bit. And I say it's a bane for one very distinctive reason. Nobody wants to play the not mech pilot in the mech game. But everybody needs the OD because a lot of these abilities are very handy. So unless the GM is playing the OD with all their abilities, yeah, you want to, like, it's kind of like, oh, well, you're going to be a GM PC, but that's really, like, also, like, oh, God, and, like, just do this normally, but that takes away a lot of the effort, but then there's a lot of things, but now the GM has to manage all this shit in addition to the Angel, which, do you want the idea of an OD taking away your responsibility? Do you want to, like, petition the GM to give you bonus powers? That's the issue with the OD. Because it is actually a fun role. It's the idea of it is a fun role. Is, yeah, you're not there, you're Masato. You have to manage the fight. You're trying to keep everything in order. You have to make sure the pilots are alive while also making sure other people are safe. And it's, yeah, it's like, yeah, how the game is played changes. That's a big idea. It changes drastically. And there's a reason this gets cut. Actually, in the third edition, it gets cut because it's a lot more work for the player as well as the GM. And yeah, pilot characters are higher rank than the other player. Most likely, it's like you get the team leader assets and shit like that. I'm just gonna go rush through this. The idea of the base of operations are things that allow you to do things. Here's exotic operations, and here's abilities and things like here's a bunch of starting resources that you can actually upgrade and give people things. A bunch of equipment, but you have to develop all of these things too. That's an important idea. You have to develop all of it. Which, developing all of these things do take time. It takes resources. There he is. There he is. Mr. Gendo. Also, there's Shinji's mom, Yui. Hello, Yui Akari. You die. Yeah, Yeah, you see a lot of these things, managing the base, you gotta manage the research. Oh, well, we do N2 technology, Tesla chain, Maser, positron tech. This is a big thing which allows you to invest in technology, which is very, we need, because this allows you to get more equipment, but you sometimes won't get research unless you do well in fights, which might need more. Oh, hey, you are spending the surplus on actual equipment, right? And not just repairing. Yeah, you're seeing kind of some of the like, oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Like, this is one of those things where like the players need to be in it, but the GM needs to be in it. And do you let the players decide these things, or do you let the the GM make a the GM just make the call? This is a bunch of stuff. Like, yay, lore. We all like lore. That's like one of those things. Like, do you want not, or do you want to have more, and do you want to have different things? And it's like, yeah. Yeah, welcome to the power of... That's Adeptus Evangelion. That's one of the things you kind of got to remember about it, is that it's dark heresy, and there's a lot of stuff here, and like I'll go down to like what a sample angel looks like, because nope, that's not it. Like, if you really want to learn how to play the fucking game, you have to read this. I'm not really gonna go over it because it's mostly just shit we went over and what we talked about. Just slightly different changes. And where's the sample? Where's the sample? Where's the sample angel? Blah, 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 blah. Angelic attacks, the swarm warnings. Let me just see where the... Well, you see all the crit charts for the sample angels. Oh, the core, the angels Like, this is Sachiel. We all like Sachiel. Yeah, the price of... Yeah, the covering of God, or the price of God, Sachiel. This is what his stats would look like. This is what happens when he gets hit. You see, he doesn't actually have that many wounds. It's actually very possible to kill him very easily. But he has Angelic Fear. And if he does actually hit you, he does D10 plus 8 fucking damage, and pens too. Oof. Oof. Oh, the affected limb automatically takes more additional critical damage if he actually hits you. Damn, that hurts. He's... Yeah. Yeah, so it's... Is Beelum proper fear and angel into your player? Yeah, like... The result of one or two... It seems to be played too intelligently, or team players not working together like they should. Yeah, any game master plays an angel with the same deadly efficiency would play the game as an AdEva player. Would soon find his player reduce to charred piles of meat and metal. Yeah, well-placed crossback players on a timer, they're forcing some of them to fall back and divide their forces, or they run out of power. Yeah, this is a fairly common thing you're going to see with angels, which is like, the GM has to play them stupid. You need to play the angels unintelligently, because it just doesn't actually work if you play them. Because they are stronger. They are tougher. They're scarier. They're going to fuck your day up, because they are angels. However, we have finished with 2nd edition. Second 2.5. We have done it. Good job, everybody. We've learned a lot about it. But why am I not closing Dark Heresy? Well, because we need to open up the next version. Welcome to AdEva Borderline. This is... The history of Borderline gets a little bit stranger. Various devs are responsible for whether mass additional materials remain. Dial for the entirety of everything here. Time for the tremendous amounts of formatting and editing. Anonymous guy remains for point man and skirmisher. Most of these systems with balancing things. A lot of people here. Okay. All the playtesters for being awesome. This initially came out in 2011. Fully playable version came out in 2011. About a month later. The upgraded came 2 years later. The Angel Gen version came out 4 years later. Actually, no, it'd be about 3 years later, effectively. Came out again 3 years later. This is the latest version, Blood Type Blue, version 1.3. Has there been any updates to Borderline since? No. This is where things start getting weird. I'm gonna kind of go over what Borderline is about, because it has a little bit of a history. The 1D4 channel, we go to AdEva Border. If we go here, go to the archive thread, this is what occurred. For those who are not in the last thread, who don't care about internet drama, Adeptus Evangelion 2.5 Director's Cut Edition, Electric 2 Boogaloo Unreleased Mix. Yeah, like, feel free to stage keep page 1. All of this was built off entirely of VME, leaked version from a while ago. The vast majority was built ages and ages ago, with the rest being done within the last week or so by the original devs, and to 2.5 by request from people GMing pleasure. Yes, I'm aware this isn't perfect. I'm not claiming to be all that and all be at AdEva. The difference is that it was done a quarter of the time 2.5 took to get to beta, far more heavily playtested and balanced. Also, it was developed under a certain set of restrictions outlined by BMJ, so a handful of issues are going to be present in both versions. It's not a legit edition, it's just named that way because the person running Borderline case thought it'd be funny to name it a custom edition of their game. This is the drama. Somebody gets invited to be a dev for AdEva. They said Dial here. This is the one who said Dial. Gets assigned to a side project. 95% canned. BMJ shuts down development, eventually writes the whole thing himself with a special exception of one dev. I can think of that Sachiel, SC. We'll see him later. Broken and borderline unplayable, but released anyway after a month or two of no testing with beta slapped on. Release thread happens, dev team blamed for problems. Old 95% versions brought up. Other dev is using it their own game, finally hands me the pretty version. Here it is. Yeah, I bet you're hoping for actual drama. Yeah, so this is Dial and a couple other people's version of it. It's not the official 2.5. It's something else entirely different. Yeah, this is where... Yeah, you're seeing things like BMJ assigned Keen Karana Plesio, put my work up for review and everyone really looked fine. Oh, it wasn't the 2.5 he wanted, but that was about it. Aside from a few bros I came and a bunch of help out, nobody did jack shit. Canned it all and did his version, said he would be solo, then later he told us he let Ezio do half of it, but told nobody else. Mode B, it's a counter such weapons, and it's like all this bullshit. Of course I didn't download it, I suck because BMJ says so. This is where things get weird. Borderline, to describe Borderline would be to, if what we went over was AdEva 2.5, Borderline is the side grade. This is 2.5 if. That's kind of the best way to think about it. However, I put it in here on the timeline anyway as something slightly different. I put it as a fork on the fork of the timeline of AdEva 2.5 edition formally, because 2.5 is different from Borderline, but Borderline got its own development to do its own thing, but 2.5 is its own thing. It's a fucking mess is what it is. You kind of understand the, I won't say nuance of the conversation, the fucking mess of the conversation. How much it took you to make that whole graph? This, over the course of time, the original graph was, let me see if I can pull up the original graph. I think I have it. This was the original graph. Where was it? This was the original. I specifically split it off to be like 2.5 went into become Borderline, then the strict 3. This didn't take too long, but the problem is I discovered more things, and I said this is the most consistent timeline. This is the main line, these are all the side things. that don't feed into one another as much. This didn't take me too long to do, honestly. It just took, like, it was just a little bit awkward to do everything. The main differences that, like, really came to be was over here, when you got to things like, oh, what the timelines here and, like, what this was all about. Because I'm in the Eyes Discord. Eyes has been dead in the water for, like, 5 years. There's nothing's been done. It gets messy around here, because 2.5, there's like 4 versions of 2.5, and 3.0 just doesn't exist anymore. Like, you can find it, but it's not really what you're supposed to be looking at. You're supposed to be looking at 3.5, but 3.5 isn't done. That's just a game that isn't over. It's just not a finished product, and we'll be going over that in a bit, but I need to use the gentleman's quarters. Alright, hello, I am back. I am live. No, I need to take a piss is what I need. Give me 1 second though. A cold one with the boys. Live on air. So, we've done 2.5. Now we're going to do Borderline. Now, I specifically want to do 2.5 to Borderline for a very specific reason. And that reason is Borderline is 2.5 better edition. Yeah, so this is Mikhail Soroko is an in Borderline. Borderline doesn't have a formal sheet. This is all actually a like Excel document you have to fill out. A little bit janky, but it works as intended, roughly. But yeah, here we go. You kind of see here, I try to make everything to be exactly the same, but Borderline is different. You can see there's a full like set of resources here. Let me just open this up real fast. This. But you here. Oh, so 3. Yeah, you see, this is a full list of resources. This hasn't been updated in years. Like this, like a Borderline 1.3. Most of this is not really a thing that exists anymore. Like, if you really want to look at it, you can. But generally speaking, most of these are not a thing that exists. This is just something that you kind of got to accept the fact that, like, there is resources, but this is the only document that exists for it. There's no pretty book here. It looks like ass. But, this is how we go. This is what we're doing with. Character creation. Very similar way to 2.5. Nothing really changes here. You do have the option of, like, a point buy system. If you're a little baby girl, you'll use that. If not, if you're a real human being, like a real man, you'll just roll. You begin with 400 for XP, the following skills. Everybody gets these skills. Everyone gets these talents. There's nobody gets, everyone gets everything that they get told to do. I didn't do this perfectly because it was a little bit janky in how it was kind of presented. But you'll kind of see why I say that. Yeah, Neo-Spartan, here's your Neo-Spartan skill. Here's your characteristic. Here's your starting move. Here's the... You'll kind of see, these are almost like the exact same, but instead of, rolling the dice and getting flop bonuses and bonuses and downgrades, you get these. You just get a flat +5, +5, +5, or a -5 somewhere. This does make characters a little bit stranger in some aspects. As you can kind of see here, Mikhail ended up pretty standard, pretty normal. The only issue was that his perception got a lot worse somehow. He rolled a 3, mind you. Yes, he on a literally 20 plus 2d10, he rolled a 3. I don't know how, but Mikhail just suffers. But it also counts for your sync ratio. Yes, your sync ratio is supposed to be a lot lower in this game. Because that's just how it is. Mostly because your plug suit gives you something. Your plug suit is actually a fairly valuable tool. They also trimmed down a lot of the options here and made them a little bit easier to work with. But I chose pretty much the same ones. I chose, let me see, which one? Yeah, Train for War and Buy the Book. These were the two I chose, and then Lone Wolf and Repression. Oh no. Well, there are already some small differences, small changes throughout. But generally speaking, these are about the same. But you might notice wounds increase, wounds get a little bit lower sometimes, fate points go up, there's sometimes problems going around, manufactured gets some bonuses and penalties in certain areas. Characters tend to be a lot more extreme in this version. And I like that. You can get some just raw bonuses. Instead of a second impact survivor, you're just the survivor. You just get some bonuses. Assets and drawbacks, most of these are the exact same. Some of them do act a little bit different because you can only have a certain amount of them. You can really only have 15. Thus taking Soldier and Unremarkable was actually this was everything I could afford. While drawbacks, I can really only take Damage Good and Fanatical. A lot less extreme in certain aspects, a lot more extreme in others. Made for each other mimic, nerd ability, paranoia, thrill seekers. Pretty standard stuff. There's a little bit more, I would say about the same number of them. Some of them are presented a little bit easier, rather than just being a straight list down. You get them the nice columns and stuff. It looks pretty nice. This reads a little bit better if it looks a lot worse. I think that's the best way to word it. Good. Now, these are your significant assets. These are your big ones. One of them being an adult, and you just play the operations director. Or not. I don't know why you would ever take adult in this situation unless you just want to play Kaji and just do nothing. That's cool. Very certain games I could see this. Yeah, it's oh, special. I don't know why you would. The angel, oh, you're an angel hybrid. Okay, you're a conspirator. Okay. Depending on the rank, you actually can get some more abilities and you get more stuff going on. It's that's cool. You get some actual abilities going on. You're the team leader. You're a technical aide. You do get a lot more stuff to play with to manipulate your character. And I do like this a little bit more. I think this does with things a little bit easier than with the 2.5. But this remains almost exactly this. Except instead of getting everything at once, you just get, here's your starting talents, here's your sheet. This is kind of here's the basics and your very basic powers. Now, if we look at the comparison between the powers, we go to 5, that's the wrong 5. We go to Here's case impact, 2.5 release version, operations manual. And we scroll down to Berserker on page 46. 7, I believe. Oh, down. I believe these are pretty much the same thing. Like if we go down here, there are. Geez, actually, I have to take that back. These aren't the same at all. There are some like vaguely similar ones, like please move. You see within, please move, bestial and stuff like that. But then you get like Ghost in the Machine is a free ability in this game. You get this one for free. It's right here. That's something that's. I wonder, are these the same? Let's check. Like, yeah, these are pretty much the exact same over time. Like, you do get differences, pretty significant ones in some of how these are kind of structured out, and some of the wording is different. You get some straight up benefits and straight up problems in others. It really depends on how you want to play. Generally speaking, you get more per level. I think that's the best way to think about it. Like, you get a lot more stuff per thing to kind of manipulate and do your own stuff with, if that makes any remote amount of sense. However, all the same ones are here. You want to play the AT Tactician, you're going to get these. You want to play the Berserker, you're going to be able to get your thing, everything you need. Everything you want is right there. But names are presented in a little bit stronger way. Things are kind of like read out simpler, with all the associated problems with it. Pressed my server again. Lots of skills and how they work. And yeah, I do like the fact that they actually, list some of them out, but a lot of them are as in Dark Heresy, as in Dark Heresy, as in Dark Heresy. You still need Dark Heresy to play this game. Is it as important as Dark Heresy as 2.5? It depends on how your perception of things. But like a lot of them are, you still need Dark Heresy to play this game. And some people are really going to like that, some people aren't going to like that. They do add more stuff for you to do. There are more. And because there is more for you to do, you get, it's like, cool, yeah. Clay Angel spawn, scatter weapons deal additional hammers within short range, as well as point blank range. Cool, like you could just start, you get a shotgun better, you shotgun faster. Cool, you're a custodian, you want to keep people alive. Deadeye. With Mikhail, I chose to deliberately go down a fairly standard tree without how to develop him. There are some slight differences in like how I chose to approach certain things, but I mostly just went for like the beast within. You don't get a lot of starting XP in this game, and some people are going to be happy with that, as other people aren't going to be happy with it. It really depends on how you're feeling about it. Personally, I was fine with things being a little bit more restricted early on because you get a little bit more starting off. But generally speaking, you do get a lot of options in this particular game. It's just a shame that it's presented like this. It's like, because you have things that, this doesn't look nice. Let's just say that. This doesn't look like a fun game. Because it's just like, yeah, wall of text, umbilicals, creating Evangelion. These are mostly the exact thing. Everything you heard from me previously, same shit. Same shit, different day. Because all Borderline is just this original version that got shifted and changed over time. But you also get things like, here's how to do the movements, some basic colors. Here's just a little bit more of a bigger system when it comes to berserking. It's effectively the same thing, but there's a little bit more going on. It's laid out a little bit nicer. Like, yeah, hey, You're unconscious. You suffer critical damage. You will suffer damage. Okay, we've got a lot more, a lot more berserking damage. Like, okay. But they also change the nature of the berserk types. Instead of things like hunter or anything like that, you end up with tamed, thaumaturge, masterful, or uncontrollable. And it's like, oh, okay, Zam, like, we're not doing too hot. Oh, God, I guess. Okay. These mostly remain unchanged. Technically, since you can apply the rolls in any order, I'm not a tiny baby child, and I'll just roll them all for one. Same thing happened here. I got redacted. I chose additional mutation because I felt like it. Construction, the borderline terminal. I ended up with Leaper, enhanced synchro, improved bonuses for leaping and movement. Feedback threshold is lower, so I'm taking technically more damage. Ended up with Extremophile and perverse anatomy. I actually have a lot of wounds on Tiger Ball this time. So you see 11, 15 on my body. That's quite a few. But my sync ratio kind of suffers for it. This does lead to the idea of the invasive one, which means I'm taking ego damage a lot because my Evangelion is trying to eat me. That's kind of cool. Yeah, welcome to the game. The smell of the game, you could say. But most of these are almost the exact same, except when it comes to the soul distinguishing features. Instead of choosing your berserk type, this is just giving you a raw bonus to things. You're the overprotective. It's the mighty soul. It's the invincible. It's the angelic. Okay. Customizing it, bio upgrades, structural upgrades, weapon upgrades, same thing. You get more though. That's why I say I don't think I did this quite right, because you get like a couple of them for free that I just didn't quite register because I was for everything. I was going this one a little bit fast. But like, it's the same idea. That's the thing. Like, it's the same concept. You still only have a certain number of points per section, but it's like, yeah, core membrane. You can invest in some of these. You get a little bit more per. And I like each one of them. They're pretty fun. They're interesting. You can actually invest in natural weapons. Okay, cool. You can make yourself a scarier melee combatant. You want to have fucking claws? Cool, go for it. Like, hey, you have like your natural weapon. Like, you have claws. You rip things off because you are a horror. Sure. Oh, you have an SSG, you have a SSG, SS organ. You have recovers brain function, heals its own wounds, can tax the core beyond safe limits. Oh, hey, wow, you generate your own fucking power supply. You can fucking fly. It's shit like that. The more you get, the more you can kind of modify yourself around. And I like this. I like the idea of everything here. I even enjoy the fact that your entry plug does do something. You always start with the basic entry plug. And it's like, it sounds silly to talk about, like, yeah, I start with a cool fucking entry plug. But your entry plug gives you a solid bonus to your weapon skill and ballistic skill. Cool. But you can equip different ones. Hey, I have an armored one. I get a bonus. Hey, I have an organic entry plug. Cool. As a full action, you may increase their sync ratio by 2d10. Neat. Cuckoo Choo. You get something that allows you to make sure you don't die. All the weapon upgrade stuff. You can get a lot of different upgrades to your weapons. And all of them do something. And all of them also allow you to fuck around and actually have some interesting weapons to play around with. Was this the one that gave me the funny, silly weapon? No, this was not the silly weapon. No, this was the pretty safe one that I kept going with, like, shield progressive axe. And the M7 handgun, which goes bang bang, pull my devil trigger. Yeah, you kind of see, like, here's particle equipment, Gainaxes, hyper progressive equipment. Stuff to play around with. And you always are going to have at least a few points of requisition to play around with. You're always going to have a few points of things to build out your equipment a lot more. I kind of like this tech idea. They expand upon the tech idea in 3rd edition. But yes, the tech idea is actually kind of cool. It's the idea that you have all this technology, but you haven't researched some of it yet. You could steal it for Linux Lancer, maybe. But like, one of the ideas. Oh God, owie, zowie. That's not how my arm is supposed to sound. But one of the ideas behind this is that you have to research some of this. It's like, yeah, you have like positron tech, but you got to research positron stuff before you even get access to it. But when you do, if you have the right requisition, you can totally invest in the Type Gungear 460mm positron cannon and fuck your shit up. And all of them can be upgraded. You want to have hot-loaded stuff? Cool. You want to have digital sights? Cool. You want to have a bayonet equipped to your range weapon? Go for it. Even your fucking plug suit does something. I do enjoy the idea, and I like this more, because in the previous version, in 2.5, you take a penalty if you don't have your plug suit on. In this version, you actually get a bonus to wearing your plug suit. So even if you are maybe not the, even if you aren't, you kind of already know where you stand, but you just get the raw bonus to it. And I like that a little bit more. It gives plug suits a little bit more to work with. And I think I like this a little bit more. And you can also get more. Hey, you can get this. You can get more stuff to synchronize things better. You have a bio relay one. You have a limiter one. Cool. It allows you to increase your feedback threshold. People understand when you're fucking bleeding to death inside of it. Okay, yeah, cool. The fact that sync ratio is changed slightly. Mostly you're going to end up around here, but if it increases more, fine-tune your abilities, conditional fate points. You also get dangerously high. You get more and more and more. But you can kind of also operate at a lower one, even if you're not having a good time with it. I do like that. I do like this idea. I think it's good. The issue, you get dangerously what? What are the pros and cons of rushing a tech category? When you rush a tech category, one of the advantages is that you get that stuff earlier and that you're able to pretty much acquire the goods quickly. That's one of the big things. You're getting those pieces of equipment earlier. And if you get those equipment pieces earlier, that means you can use them a lot more and you're getting kind of more familiar with them. Pretty much, there's no like strict advantage. It's just like you get to have the toys faster. And some of those higher level toys do allow you to fuck some shit up. Like, you can do pretty damn good. What is threshold? Feedback threshold is pretty simple. When the Evangelion gets shot in the head and its head is burning on fire from an energy attack, you, the pilot, also feel like your head has exploded and is on fire. You are going to start taking ego damage based on your feedback threshold. So if it takes, let's say, 10 damage, your feedback threshold is, say, 2, you're going to be taking 8 damage. Because your body is thinking that it's on fire currently. However, if your feedback is higher, that means your feedback threshold is higher. That means you're not going to be able to kind of hit it as much. However, the higher your sync ratio, the lower your threshold is. But the higher your sync ratio, the better you are at actually fighting. The more actions you get, the more abilities you get, the generally stronger you are. Effectively, the higher you're syncing, the more you're feeling. But the more you're feeling. Berserking Ava's high on DMT. No, Joe Rogan. No. A Berserking Ava, the best way to think about it is a instinctual creature going on fucking nightmare mode. It wants to protect itself. The more you're feeling it, the more you're feeling it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, the more synced you are, the better. If you hit too high of a sync, you pretty much over-synced. And you get turned into Phanta. Because your body and that Ava has turned into one. With all the unfortunate consequences that kind of comes with. You don't want that to happen. So, again, like, yeah, Dangerous Light, you take 1d10 points of ego damage at the beginning of the turn. Should you pass out or die in the entry plug, the Ava automatically berserks. You take full damage from everything. But if you kind of do, you know, it's like, oh, but if you, like, you take a lot more ego damage whenever it takes critical damage, you're going to start ignoring damage thresholds and you gain temporary fate points, but oh no, you're going to be dying, ha ha ha. Generally speaking, if you hit this point, you're dead. You're going to die. Unless you really start, you know, plugging it. The idea of the Light of the Soul is actually your ability to just get free AT power. You just have it by default. Berserking Avas are D&D barbarians without the bare chest armor. No, they usually rip the armor plating off of themselves at that point and are just screaming and trying to maul an enemy to death. It ain't pretty for anybody involved. But yeah, you see, whenever it takes critical damage to a body location, the body location has an equal amount of critical equal to the pilot's feedback threshold, gains level fatigue and 1 insanity point. Which does mean, if you're taking feedback damage, that also means your sync ratio might be increasing or decreasing. So if they take, let's say, 5 critical damage and your leg is on fire, you have a feedback threshold of 2, you're feeling it, Mr. Krabs, and you're getting more tired. Your body is fucking freaking out, and you might be raising higher. Sync disruption. This is very bad. Unless somebody kind of takes their time and be like, we're bringing you back down. Yeah, degradation of ego barrier, complete dissolution LCL. Not everyone would say mental strength, sense of self. Let me see. If I remember correctly, ego barrier is equal to your willpower characteristic. So, Mikhail over here technically has an ego barrier of 39. He's pretty good. Like, unless he's taking a lot of ego damage, he's going to be pretty healthy. His only problem is that, A, he has very low strength, and so he's not really good outside of the Ava, and his Ava is very connected to him. While he can technically dead sprint faster than everybody in the entire map, and he can survive some decent amount of punishment, the issue is that if he does take critical damage, he's not feeling too good. He's effectively a dex build with a lot of fucking health. Yeah, oversyncing, mental contact, that's really bad. You know, just generally speaking, pulling yourself together, this is an entire thing that we already kind of went over. If you become LCL, you can actually reconstitute yourself over time by burning a fate, which you have very few of. You may be able to get some good things, or you may get some bad things. Kind of depends on how you're feeling. Time management, same thing. Any character may increase any given character with a maximum of 5 times through time management. It may be increased by through characteristic advances. You cannot take the option from the same category twice in a row. Generally speaking, these are the same things, but you actually get to keep these bonuses. Like, say that and you get to do it 5 times. So effectively, for example, I can do some physical training 3 times over a course of a long ass time, mind you, and increase my strength 3 points, which is going to be able to put me above something. Maybe increase my fellowship a little bit. Maybe desperately increase my willpower by a fucking point. Hobbies. Generally speaking, therapy, yay. Combat acts pretty much the exact same. Like, generally speaking, though, I will say it's, how do I want? Oh, that's good. Glad to hear that. Like, I would say 2.5 is 2.5 is normalish characters, extreme value. Borderline is extreme characters and normal value. Pretty much, it's not 10 over. It's not. You're not reducing it by 20. You're reducing it by 10. You're not you're not increasing something by like 2 points or something. You're increasing it by 1. Things are a bit evened out. I like Borderline more because it gives you more options right off the bat, but Borderline also sometimes restricts you in other facets, which I'm maybe not the best fan of. Yeah, you see, the Magi is changed a little bit. You get a little bit more options to go with it, as well as even failing, it does just mean you roll again. It just takes more time. But you may not have time. Same idea when it comes to combat. Here's battlegrounds, undeveloped, uninhabited. Here's your base of operations. Here's the, linear rail systems, rail ports, and shit like that. You want conventional forces. They do stat out things a little bit more, like here's an assault unit, interception unit, and a support unit. Everything has their own different thing. Here's there's a little bit more assumption when it comes to what the operations director will be doing. Like assaulting or interception or support, vehicles. You're going to be managing this. Instead of having a singular character on the field, you're now playing an RTS. While everybody else is playing chess, you're playing StarCraft. Or it's like, yeah, picked up and carried a 660 damage or flyer tray for 3 rounds. Wowsies. Defeat or ejection. Same, almost the exact same chart, pretty much. Generally speaking, you're just not having a good time, though. Yeah, you're not having a fun time. Yeah, also the non-nuclear mines. Now just fuck your day up. Yeah, you're not having a fun time. They do go over how N2 mines actually work a little bit. You actually have a stockpile of these. These aren't like a special talent or anything anymore. They're just here it is. Here's what you get to work with. You get a bunch of, here's what they do. But for each point of yield of the N2 strike is increased the damage by the N2 strike by 2d10 or the breach by 3. Usually breach is a better option, because breach is going to be able to go through their AT field. But the higher the yield, the higher the collateral damage. It ain't fun. You're not having a fun time. It's, developed, strike is actually deployed at ground level within a developed area. Collateral damage for the battle is automatically maxed out. Yeah, this is bad. You will only N2 strike if you absolutely. If you do an N2 strike in the town, people are, gonna go bad. But collateral also builds a lot, I would say a lot more consistently. If you run or charge, if you just miss shots, liable to pierce through thin walls and possibly kill innocent bystanders in a surprisingly distance away. Firing off guns the size of buildings in an urban area more so. This is roughly half the size of a car. Requires a ballistic skill roll to hit, either through failing to roll, enemy avoiding the attack. Somehow it deals 1 point of collateral damage. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world of collateral damage. Melee attacks. You're just going to generate a shit ton by melee attacks. Area effects attacks. Oh boy, get ready for more, more things. Oh boy. Yeah, it's like, yeah, oh boy, cleaning up very specific kind of meth left behind. After all, even in the middle of nowhere, Nerve can't just leave dismembered Evangelion arms and lakes of angel blood lying around. That kind of stuff is important to keep to themselves. Yeah, it's like, it gets the collateral damage and just vaporizes the remains. Yeah, cleanup takes time. things going berserk takes time. Or sometimes things just go wrong. And they kind of address this a little bit, but like, yeah, overwhelmingly costly battle. Good God, if you sucked anymore, we would all be dead. As it stands, millions worldwide suffer. Yeah, you're going to get a lot more stuff, but it's a lot harder to get that. You're most likely going to end up probably around here if you are playing the game right. If you're lucky, you might get lower, but like generally speaking, because remember, the angel doesn't give a shit. If the angel misses its attack, who cares? Like, oh, I did 15 collateral damage. Not my fucking problem. But yeah, Evangelion Repair does actually cost surplus. Quite a bit of a surplus, you know, healing. Let's say, for example, you take let's say you take 4 wounds across 4 different locations, that's 4 surplus. You take critical wounds, well, that's 2. Restore lost limb to 0 critical damage, 0 wounds, that's 4. But then you also have to repair everything. So that's not 4, that's, that's 4 plus, that's 5 effectively. Oh, you want to do it in half the time? Rush it. Most of the critical effects remain the exact same. They did lower the number of them though. So pretty much there's only about 5 options. But each of those 5 options can technically double up. If you roll a 1 and then increase it by 1, you're getting these 2. And these do go on, and you will suffer every single time. You have blown to smithereens, its dismembered limbs and chunks of its flesh rain down in the surrounding area with a wet crunching noise. From the pain, in addition, pilot takes 1dx damage as the untriple leg is breached on the attack. Yeah, you can just die automatically for some of these because you're just dead. Yeah, welcome to the life. Angels get a little bit different when it comes to critical. Their big idea is, depending on the amount of damage they actually have, they might have like 150 wounds in certain locations. You might have different, amount of critical steps per. So maximum wound hit, total the maximum wound limit between all locations, and divide the result by 50. The resulting number is what constitutes 1 step of the angel's critical effect chart, as opposed to steps of 2 damage the Evangelion uses. For example, Angel 150 wounds has a critical damage step of 3. If you do 2-3, if you do the full 3 critical damage, you go to the first step. Second, 6. Third, 9. So for example, if let's say it has 150, they have 150, 150 wounds, it would be 3 damage. You take 3 critical damage, it goes here. Take 6 critical damage, it goes here. 9, 12, 15. More wounds, more likely it's harder to get up here. Less wounds, easier it is to get up here. But you're going to have quite a few of these, but none of these really matter. The only one that matters is that fucking core. As long as the core is killed, nothing matters. Right there. AT field, pretty much the exact same thing. There's some slight differences in how it works, but the idea remains the exact same. These are magic powers. You need to have higher manipulation to do it. Generally speaking, you're going to have like 1 or 2 unless you're doing an AT technician, which you want to rush 3. Because you're going to be able to get even more shit, which is good. But yeah, a lot of these powers kind of work the exact same way. You're going to have neutralize, you're going to have your basic one. Operations director, same shit, different day. Slightly different when it comes to some of the talents, but most of them are the exact same. Nothing too exciting here, but that's fine because it works. You can spend surplus on things, again, like all of these. You get a lot more options here. A lot more options. Even if they don't really feel like they should have them. But it's like, yeah, you have a standing army. You get some additional senses, and you get some things. You get more research. Hey, you want to get tier 1 ablative research? That's going to be 30. Oh, you want to go to tier 2 on something? You're going to need to spend a total of 60 research. So if you say rush positron tech, you don't actually have research to get any higher. So you may want to go ablative chain, and that means you're at 60. But if you go ablative chain, you don't have any of the positron stuff, so maybe you want to go positron particle. You spent a lot, but maybe you want to go something else. Rushing tech in this one is a little bit slow. Like, you can't rush tech as much. And just because the tiers are a little, are just spaced enough where it's like, yeah, rush positron, you will only have access to the first pop. Then we have angels. Now, here's the thing with this. This is one thing I don't much care for. But I understand why it exists. All of these things, capacitation, how mutation works, they are built similarly to characters in a way. What I mean by that is, you're going to have to choose these, and you're going to have to build them. And depending on what they are, it's like overall power level, threat level, according to its total XP and various modifiers. By default, threat is calculated by the angel's total XP divided by 100, leaving out any decimals. Yeah, general threat level of the angel equals total XP of all pilots expected to participate, divided by 300. Then the angel's equal match for that. The party should find the encounter fairly challenging and suffer significant damage or loss, and ultimately should triumph with solid teamwork and decision. Yeah. Generally speaking, you wanna. It's a little bit complicated. And sometimes you're gonna have a lot of XP, and sometimes you're not gonna have a lot. I chose to make an angel. This is not an optimized angel. This is not a good angel. This is just me fucking around effectively to see what I can do, and mostly just bumming around with Manly because I find it funny. This is a standard angel. This is not a good angel. As you can tell by his stats, he sucks. Generally speaking, he's not supposed to be very good, but he can get all of these for free because barely any of these cost actual experience points. And anytime I needed experience points, I just invested elsewhere. You kind of see, Derek Jaunt, and you get all the abilities here. He does 2d10 damage and has breach 2. Pretty much as long as you are nearby, he's going to bonk you on the head with his big hammer. That's it. Now, what do I mean by, like, it has a lot of stuff in it? It's like, yeah, here's all the AP, here's how the core works, here's how the hit charts work, because you're going to have to build a lot of your angels by hand. Here's all your characteristic scores. Oh, you need some extra XP? Well, here's the different costs for each of them that you can make sure that they're slightly different to make sure you have it. And oh, make sure you got your fucking rank 1, rank 2 shit going on. Woo! Yeah, it's like, oh, well, you're supposed to increase your weapon skill up, but it's like, yeah, get ready for autism. Unless I'm not seeing any, there's probably some, like, yeah, there are many like it, but this one is mine. Yeah, you're seeing things like celerity. You must take celerity, because a lot of these are like these tactical decisions here are things like, there's no basic cost, there's no reason to not take at least a basic level of celerity. You need to take it. Because, like, if you don't have it, you will die. You are going to die if you do not take celerity. Light of the Soul. It has a completely different idea of how it works. Aquatic. Don't fucking take it. Burrow, or fly, or hover, quadruped, orbital. General traits. Cool. AT amplifier. Doppler. Metamorphosis. There's a lot of these that you can really kind of manipulate and take things. Yeah, and then you see shit like this. And it's like, yeah, you see a lot of things like this being like, please God, like, don't do this, don't play it like this. Here's how you make this work. If you choose to do this, this, and this. If you want to fucking do this, please God, don't do it. You will lose a lot of abilities. Oh no, oh no, oh God. there's a lot of... The best way to think about Borderline is that this is a game for people who have been playing, this fucking game, AdEva for a long time. And definitely fucking need to do this, because you're going to need to spend a lot of XP on things. And those XP is, like, not gonna, like, you need to invest even in fucking skills. Like, it's like, you gotta make sure to buy the art, the Art of War. Or make sure, don't buy this, but buy the Ambidextrous. But no, Assassin Strike is fucking scary. Yeah, it's even on like blitzing, crushing blows and shit like that. There's a lot of options here, but here's the thing. This is the yeah. Here's like or was the tips and tricks and shit. Do not throw TB8 angels at rank 1 players. Do not throw them at rank 2 players. TB8 is low level. Everything does shit all. Do not do it. Don't. Yeah, it's retroactive collateral damage. All this bonus shit going on here. Like, here's the thing with Borderline. Here's the thing. There is a very important thing you have to remember with Borderline. Ask yourself two very important questions. Do I like 2.5? The answer is yes. Do I like 2.5? Yes. Okay. Do I know 2.5? Yes. Play Borderline. And I'm saying play Borderline because it's just 2.5 but more. It's just the expanded, changed, and like more cleanly developed 2.5. There's an issue though. Do you want to still just play 2.5? If the answer is yes, play Borderline. It is the expanded, better version of 2.5. Arguably, if you want to make a kind of a more apt case, you could consider, you can consider Borderline 1.3 to be the, AdEva 3rd edition. I would call this like the true AdEva 3.0. It's just the summation of everything in there. It reads a little bit easier, had a lot more options, it's just generally more. But the problem is, the issue, this is the significant issue when it comes to Borderline. It is still AdEva 2.5 Plus Edition. That's the big thing with Borderline. You must remember this going forward. You must understand this at a fundamental level. This is AdEva 2.5 Plus Edition. This is not 3rd edition. This is not a hyper advanced Turbo XL edition. This is 2.5. And that means you're gonna have a copy of Dark. You need to have a copy of Dark Heresy. You must have the intimate knowledge of how to balance these things. You must understand the nuances behind how not Dark Heresy, how fucking AdEva runs. And you gotta understand the nature of this game. If you don't understand the nature of AdEva 2.5, do not play Borderline. Because there's a lot of notes in there that just plain flat do not make sense unless you understand AdEva 2.5. But this is not the true AdEva 3.0. There was a 3.0. There was one. Big one, in fact. Big deal. We don't need Dark Heresy anymore. Yes, we've graduated beyond Dark Heresy. We've traveled beyond the 41st millennium. We have instead gone to 3.5. I call this 3.5 for a very distinct reason. Well, because it's this. Beta Player's Guide Beta 05. Now, why do I find this to be interesting? technically AdEva 3.5. Go to AdEva 3.5, nothing. Go to 3.5. It talks about it a little bit here, but generally speaking, it's pretty calm. Now, let's go to 1D4 Chan. We AdEva. We want to do where was it? Adeptus Evangelion. Adeptus Evangelion. Right here. Who you gonna call? What's going on? So, Project Eyes, nothing happened here. It's dead. Now, the end of Adeptus Evangelion. Yes, BMJ literally put it on fucking Reddit of all things 6 years ago. God bless the Redditors. You post on, yeah, your account has been suspended. Good news, everybody. But passing the torch. IRC a while back, but never seemed to make it here. Sorry for that. Other things. This is the last AdEva upload you will ever see from me. I had a lot of fun working on AdEva in the past, but on face music. I haven't worked on anything AdEva related in months. Pretty slow going even before that. Moved on to other projects. I can't fool myself any longer. I will eventually come back and finish this in the foreseeable future. Sorry about that. You all deserve better. 6 years ago, BMJ quit. He didn't want to do it anymore. Thus, it was over. AdEva ended. Last version was 3.5. And judging by my rough approximation, AdEva 3.5 came out in 2017. Which is 6 years ago now. But AdEva's weird. AdEva, you could say, is a different game. You may be wondering, Notepad, what do you mean it's a different game? The fuck is this? This is AdEva. He redesigned the game from the ground up. Almost entirely, in fact. This is not really Dark Heresy anymore. Thus, when I made the comparison that Borderline is the true third edition 3.0, I meant it more along the line as in a mechanical sense. However, the true 3.0 is a very different game. This is a odd thing. Basic lore, basic understanding, a lot more lore, a lot more stuff that's vaguely canon and also vaguely not canon. Don't think about it too hard. We don't think about it. The best thing to think about is the idea of tests. Instead of all the different ones, you just have 4 attributes now. Physique, intelligence, empathy, and your sync ratio. I need to make a test, you say. Oh no, let's make a physique test. I rolled a 38. I failed. Well, I rolled an 83. Very different. I super failed. Your attributes have been reduced down to these 4 things. Your AVA attributes are actually different. These are very different attributes that are going to be very things going on. And you may see, wait, these look very different. These are very different than what I'm used to. Something is wrong. Something is incorrect, you could even say. And that, my friends, is correct. This is a different game. So, the basic idea, compare it to a target number. That's all you're going to be doing. In case it badly failed, in case it has a degree in mechanic. So pretty much it. Still shares the DNA of Dark Heresy. You can't escape the Dark Heresy of this. But experience, it is experience. Goddamn XP. You already know how it works. Don't act like you don't. The thing is that there's technically 2 bits of XP. There's experience points and enrichment points. Enrichment is your ability is more about your understanding of the self. This is personal growth. Experience is more of your pool of I'm actually a combat trained now. The best way to think about it is you're buying the ability to shoot an angel better up here. You're buying the ability to be a better person here. And sometimes they interact with each other. Luck is completely different. So I need to explain luck a little. Luck is fate points, but it's fate points that are used in a different way. The best way to think about it, it's a mechanical resource to allow you to do things. It is a meta currency that operates more as like minor fate points. However, you produce 1 luck a session. Yeah, and have a hard limit the amount of luck can be stored, which is 3. You really want to get more luck, but you get that by spending more experience points. Luck persists and remain available until spent. However, you want to constantly be spending luck. So, for example, Mikhail here. Technically, Mikhail has 3 total luck with 1 currently banked. The more luck you get, the better. You want to get, slowly throughout the adventure of the session, you want to build your luck, because you're always going to kind of go down. If I have 3 luck and get more luck, I've wasted it. So it's like, why aren't you spending your luck? And luck can be used for a lot of different things, and that's good. Mostly when it comes to defying fate. Alter the events of play. However, the problem is you're going to accumulate Doom. What does Doom do, though? Well, very simply put, Doom fucks your shit up. If a character might cost 1 luck for the first time, 2 luck for the second, and if the player does not have enough luck, they may not be able to defy fate. Doom makes your life more miserable. I think that's the best way of thinking of it. Which is, hey, reroll a skill test, reroll a single attack roll, reroll damage, heal an asset, talent, or upgrade. It requires 1 luck to activate. Interesting. Save your character from death by indirect or unobservable cause. Afterwards, increase Doom by 1. If your Doom increases, let's say, for example, your Doom goes to 1 to 2 to 3. The first time I'm about to die, if I'm at Doom 0, the first time I'm about to die, I reduce it by 1. I've spent it, I'm alive, but my Doom goes up. Second time, I need 2 luck. Third time, and I need 3 luck. That pretty much prevents you from like just spamming it out, but you also get things like influencing events, and changing details. This is a fucking meta currency. This is a very important meta currency that you always are going to be needing to spend or increase or get. And they even kind of say, like, do not use it as a solution to fix things. Use it as a solution to kind of help people out or, like, make them protagonists, effectively. Stamina is the new resource as well. You don't have actions. You don't have full actions or half actions anymore. You have stamina. Stamina allows you to do things. 1 stamina, 1 action. That's the best way to think about it. I want to run up. I want to attack somebody. Cool, you spend 1 stamina to run up, you spend 1 stamina to attack. Yeah, we've done it. Oh no, they're attacking you, I'm gonna do a reaction! That's gonna cost you a stamina. You wanna do another reaction? You can't do it. Damn, Zam, this is pretty... Damn, we fucked up. You're always gonna have 3 stamina to really do most things. I think there's only like 1 or 2 options to not do it. My assumption is that a lot of people are either going to go aggro and spend everything on their turn, or like save a few for, and you might do like 1 action and then do These are the 4 things you're going to be doing. You're going to be attacking, moving, doing a reaction, or other. AT potential. Also kind of talk about how AT works. Use field special AT based defenses, as well as increase the effectiveness of certain powers. Higher AT potential. Good. AT potential can also be spent to reduce the pool down. Generally speaking, this is they kind of they combined ATS and ATP into a single resource. The higher your potential, the more you can spend to do things. This is your magic pool. AO meta currency, no man doesn't hate. I never said that, my friend. I never said I didn't not like it. I think people get like a bad idea that like I hate all meta currencies and shit. I don't hate meta currencies. I hate very poorly handled meta currencies. Let me yell at Jort. Oh yeah, Henry Cavill. Yeah, Henry is a Custodes collector. He's also said he likes to do Space Marines. I am praying to God fucking Amazon does not decide to do a 40K movie with Space Marines. It's going to be shit if they do. I am praying to fucking God they decide to do effectively a probably, like, my guess. If they're smart, what they'll do is they'll effectively do a Dark Heresy campaign on air, on TV. I would be fine with that. That would be funny. It's like, hey, what are we doing? We're just a bunch of dumbasses. The problem with Space Marines is that it would be a heavy production budget to get it right. You would need to get the right actors, you need to get the right people, you need to get the right budget for everything, or it's going to look bad and weird and not going to look. It's one of those things, like, and there's also a lot of autism when it comes to like getting things right. That's going to backfire more if they get it wrong. Buying a costume and dressing it up with skulls is a lot easier. That's the thing. It's a lot cheaper, a lot easier, and a lot more. You can be a little bit more diverse about things. I'm not saying like diverse as being like, well, we got to have all of these things, but it's like, yeah, we can have a woman in there, and people are going to be happy. We can put a woman in a Inquisitor's cadre. No one's going to be complaining about that. No one's going to give a shit. And hey, we can put a set of like random dudes together that's going to cost, instead of a shit ton for CG, we can put them in there for a lot cheaper. That would be my guess anyway. That, or it'll be like saving Guardsman Ryan. It's going to be most likely, the thing is, this is also a big thing, they need to introduce Warhammer to the world. Because people like to think like Warhammer's like this big thing. It's really not. Like, comparatively speaking, they're going to have to introduce like even a basic concept like chaos. Like, yeah, like to introduce a concept like chaos, that's going to require a lot of time because people aren't going to understand it as much. God help you if you're like, oh, well, let's introduce the Tau. Jesus fuck, you introduced the Tau? That's gonna be that's an entire series. Like, it's like it's very easy to think of like, hey, we all know it because we're a bunch of fucking nerds, but a lot of people aren't. Like, yeah, that's like a very important factor. A lot of people just are not nerds. Getting back to things, AT potential is your magic pool. It's magic. Magic is scary. Requisition, they changed a lot of equipment around to just being requisition. You just have that instead of weapon upgrade points, you're just spending requisition. This does mean that mutations and structure are kind of separate to do their own thing, but requisition will always just be requisition. You can buy any equipment with requisition points. Same idea. Now, mind you, not all requisition require investment. You're going to be able to, this is one thing I do like. You are actually going to be choosing technologies at the beginning of the campaign. You receive one free set of every piece of starting equipment they have unlocked through choosing those technologies. Additional equipment, even a copy of an item received for free, cost requisition. The thing is, right off the bat, you're only really going to have access to a pallet gun and a combat knife. But, you're going to, if you choose the superconductive and maser tech tree, you're going to start off with a maser rifle and a superconductive knife. I really like this system. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. I think it's a cool idea to kind of like give players a little bit in there. Be like, let me invest in special technologies. hey, you can kind of focus how the campaign's going to go, because it's really fucking hard to get other tech in this game. You know, skill system. Skills are fucking stupid in this game. I'm going to say that right now. Skills are dumb. Everything is divided into these skill group. Broad fields of, abilities based on specific thing and blah, blah, blah. Now, what this means is, for example, these are our skill groups, such as arts, requires my empathy score. Anytime I need to make an arts check, I'm going to be instead using my empathy score. You may be wondering, why is there a 0 in all of these? Because for some reason, some fucking genius linked them all together. I don't know why, I think you're dumb. But, generally speaking, you're going to need these skill groups, and they're going to be tied to whatever this is. And that's very scary. It's like, oh no. Like, that's a lot of... Like, it's like, okay, you kind of get it at first, but it's like, oh, well, the defining score is personal score, which the skill group is based. Oh. Try to choose one of the personal scores from presented option to be the defining score of the skill group. Okay. Must roll equal to or less, though, but you might have specializations. Higher application of that ability. And jumping are both separate specialization in the widely defined sports skill. Not represent the sum total of all specializations. Work with your GM to come up with specializations that fit their character. Or to deny any specialization, perform those functions as an already existing one. Not fit the theme of the proposed skill group, or any specialization too vaguely defined actually encompasses what should be multiple specializations on a single skill. This is one of the weird ones, like, you can invest in enrichment to become proficient, which opens the door to become training bonuses and mastery. A character can only gain proficiency in a specialization of a skill group or a specific restricted skill, but never a skill group itself. The skill is significantly more difficult, restricted skill section. And then we have the prepared tests. Prepared tests are kind of cool. I like the idea of them. We'll see them be used a little bit better later on. The idea of prepared test is simple. Let's say, for example, I roll my dice. I get, oh no, I got a 72. If I'm prepared, what I can do is I can flip the dice around. I rolled a 27 instead of a 72. I've succeeded. But you must become proficient in something to do it. Wait, does all the group have to agree? Yes. When we get to the tech section, effectively how it works is starting off, you have two tech groups unlocked. This does mean you might not have progressive weapons right off the bat, but you have 2 tech groups automatically unlocked. Each of them with, plus, starting equipment. So it's kind of like, you might get you will always have general, but you might get you might have positron and superconductive. That means you're going to get a positron equipment. You're also going to get superconductive starting equipment. You can develop other ones later on, but they're really hellishly expensive, and you shouldn't. These tech groups are kind of like your main ones that you're going to be kind of getting those toys. You're getting these toys early on, and you're going to be using them primarily. You're building around those. The others are bonuses. Good times. Now, this also leads to training, which gives you specializations of 5, making you more likely to succeed. What happens here is you end up in a situation, for example, I have a finesse skill. My finesse skill is based off my physique. I might have proficiency in balance. Anytime I do a balance check, I can flip the dice if I want to, if I'm prepared, which is a separate thing. But I might have a plus 10 to it. So balance P plus 10 is, I have to roll under a 44, but if I roll a 42 or whatever, if I roll a 44, if I roll a 52 or something, and I'm prepared, I can flip it around. This is really awkwardly explained, though. I don't like the skill group system. I think it's just kind of tacked on and kind of weird. It kind of goes for mastery, which is spend luck to do things. Ooh. Yeah, it's not complicated system. It's just kind of weirdly worded in some cases. It's like, oh, and then you get like, oh, here's challenges. Like, here's extended tasks. Cool. You need to generate degrees of success, but you need different things. Well, you gotta climb the mountain. It's like, what the fuck? Similar to Dark Heresy, though, you're going to need to decide. You like as the DM, you need to be a little bit nice about sometimes the modifiers. I want these guys to succeed. He has a 24 intelligence. He's fucking stupid. Yeah, okay, guess you know what I'm doing then. Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. Yeah, it's are sorted. Some skill groups have one more listed, restricted. Restricted, normally restricted tests without proficiency. Belongs to. Less like, yeah, instead of being gained by the skill proficiency talent, restricted skill may be unlocked by purchasing rare restricted skill or paragon talents. The thing is, the way this is worded is odd because it's like, oh, possible art specializations are like symbolism, creative activity, and innuendo. The fuck? Like, I was more confused by this particular way of like the way they handle the skill group system because it's like, oh, when the fuck am I gonna use balance for like why is this here? It's so odd. But like getting combat is a fucking restricted skill. Like it's a completely different skill that takes a lot of effort to get, but it's also difficult to, it's like, why is this a restricted skill? Why is this here? And it's like, yeah, oh boy, specialization, common knowledge. The fuck? Topic. Recall? Well, you get a few of these that are just odd and kind of weirdly put, and the way it's worded is, I get what they're doing, I don't like what they're doing, if that makes sense. Just because of how everything is worded here, instead of being like, oh, well, it's the skill group of might and the skill group of finesse, rather than just being physique. And then you're forced to make decisions like, oh, I have to invest specializations in finesse, not might, even though I want to put things in finesse and might because that makes sense. It's weird, and I'm not a fan of it. I think it's dumb. Yeah, I think it's dumb. Notepad TN, because you end up with things like sports, the sports skill. Who the fuck cares about the sports skill? Oh man, I can jump. Woo! Fuck off. Like, I'm not gonna do the jump skill. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like symbolism role required. Yeah, exactly. Like, can you play basketball with mech? Exactly. It's shit like that. It's just like, what am you gonna use this really for outside of like one or two things? Then you get shit like this. I do not like this because they actually like cite resolve. Resolve is important. You actually get resolve in other things. You also get bravery in other things. So you might think like, oh, well, bravery, composure, and resolve are all different specializations. And they're all different, but you need them differently as well. But it's like, oh, that's kind of weirdly, awkwardly, like, worded, and I don't like it, and it's dumb. Like, they say, this is the skills. Like, these are the specializations. And it's like, some of them I'm like, why do we have stash? Why is stash a skill? Why is fucking, like, distraction a skill? Like, there are a couple of weird ones in here that I'm not, like, a big fan of. But we get to one of the major changes. The 4-class system has actually been changed to the idea of roots. This root is who you are. It represents how they came to be an AdEva pilot. I'm going to say this right now. There's 4 actually good ones, and the rest are kind of mid. Then you choose your personal scores, which instead of 2d10, it's 2d6. You're actually going to have lower scores on average, with some improvements elsewhere. You're going to take some drawbacks and aspects. Cool. You can have a total of 15 depth worth of drawbacks. Ugh. Then your ripple effects, which are all slightly different, while, single defining score is an option. Some skill groups allow the player to choose their defining score between two options. Ooh. Yeah, they may not change later. It's like, this I kind of got a little bit fucked with, because just the outline of it, the actual wording of it's bad. Like, some of the wording is just bizarre. And it's like, yeah, like, because they just tell you, here's everything you need to know. They don't tell you this again. They never tell you this shit again. Unless way later, and like, again, page 207 and 215. It's like, maybe you should tell me that a little bit earlier. Oh. Yeah, they also don't tell you how much experience or enrichment you get. You have to, the GM has to open up the fucking, let me open up the third. Like, the GM is actually going to be the one having to tell you these things, which I think is a little bit, I'm not a huge fan of. And I'm not a huge fan of, like, the GM has to tell you these fucking things, because it's like, just fucking tell me. Like, just tell me what I need to know. Like, that's all I need to know, please. I'm begging you. And then you get like a bunch of these fucking options. Like, okay, like, where's the? Yeah, here's space characters. Woo, space fights, awesome. Where's the fucking? God damn. Yeah, here we go. Scaling your campaign. Yeah, you'll learn about this on page 23 of the fucking GM manual. You don't actually learn about this in the game itself. In the actual player book, you have to go to the GM section and then do it. I believe I went for a long game. Did I do that? Let me check this character sheet. Yes, I went for a long game starting amount. But it's like, after every session you do, you get a bunch of this, and like, you scale up pretty fast, but I'm not like, yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I think this game is laid out weird, and I don't like it personally. Like, but the idea is, like, instead of having like the traditional way in like Dark Heresy, which is like, here's a list of options that you have, you can spend XP to do things, you instead are going to have the Tree of Life system. You have the basic access to all of the trunk options, and everyone is going to have a branch. You can buy different branches to do different things. And each branch costs XP to get into, but when you buy into it, you can then use everything from that everything from that branch, including the trunk, including your starting branch. I think this is really cool and really stupidly handled. Like, this is just kind of wonky. Like, I know what they're doing. I'm not going to say it's good, though. So these are our roots. These are like who you are. List of potential skills. Ooh. Awesome. So you get things like the athlete. You're just healthy. Challenged. This is the fucking challenged. Your wheels from the Burger King's Kids Club. That use the Tree of Life and character creation. Easy to understand. Yeah, the idea, I get what they were going for with the challenge. I get the idea. There's one very, like, issue with this. Is that somebody is going to have to play a guy in a wheelchair, and everybody is going to know it's the guy in the wheelchair, and it's going to be weird. And it's like, oh no, oh god. You have the derelict, which just means you're poor. And life sucks for you, and everybody hates you, and life is pain. Impact baby. Second impact hectic time, which much humanity failed to survive. Those children born conceived conceived on the day or second impact are fairly rare, as many of them perished during the tsunamis, war, and plagues that followed. You were one of the few exceptions that did survive. Earth seemed to have given you a unique connection to the thing of angelic nature, including the Evangelions themselves. I believe Shinji is not an impact baby. I don't think he's an impact baby. Actually, is he the impact baby? I can't remember. Like the way they kind of like they broke up the prodigy into a few different things. I think impact baby is what Shinji's supposed to be. But then you get like your Ray one, but the Ray one has a bunch of mental drawbacks you have to take. But then you have like the Neo Spartan. This is all you get. This is what I mean, like balance, bravery, read person, resolve, throw, topic, tumble. It's like, okay, nerd. You're just a fucking nerd. Then you get, yeah, like poster child is the idea of like you're like special and people like you. That's the idea. Is like you are like, oh, China has sponsored a kid. No, impact babies are not really. It's weird. It just works. It just works. Don't think about it too much. But like poster child is like, oh, China sponsored this kid. Like you were like the Chinese super pilot that's supposed to do. You're not really good at anything. You're just a guy that everyone likes. That's literally your special power. Visionary, you're just fucking weird. Yeah, if you ever want to play like, oh, I'm weirdly connected to angels and shit like that, you're playing a visionary kind of thing. Personal scores. Yeah. Very simple. It's 2d6 plus whatever this is. Unfortunately, my boy Manly did not roll very well. Neo Spartan, regardless, he did not roll very well in AdEva. Yeah, with a plus 25, yeah, yeah, dude, you rolled a fucking 4 on 2d6. You rolled a 6 on 2d6. Yeah, no, it was... Manly's life was rough. He did not roll very well. Got to do with T. You're right. It is just 4d6. However, the way that it's like... The way that it's worded is what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to roll this... let's see what... You're supposed to roll this 6 times and then sub out one of the 2d6s. That's what you're supposed to do. I just rolled naturally because I'm funny that way. I like making Manly suffer. Yeah, assets gained, even if death... Yeah, at no time afterward may new assets be gained, even if death is unspent. Depth, you always must choose 5 depth worth of drawbacks. This is, again, a very common thing. You're always going to start with your drawbacks, and some of these are pretty scary. Hey, awkward. The pilot's empathy score is treated as half its actual value. Oh, bull. You tend to not take into account your own ability when acting. Due to your strength, this means that you tend to break things through your own carelessness. These from staying in bed when you really need it. It takes you 2 weeks instead of 1 to recover. Or civilian. You're just a normal fucking dude. Yeah, you get like conduits. Manly, on the other hand, you know, Mikhail here, he ended up taking, for his drawbacks, damaged goods again, as well as fanatical, ride or die with Nerve Moscow. 15 to his stress pool, which I realized was horrible. Just awful. Because he has effectively pretty much has half his stress already filled, leading to a stress break here relatively soon. But combined together, I was able to get Evangelion training, which is +5 to my Ava Martial and Firearms, as well as feedback training, +1 strength threshold, +5 to any resolve check. So I got pretty good resolve. I'm pretty good. A lot of these are the standard, pretty, like, these are pretty much good. I like some of them. You get some, like, gullible, which is just like, oh, or know your place. It's the depth value from 2.5 updated. That's the big thing you kind of gotta know with this one. Some of them are changed. Some of them kind of move to fit the new mold, but it is what it is. Open, you get things like open mind. Hey, anytime you gain ego, roll twice, take the higher amount. You're a fucking pacifist. This is bad. Don't take pacifist. We're going to suffer. Or you're physically challenged. Again. Yeah, you need a wheel. This is how you play fucking wheels from Burger King Kids Club. Significantly doomed. The gods hate you. 3 doom, you're dead. Like, there's no, if you die early on, you're just fucked. Don't take doomed. That is bad. Yeah, it's like a, yeah, no, it's like choose one non-cosmetic distinguishing feature of your Evangelion as dictated by your Evangelion type. Remove that. Instead, roll an additional cosmetic distinguishing. Stylized Evas, untrained eyes. Then you get things like, there is only war. You don't actually understand how to work with people. There is only war. This is pain. Luckily, Neo-Spartans, I didn't take that. Because again, the entire idea behind Mikhail was very simple. I want a character. Like the big idea with Mikhail is, he is this warrior badass. He is just a really calm dude. The best way to think about it is, he's this berserker on the field, kind of a nice, quiet guy outside of it. He's just a normal dude. That's the thing. Just a regular, normal guy. AdEva, though, was the only game that did not allow me to take unremarkable. Damn zippity zoo. This is so sad. Manly was very happy that I didn't get unremarkable again. I was very sad. But yeah, you can see, you can only take the challenged routes. You can only take by these routes. Only take it by the. You're kind of seeing a lot of these. You can only take by this. You must have this. You must have this. You get a lot of notices, like extrovert, increase their speech skill group by 10. Everything in their speech group is just flat plus 10. Feedback training, cool. Fearless. And in memories, you're level-headed. You're made for each other. Evangelion this is your Evangelion. Or mimics, pain is power. Prodigy. Most of these are pretty useful. I will say that there's actually a lot of things that are here to kind of do stuff with. You're allowed to do things. You just have to roll a lot of these you just have to use luck. Luck is a major mechanic in this game. Or it's like, oh wow, you have Paragon of Human Ability. The character's physique increases by 3. Wowie zowie, it's an amazing ability. I've increased it by fucking 3. Yeah, it's Manly generally took just Evangelion improvements because Tiger Ball is his personal death machine, so he will do his best. This does lead into, how do I want to word this? The stupidest fucking mechanic in the game. This is dumb. I don't much care for this personally. So every character's features of their personality that drive them. Positive goals that spur them forward, crippling fears that hold them back, blah blah blah. These are aspects. Character traits that generate luck through role-playing them or their effects. Pretty simple. So, what happens is with these aspects is this is actually how you're going to be generating your luck to do things. So, have the same amount of aspect more than once in the same session. Aspects do not gain luck to a character excess of their maximum. Okay. Cool. Pretty simple understanding. Rare circumstances may contest the triggered aspect when there's no connection between the aspect and the character taken in game. And your defining aspect. This is your fundamental aspect. Who you are. And okay, understandable. But then these kind of like general aspects can be kind of changed between sessions. These are things that kind of just changed, just changed to understand you. You get trauma aspects later. We don't have to worry about it right now. Now, aspects are weird. These are legitimately just yeah. These aspects don't really have any mechanical depth outside of the generation of luck, which is, hey, if I go with the flow, if I don't rock the boat or just go with the flow of the situation, I say I'm going with the flow, I get luck. Hey, this person's broke as shit and weird. I'm a schizo friend, I get a luck. Hey, I'm trying to keep the peace here. I get a luck. No matter if I succeed or fail, I get luck. I'm not a huge fan of these aspects, personally. I understand why they are here. I get it. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. I think this was a weird direction to go, but it was like, oh, we need to generate luck faster because luck is such an important resource in the game. And that's how you activate talents, that's how you activate abilities. Like a lot of things rely on that luck mechanic, so you need a way to generate it more reliably. No, all of these are just written by me because there's no mechanic to it. It's just whatever you write in. You'll deal your issue with aspect. It's legitimately all aspects are you write in a thing, and then whenever you feel like and you can justify it, you get luck. It's just a way to generate luck without really contributing much else besides just getting luck. It's like, oh, well, I got this, so I get luck. Oh, I did this, so I get luck. It's not like you get a bonus to a roll or anything like that. It's why I literally just generate luck in a really weird way. I get the idea. Here's the thing. I get the entire idea of what they were going for here. It was the idea of we need players to generate luck more consistently. How do we do that and encourage role playing? The answer was, let's use these aspects. The thing is, these aspects don't really play into the AdEva scale at all. Like, they do, but they're a lot harder to do. So you're not really thinking about it at that point. And that means, like, I'm not a huge fan of these things. I think they're kind of weird in game, which is going to be a reoccurring trend if you don't realize. I think it's kind of weird. I'm not a super fan of it. Oh, God. Yeah, that's my main issue. Is it's just odd. It's like, yes. Here's the tree of life. You get your trunk as well as your root branch, as well as options provided by the Evangelion type. Cool. So, the class of the talent, the prerequisites. So, the basic branches you get are pretty much who you are. Anytime you can spend any of your basic points to get these things. These are your trunk. These are the basic fundamentals. Let me see if I can remember what I ended up spending everything on. Yes. I ended up grabbing skill training resolve 2. I chose to invest twice in the skill training to get plus 10 to my resolve checks because I felt that was important. I felt that was a good investment because nothing is saying you can't do it. Yeah, just skill training too. I'm already proficient in it, so I may as well get it. Cool, that's fine. Hey, I can technically get skill mastery maybe in a little bit. Cool, that's something I wanted to kind of get. I think that's a good idea. But then it's like boost reflex scores, group advance, in any skill group of your choice, and like this system is brought down by the skill system, personally. And then like here's how they kind of explain things. Then we get like the athletes. They get all their different, bonuses. The challenged. But if you have the challenge, you get a special. You begin with 1 luck. But if you're an athlete, you 1 luck. But it's like the derelict. your advances. The impact baby here, your advances. Manufactured, yours. I chose Neo Spartan. These were all of mine. So it's like, you get an advance in your physique, minor advance in your intelligence, minor advance in your empathy, minor advance in your sync ratio. But then it's like, oh, well, you can buy Jaded. Oh, well, you can buy Combat Advance. Oh, well, you can get this. Oh, you get this. Oh, you get this. Then you get like, oh, well, if you spend 2E, you get these things. And I'm like, that's not very useful. Like, this doesn't feel as useful that I, like, okay, that's okay. Like, you're noticing there's a lot of these are pretty familiar, but then we get down to not the root talents. Let's go. You get the branches. These branches are your way to level up more consistently. So it's like, hey, if I have 400 XP, I can pay 40 XP and then get into Ace. But I get the parting gift talent and I get 1 luck and 1 enrichment. Technically, if you invest in the Tree of Life, you get enrichment to improve yourself elsewhere. Like, alright. Normally, these things only cost XP. So XP has like this weird value in cases. Like, okay. But then we have like Ambush. You might, some of these things have like 2 or 3, and they still cost the same. It's like, oh, well, you get tactical advance without breaking cover. Or it's like, oh, you're an AT adept, costs you 3, but you get 3 SR, and you get 1 enrichment. Do spread expansion and learn different things. It's like, oh, okay. Like, it's weird. Because it feels like you, how do I want to word this? It feels like you pay a lot in without getting a lot out at the same time. Personally, I again bought Skill Training 2. I bought Jaded. Legitimately, I bought Jaded for the simple reason I had Jaded before, so I want to get it. I get Combat Advance, Ava Marshall, Minor Advance in Empathy. So I wanted to increase my empathy up slightly, because I thought that would be a good idea. I rolled really poorly on it, so I'm like, okay, let's bump it up. But then I went with Executor. Cost me 40 XP, and I got Boost Reflexes, which allowed me to buy another thing for with my empathy. Yeah, allowed me to buy more empathy, enrichment with my XP, which I thought was a good idea. Generally speaking, you can buy into one of these things early, and nothing said I couldn't. I did. I thought it was a good idea. But yeah, you're seeing a lot of these, like, dual wielder. That's an entire thing. Duelist. This is an entire thing. And like egoist. Ooh, like some of these. I like the idea for these. That's the thing. I like the idea. There just feels a little awkward at some points. It's like, okay, like, yeah, cool. I get the execution template. If you're a helpless enemy, you may spend this action to perform a standard attack and it resolves as normal, but deals 1d6 more than it otherwise would. Very important later. Cool. Neat. Like, you can get a bunch of abilities and like, okay, cool. Like, neat. Do more damage. Oh, cool. Press the advantage. Cool. Like, if you're immobilized or winded, I want to press the advantage next level. If I get some XP, because if I press the advantage, it's like, cool. I've put you on fire. I'm gonna stab you in the fucking face now. I'm dealing more damage. I'm hurting you more because I am a violent bastard. But then it's like frontliner costs this, and you get all these bonuses. Oh well, you're a genius. You get these. You get a herald. You get icon. There's a lot of these, but I don't want to word. There's a lot of these, but each of them feed into one another at certain points where it feels like you don't need to have, like, do you really need to have this as like a different thing other than just putting it with another AT skill? Or does this need to be a different thing? It feels odd. It feels not quite right. The way that it's saying versus the way that they want it is feeling not quite. Something is wrong, and I don't know what it is. oh boy, Pit Fighter, like, you know, Point Man. This is like an entire different thing, and like this is even like down here. We're on page let's see. Yeah, Sniper, Spotter, Stalwart, Striker, Vanguard, Wolf, Zweihan. We're on page 109. Let's go all the way back up. Now, 66. You know, let's just do a little bit let's do a little bit of fun math. 109 minus 66. That's 43 pages of legitimately just these branches. That's all it is. It's just these branches. And that feels really awkward and really odd, and it don't. Avas are completely different in this version as well. Because Avas are their own thing. There's not actually a lot of connection to the pilot in this version. Avas have their own range skill, their own martial skill. Doesn't really actually have much tied to the character directly outside of, again, assets or talents or anything like that. Avas are their own unique thing. Now, toughness is changed. Again, toughness is changed. Armor is king when it comes to reducing damage. Toughness allows you to reduce critical hits. And critical hits, that's bad. We're going to get to how combat works. A little bit awkward, but I don't know if I like it or not, but I like it. Yeah. Color, umbilical coil, same idea. Evangelion types. Damn. Zippity zoom. So, technically, if we go to our basic Evangelion types, there's quite a few different ideas behind them. But we still have our distinguishing features. Now, Manly's one ended up being a little bit odd. We ended up right here. Field testing. Combine experimental weapon for one requisition, but we get a little bit less resources per battle. That pretty much allows us to buy a new weapon completely off whatever we want. Weirdly, we rolled Runt and Glowing Eyes. These were our mandatory ones. Because, oddly enough, the Evangelion types, you don't get these. You have to go all the way down here, and then you learn what you have to roll on. Yeah, it's a little odd. I don't know why they don't have the list of these first before the charts. What do I know? The basic idea is assault type is your... The best way to think about assault type is the big guy who hits things. I want to play Unit 2. You're playing an assault type. Yeah, you want to play a big hitty smashy one, you're playing an assault type. Pretty simple. A lot of their things give you abilities to fuck people up and hurt people. That's what you do. That's what you do to invest in. This is fine. Production type. Production type is kind of like the even-keeled one, which does a little bit of everything well. You kind of even see up here, this one has a little bit higher strength, a little bit higher armor, but it kind of lacks a little bit. I believe it lacks in the score pretty high. It lacks in reflexes pretty high. So you can't really dodge with them, but the production type can kind of take... If you want an all-rounder, you're probably going with production type. You get some basic ideas, but you only get 2 distinguishing features, one of which doesn't actually do anything. We'll get ready to roll on that construction chart. Prototype, though, these are the weird ones. Not that great. The thing is, they are experimental, and they have funny plans, such as more requisition points. Oh, you want more requisition, my friend? How about you get some more eject limbs? That's cool, I guess. Want to reinforce your joints? Neat. Yeah, but you also get cosmetic history, construction, or mutation. You get quite a bit of things to kind of play around with. Provisional units are the shitty ones that are going to kill you. But you get a bunch of options already kind of like off the bat, but you also get a lot of these different ones to hit effects, reduce damage, or you just have a bomb strapped to your back. Yeah, you can have just a bomb strapped to your back. That's funny. This is where things start getting a little bit weird. It's like sniper types, like Cool. This is where things get like, okay, like test type. Okay, you've ran out of ideas now. You just kind of want to throw shit at us. But yeah, this is, you can buy upgrades, buy different changes to your specific Evangelion to make them yours. And I like this idea. I like this. And it's like, oh, cool. You know, it's like, yo, you get rip and tear, requisition, more requisition points, quick charging. You know, you can just fucking blow yourself up if you felt like it. That's cool. Yeah, so it's like, okay, you get like, you can become unshackled, like the best biotechnology nerves capable of boasting peak strength and durability. In fact, most of the time, true abilities of life form are held within the extensive limiters because man-made equipment and armor of the ML cannot keep up. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world of unshackling, where you just go crazier the more damage you take. This will kill you in the long run, but it is funny. Yeah, weak energy, a weak field, you just go wingless with no wings. Yeah. Yeah, you know, generally speaking, there's quite a few different ones that kind of just round low you use things. AT powers also operate on different ratio. Now, our basic, our man over here, our man on the inside, he's got a sync ratio of 44. If we go over here, 44, ATS 1, and 3 AT potential. This allows us to use our ATS to do things. This is the strength of our ATS. AT potential, though, is our magic points. Those AT potentials are based on our ATS. We have a pretty good amount of strength threshold. Not taking too much damage. We're not too in it yet. However, things are going to go very wrong for us very quickly, and it'll be funny. We need to do our spread patterns. There's only a handful of different spread patterns, but all we really need to learn is this. Basic field. Turn attacks into soft damage. Soft damage will keep you alive. Don't have soft damage, you're going to die. This will kill you in the long run, but it is funny. Like, that kind of summarizes a lot of options when it comes to health in this game. Because it does not matter how much damage you take. Here's the thing. It does not actually matter how much damage you take. You can take 150 damage, you can still technically be standing. But the second they hit you with a critical attack, you're dead. Because that's all that they need to do. They need to do 1 damage over. You can go down pretty hard. But as long as you're converting things just to soft damage, you're at least dealing damage. It's when they kind of break through your AT field, it's when they're actually hitting you, is that damage is going to come bite you in the ass. You can delay, but you can never truly stop. And I like the idea of this game. I like we'll get to your basic field, bunker field, deflection field. This is another big one we're about. You know, AT powers. Basic manipulation, easy to use frequently. These AT do not betray visual sign that something incredible is happening. Yeah, so it's like AT barrier. Create a, you know, if your ATS is, you know, at least 1, you can create a solid wall that blocks attacks. Cool. Easy to understand. You see a lot more complex one, but like contain is like wrap your enemy in an AT field to restrict their actions. Links out of existence for a short time. Expand your field into a concussive wave. Or like change damage type of a melee attack. If you want to go down more of the AT technician style, you're going to be doing shit like this. You need to invest early into how to manipulate all this, and you're playing this game. Is this complicated, though? Not really. It's really not hard. Does take a little bit to understand, but yeah, it really does boil down to, is your ATS the right, the right size? Cool. You spend the 2 actions, you spend everything, you spend the AT potential, you spend your magic points effectively, and you do it. Cool, you're done. You don't got to think about it anymore. You've done what you need. You've charged up, you shot it, you're done. That's really all it boils down to. And I think it works, it's fine. But as you can see, there's a lot of magic spells. Wow, look at all the magic spells. There's so much magic. Magic. So, starting tech. You could start of each campaign, players choose technologies or take for use during this campaign. Right to deny any access. So, generally speaking, which technology we use, once selected, may not be changed. Once the player with the least amount of experience reaches 500 XP, you can choose a 3rd technology of your choice. Choose this new tech, vote among the players. Yeah, so in event of a tie, no technology is unlocked and no technology unlocked until there ceases to be a tie. In addition, chosen starting technology, group automatically begins play with all general tech and check baseline options for available to the group, regardless of what they choose. Yeah. Basic idea. You're always going to have a combat knife. This is the basic, most simple thing. Not a progressive knife, a combat knife. And you're always going to have the A4 pallet rifle. These are your 2 most basic equipment. You're going to get quite a bit of requisition, though. You're going to get a decent chunk of requisition. For example, I ended up with... this particular one ended up with 3, I believe. No, it was 2. It was 2 requisition. Because of how things ended up going down. But he got something for free because he was a field tester. He got a bunch of shit. So he got things for free, pretty much. That was his intent. Now, some of these are things such as, let's just do chain technology, for example. You're always going to start with the chain knife. But if you have requisition, you can invest in the chain sword, invest in the chain spear, invest in the Gatling driver, if you want to. Or you can summon in a gun pod if you really want to. You don't need to, but you can. The pile bunker is real! What's soft damage? Soft damage is small arms fire. That's the best way to think about it. The best way to think about soft damage is it's not going to kill you because it can't pierce your armor. Like, it's not even worth it. Like, your deflection field's broken. Let me see, the gun pod. While not an obvious extension, many of the same advances required for weaponized chain technology have firearms applications as well. That was a sales pitch that the chain team scrambled to find another way to weaponize the OC-128 during the many years of failure to produce a working chain knife. Using their compact motor system to scale down the pallet and Gatling design to a profile of a rifle, with OC-128 tipped bullets for increased penetration, and the end result was less than they hoped for, but still serviceable. Yeah, pretty much the idea is, even like the Gatling driver, like, yeah, it's pretty much a Gatling gun that you just use chain weapons for. That's legitimately all it is. This is not like a, yeah, these things are not sophisticated. The entire idea for chain weapons is, making large armor plates and even weapons out of OC-128 was deemed possible. Low orbital metallurgy yielded material, OC-128, sounding hard and durable. Pretty much, you even made chainsaws out of magic space metal. Gauze tech, coil guns. Based on the use of electromagnetics, you're always going to start with a coil rifle. Pretty reliable. It's anti-armor. Cool. You're starting with some graviton tech. Graviton? Ow. Yeah, it's like, then you got like graviton tech, which is like, you get a GAC gun. Cool, GAC. Which is just the gravity acceleration cannon. Again, like, you get a lot of these. I believe in AdEva proper, they ended up with the progressive tech. Progressive and positron. Those would be their 2 that they selected, you could say. But you can go with like, yeah, we selected Mazer and Chain Tech. Those are our two things that we get. Mazer and Chain Tech. And until you get a decent chunk of XP, that's all you're really going to get. Including the N2 shell technology. Yeah, the bore gun. Ancestor of all N2 shell. The exceeding heavy and bulky rifle with an angular, uncomfortable profile. Tragically uncontrollable recoil. In reality, it's simply a crude experimental vehicle that real genius of its design. The round fired from a bore gun, despite its weight and size, are not slugs, but rather bullet-shaped containment shells for an almost insignificant antimatter charges. Yeah. You want to fire miniature N2 mines at someone? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, like, they suck, but they're funny. Like... Yeah, it's like, you're going to want to invest in some of these bigger ones with your requisition that you have. Luckily, we don't have any requisition, so we just ended up going here. Polythermic is legitimately fire. It's just fire. You just light shit on fire. And it's funny. Let's see. We got the, like, positron. Yeah, positron is what you get. You can get the positron rifle. Does decent damage, honestly. Decent, reliable damage, decent ammo, good breach. That's the big thing with positron tech. Breach. You can breach through a fucking enemy, AT field, so you don't have to think about it. Listen, tiresome there. Pile bunker powered by antimatter. The pile bunker is, let me bring down what it is. Got all the progressive tom fuzz. Yeah, of course we got Sonic. We got Sonic tech going in here. Where was it? It was their superconductive tech. Like, you got quite a few different options. Where's the pile bunker? Gotta find. Because the idea of the pile bunker is fucking stupid, and I find it hilarious, and it's very funny. Was it up? Yeah, okay. N2 shell melee weapon. The pile bunker. Let's look at what the pile bunker does, everyone. Heavy weapon mounted to the forearm of the AdEva. A pile bunker blurs the line between melee and weapons technological application. Utilizing mass-produced N2 shell, the pile bunker generates an internal explosion, releasing tremendous pressure and energy in a concussive explosion. Due to the design, the pressure can only vent itself by mounting a mounted spike arm forward, which it does with incredible speed and force. Inexperienced pilots have found that the recoil of the pile bunker can send them tumbling backwards. Obvious downside being a close combat weapon, capable of running out of ammo. To give you an idea, the pile bunker is quite literally a giant spear mounted to my fucking arm that you punch somebody with and blow their face off. This does not seem like a lot of damage, but it does have these, which is very, very good. Yeah, it's legitimately an antimatter spike gun. That's all it is. It's dumb. It's stupid. It's great. But you do actually have quite a different amount of tech to kind of fuck around with. I do enjoy this. Like, I like the idea here, and you get a lot of toys. I like the idea of getting toys. Toys are fun. And it's like, yeah, positron, you get a bunch of positron stuff, add breach rate into their damage for all attacks against barrier. Okay, cool. With maximum damage roll, you do auto critical hits even. Like, it's like, shit, dude, I'm doing this pretty fucking good. The issue is, usually it's like the more excitable things you get, the funny, cool toys you get. The funny, cool toys usually cost a lot more requisition by default, or they have a significant downside. Hey, positron tech will breach anything. The problem is that it'll breach anything, but you also got 2 shots. Reload smart. These nerve resources really are the most important thing too. Is you end up with generally, let's say with a group about 3 people, with a group about 3, for example, you're going to end up with about 11 of these. You're not going to keep all of these, but you will not. But you can set any of these up for, you can consult the Magi for additional ones. You can request field support. You can attempt to eject a pilot's entry plug remotely. Precision targeting. Barrier plates. Tank barrages. You know, try to cut someone's sync or somebody else's if they're going dangerous high or offline. Yeah, pretty much you can use a lot of your nerve resources to do shit to save your ass. That's what they're really designed for. And have no fear, get a lot of information out of the Magi supercomputer. Not just 10 anymore, you get quite a few different options here. You know, but it's only usually one option. One AT power belong to you. Whether it produces absolute defense. What melee, you know, how many melee attacks. It's like, okay. You know, generally speaking, this is the first time we will be introduced to the concept of intervals. So, the basic idea is quite simple. It's also pitch black in my room because it's 5:30. I'm assuming 5:30. The basic concept is that one person will elect to go first. Once that person goes first, the angel will act. Then another player, then the angel, then another player, then the angel again. Generally speaking, the angel will always go first in the round. You set the tempo, it continues it. The angel is going to get as many actions as you do and be able to use them a lot more efficiently. The problem being, in the beginning of each round, you get 2 additional AT potential. I mean, you pretty much get 2 magic points back. And you get all your stamina back. But the problem is, the stamina ain't gonna last. You get 1 action, the angel might get 3 or 4 actions. They can use all the stamina they feel like. Now, this is a little bit odd, but it works for what it's trying to be. It knows what it's trying to be, and I like the idea. Now, during their turn, you can spend stamina to or take actions. Many of these actions are found on the actions list. Pretty simple. Easy to understand. A little bit more complicated than that, though. When the angel, they get 2 stamina and 1 AT potential when it's their turn, effectively. You can only have a certain amount, but generally speaking, at the start of every other turn, effectively, at the start of every other player's turn, that fucking angel's going to be able to do things. And it's going to keep doing things. Or, let's say, for example, you have 3 pilots. Each pilot's going to have 3 stamina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The angel is going to start with 3. So it's got 1, 2, 3 action. But then, it's going to get 2 more actions, effectively. So it's got 5 actions compared to everyone else's 3. But you're still outnumbered a little bit. But then it's going to start the next turn with 2 additional actions. If it burns everything, it might have 3 actions. It's setting the tempo. But now, it's going to have more actions than an individual AdEva, but each of those actions are usually going to be a lot better. Now, the thing here is, they can only do so, they can only stockpile a bit, but if you delay a little bit or they have certain talents, you may actually have a stockpile of about 5 or 6 stamina, which they can burn at once and absolutely nuke an AdEva. Don't let them do this. Kill them. Please kill an angel. They will kill you faster. Generally speaking, so an angel may make a standard attack now, but regardless of how many stamina, it must wait until the next interval to use that action again. Each interval, pretty much if you do an attack, you can't attack a second time. That's the best way to think about it in a single one. They want to make sure the angel does not murder someone. That doesn't mean they can't use all their special little toys to fuck you up. If an AdEva is defeated, they're not going to do well. Problem is, Angel's also losing an interval. It's like, okay, cool. The issue is that they're gaining extra stamina now. Every interval, they gain extra stamina. Which means that every time they down an AdEva, they might be able to actually restore more. So they're getting more actions per. The danger thing is even losing a single Ava early on. Yeah, what do you think of the community toy box idea? It can be cool. Just going through it. Yeah, it pretty much Angels can do like a 1v many, and it does work. Angels are a little bit weird though, and this is where we get to the combat system. This game is actually broken down into something called sectors. Each of these sectors represents a location on the map. So, for example, 0 is Nerve Base. You might be in a location, and Angel might be in Sector 4, and you're in Sector 2. You are 2 distance away. Now, what can occur is, let's say the Angel and I are both in Sector 3. We are technically not, in melee or whatever. We're just 0 distance from one another. If I approach and we enter engagement, that's a completely different thing. We've entered engagement rather than just being at range 0. This does remove a certain aspect of like positioning and strategy and shit like that. I think it's not a major problem. I think but you can understand that the people who like the Dark Heresy combat, the people who liked the, tactical positioning, people who like the more dedicated, like, I want to flank around the Angel or whatever, kind of follows, this was a different train, was a very different idea. This is a tactical game, but not a tactical game. Or maybe using an enemy engage with you, but often suffers based on their class. Pistols may be used without penalty in an engagement. Same goes for Angel attacks and AT powers. Basic weapons can be used in an engagement with -10. You can't use heavy weapons at all. So that's the issue with like positron tech, is a lot of it is heavy weapons that you're using, or very awkward weapons. You only have a single pistol and it's expensive. So you might have to engage in kind of like this hand-to-hand fucking combat, and it's not gonna go well for you. Very common battlefield. Generally speaking, the closer you are to Nerve Base, the higher amount of collateral damage you're going to have. But the more Nerve resources, and a lot more kind of modifiers to kind of work with. Hey, we have, devastating collateral curse, base of operation, last line defense, supply caches. You have the absolute defending advantage. But if they get close, it's over. You're fucked. You don't want this to occur. This is bad. But then it's like, oh, hey, if you're in a city, you might have skyscrapers. You might become reinforced buildings, inhabited areas, dense blocks. Each of these terrain are going to modify the nature of those individual sectors. I think this system works pretty well. I like the idea of this. I think the only issue with it is that, again, you're losing a little bit of that nuance when it comes to a tactical game, but not a tactics game. Yeah. That's the best way to think about it. It's like, yeah, here's all the tactics, here's all the abilities, here's all the cool shit. But it's also like, here's a fucking line. You aren't maneuvering around or anything. It's a fucking line. And not actually even a very big line in this particular version. Yeah, you kind of see Angels down. They kind of reiterate the Evangelions being down. Bunch of action lists. Pretty simple actions. Generally speaking, you're going to be able to, you'll be able to, do about 2 actions around consistently. Unless it's like, oh, like, I want to do like 3 simple actions. Cool. Or, oh, I want to, I don't fucking know, maintain a grapple for 3 around. Like, generally speaking, it's going to be about 2 actions. So you're going to be able to do like maybe a blitz attack and like a guard, or hey, I want to do a call the shot. Cool, that's fine. Yeah, that's completely fine. That's really how the game is meant to be played. And single shot, pretty standard. Burst fire, the more degrees of success you end up scoring, the more fucking damage you're gonna do. Quite a bit of fucking damage with the burst attack, and that's the entire point. Try to leave combat, attacks of opportunities are going to happen. They're going to rip your fucking dick off. Just fun fact, the angel's going to rip your dick off. If you're like, we're all going to fight the angel. Oh, wow, he got hands. And you try to walk away. The angel's going to grab your fucking skull and break your neck. Like, he's going to fuck your day up. The thing is, though, angels have one key disadvantage. There's one of them. There is a single angel, and there are many of you. Make it count. You pray to God you do, or you are not going to have a fun time. Oh God, why are people posting cringe in my server? Okay, give me 1 second. Luca, Magius does not exist in digital. I didn't do the degenerate cringe. What, do you think I start up the cringe farm like fucking guys in the cringe mines or whatever? Jesus. Yeah, no, everyone's like trying to hunt for like the fucking MAGIUS start book. Like, it doesn't exist. That's like one thing you have to remember. The MAGIUS start book does not exist. Now, this is the idea of damage. Damage is weird. Okay, let's just talk about damage. So, I hit you. Good news, we have determined the hit location. I cannot see anything on my table anymore. I have to use the light of my screen. Let's see. Oh, wowie zowies. I've hit you with a 58. I reversed it. 85. That means I've hit your legs. Cool. How much damage have I done? Let's see. Let's say you don't do a defensive action. Okay. How much damage have I done? Let's say I've hit you with something. Let's say I've hit you with something simple. Let's say a prog knife. I'm gonna take my d6. I'm gonna roll my die. I hit you for 7 damage. Not a lot of damage. Oh no. But okay, damage. So, mop of the armor of the target. Let's say they have 4 armor. I do 3 damage. Greater than or equal to the toughness of the target, I deal a critical hit. As long as they achieve a minimum momentum, if the effective damage is less than the toughness, it's just a glancing hit. If there's no damage, nothing happens. Now, what does this mean? Critical hits, when you hit a fucking critical hit, you're pretty much going to have them roll on the sadness table, and they're going to have a bad time. If it's a glancing hit, it's going to be a lesser effect. You're not really going to get as much out of it. But, regardless of what you did, whatever the amount of damage it is at the end of the day, it's still going to roll, and you're still going to add it to your total damage. Like, oh, okay, damn. It's a random negative effect on target based on severity, damage type, and location. Cool. All right, easy enough to understand. Glancing critical, pretty much glancing hit rolls only a d6, while criticals roll a d10. Damn, this is pretty bad. This is where the idea of the critical momentum comes in. Regardless of how much damage you take, for every 15 points, you're going to increase your critical momentum by 1. That 1 is going to add to whatever that roll is. I score a glancing hit, but you have 2 critical momentum. I'm going to roll d6 plus 2. Pretty easy to understand, right? Good. That's where things start getting wonkier. So, this does not benefit the player, rather benefits future attacks. This is really bad. There is also the idea of minimum momentum. Pretty much, you're going to need to actually generate critical momentum to kill an enemy. Even if you hit a critical hit, you're not really going to do that much. A sudden, unexpected stroke, good luck in first round killing a player, or worse yet, the angel they're fighting is only going to leave bad taste. Pretty much, you don't want to do that. As such, the last rule. This is one of those weird things that I don't think was fully thought out. Pretty much what you have to do if you're still below the minimum momentum Any hit effect is glancing hit regardless of the comparison to their toughness. So pretty much if you haven't taken 15 damage yet, but you still roll a critical hit or something, it's just going to be a glance. You're not going to be as bad. It's going to hurt, but not going to kill them, right? You need to do at least 15 damage before any of that occurs. Very simple. So, in theory, a single powerful blow can result in a critical hit on the first attack, but damage done would only truly huge result in a damage pool of 15 after armor so quick. Then we have soft damage, which is, it's like damage pools target, so it does not provoke hit effect regardless how much damage is done. For convenience, such damage is known as soft damage. It just increases the damage pool and critical momentum. Doesn't do any hit effects. Doesn't really do anything, but doesn't defeat the end. Now, this is the idea of a hit effect. Okay, we've taken some damage. Damn it, this is bad. I've taken a hit. It's a glancing hit. I have no critical momentum. I roll, I got a 2. The AdEva is dazzled, taking -2 to both AdEva Marshal and Firearms until the end of their next turn. Oh, damn, that's pretty bad. The next hit though. Oh man, this is even worse. They've hit me for a critical hit. Damn it, I don't have any momentum though. Actually, let's say I have 2. So it's gonna be D10 plus 2. I rolled a 3. I got a 5. AdEva system short, blinding the AdEva for 4 intervals. Sync disruption, -10, strain plus 1. Oh, that's bad. Pretty much, these are the combat has been reduced down instead of wounds or anything like that, entirely to the crit tables of Dark Heresy. What's MAGIUS? MAGIUS was the first game we went over today, about 6 hours ago. And pretty much, if you look at my server in some missions, the MAGIUS start book was the original book of that system. It was a system designed for Dragon Magazine of Fujimi Bunko, and it was their generic system, effectively. However, MAGIUS is bad. One of the issues is we don't actually have the supplement. We only have the supplements. Most notably, we have a supplement, a single one, the AdEva one. We don't actually have the start book. It makes a lot of assumptions of like, you all should already know how to play MAGIUS because you bought the start book to play any of the rest of this shit. That's one of the it was just, I think it, like, my theory on MAGIUS is that it was a corporate attempt to make GURPS. Like, we have all these franchises, let's just make our own GURPS to do this. It's not a game that exists anymore. Pretty much any game, like, you gotta remember this, like, any TRPG out of Japan pre about 2010 is not digitized. Unless it's like, unless you want to play like a really rough game, it's not digitized at all. There's no, again, unless somebody gets their hand on it and uploads scans. But even that's a rough time of it. If anything, I could make, like, what I would have to do effectively is I would have to contact Kadokawa, and then I would have to make a formal request to, hey, can I get the scan? Can I get the start book? And then they would have to not only approve it, they would need to approve it for all the old writers who may not even be alive anymore, or have to do all of their old fucking people. And then there's a chance that I would still have to buy it for $80. So it's like, it's a thing that doesn't exist anymore. Lost Media? No, it probably still exists on some Japanese guy's shelf, but I don't have it, and it's not uploaded. That's the summary. But yeah, pretty much the entirety of combat has been reduced in a way down to just the crit tables of Dark Heresy. Somebody is going to enjoy this. Some people are going to love this. Other people are not going to love this. Because this does mean that the second you do hit that critical that critical amount. It's still going to hit like 15, 20 damage. A single critical hit will kill you. Can kill you. But you also end up with things like if you hit somebody in their core, for example, hey, you roll a critical hit on their core with about like even a glancing hit on their core with a plus like 4, there's like, you know, plus 5, there's a chance you can defeat an angel. But that also means I don't fucking know. Nudie, I know you're memeing, but like I don't have connections in Japan really. I would have to rely on the JTRPG guys, and they are not as reliable. Because obviously, who the fuck cares about a game that failed? Nobody gives a shit about things that fail. You gotta remember that key fact of life. No one gives a shit about things that failed. So, generally speaking, conditions are going to be inflicted. You're blind, you're broken, you're catatonic, you are scared shitless, you shouldn't do that. You're hobbled, you're mobilized, you're on fire, overlapped, oversynced, overteared, blah 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 blah. Generally speaking, you're going to be gaining fatigue more than anything. The more fatigue you get, the more penalty to your physique score. This is bad, especially when it comes to your other personal score, as well as your AdEva, martial, and firearm score. If you take a shit ton of fatigue, you won't be able to hit anything anymore. You're dead tired and probably dying. You know, like, yeah, especially if you only have like maybe a 2 in something. You know, if you have like a 24, you can take 3 fatigue before you're out of the fight. Like, it's, yeah, it's out. You can take injury, but injury is really bad. Yeah, like, if total penalties with fatigue and injury exceed total physique, yeah, you can take, like, if you have pretty much, if we're being conservative, let's say I have 34 physique, I can effectively take 4 injury before I die. And you're going to take a lot. It's like, oh, sync disruption, strain is just as bad. Like, you're taking a lot of strain, you're going up and down. Oh, no! But then it's like, oh, I'll play this threshold on hit may affect plus strain. Strain score that increases whenever the hit effect is rolled when strain score is greater than total strain threshold. On fatigue. Yeah, strain is going to increase as well. Collateral damage, same idea. Pretty much anytime you hit a level, that's what it's going to be. Evangelion falls prone, where I am mild. You use a weapon with area, implosion, and repulsion quality, moderate. An N2 mine is just detonated. It's immediately going to devastate it. Then you roll on the chart. Some funny charts. Nerve received several thousand requests to repair windows shattered during the battle. All of the power lines on Main Street are down. Citizens complain. Minor celebrity is found dead in the wreckage of the battle. The nation mourns. Like never public crashes during the flight. Never public broadcasting crashes during the fight, taking most other televised content with it. Maybe you should read a book instead. Moderate damage. Fire spread throughout the residential district. Battlefield sectioned off by biohazard teams. A police station destroyed. Loser take advantage of disorganized police force in the coming days. NPC has been injured. Taxes nerve resources. Large crater has been left in the field. Large crater left over the battle. Nerve fills it with water and reclassifies it as a lake. But then Nerve is publicly denounced by the UN being unfit to combat the Angel Menace. The budget suffers a quarter. In Evangelion, accidentally obliterates an armored battalion on loan from the national government. Reparations talks are already underway, but the pilot may not use the tank barrage ability next battle. Morale plummets. Critical ammunition deposit erupts in flame. Everybody dies. Billions in lost assets. People die. Riots break out. Everyone gains stress. Nerf funds to build an orphanage. French for kid. It is named after one of the pilots. The pilot gets 1d6 stress. Devastating. Everything goes wrong. People fucking die. people just die. Yeah, it's yeah, you cannot roll the Magi effect. Yeah, things can go very wrong if you even get a little bit of collateral damage. Stress and ego. This is where things start looking a lot less completed. Depending on how much ego and stress you end up getting, it's going to kind of if I can speak. One is tied to empathy, one is tied to intelligence. And it just rounds up to the closest 5. Therefore, my empathy being 26 means I put my stress up at 30. My ego, my intelligence 24, my ego is 25. Pretty simple, pretty easy to understand. But every time you exceed your stress pool or your ego pool, it actually reduces by a full 5. So if I suffer a stress break, it would go down to 25. Second, 20. And if it ever reduces to 0, it's over. Run out of ego, you dissolve an LCL, reduce the your stress ever reduces to 0, you're too unstable. Pretty simple. Must take a trauma, at least pretty something simple. Breakdowns, disruptions, list of basic traumas. Like, you kind of got to go over these ones. Generally speaking, you can also get luck from doing these, so you want to get these. But breakdowns are worse. If you suffer a breakdown, things are going real bad and you need to fulfill conditions. It's a fucking nightmare. You don't want to do this. Instrumentalization, yeah. Have fun. Oh, hey, you lose continuity with yourself. Neat. That's pretty much it. 3.5 is unfinished. Here's the thing. 3.5 is unfinished. Is it playable? Yeah, it's playable, but there's some clear aspects that just aren't really fleshed out that much. Most notably aspects, some kind of the stress and ego mechanic feel a little bit weird, and the fact that there is a little bit less cohesion between things. Cool ideas. Neato ideas. Cat. But that is 3.5. Now, technically, this should be the end of the story, but as with many things in life, it rarely is. We have one more. One more game. That is Evangelion 3.6. Well, no, but let me finish. This is Adeptus of Evangelion 3.6. This is the effort of a man named GARdian to fix and update and kind of be the, I wouldn't say the finality of it, but to finish a 3.5. This is 3.6. Kind of see things are a little bit more cleaner organized, things look a little bit nicer. Generally speaking, it's the... If borderline would be the summation of 2.5, this is the summation of 3.5. Which I'm not going to go over this one, because there's another game that does this pretty much, and you kind of even see here, all the various upgrades and changes. Very nice. Same shit, though. There's some slight changes down here, which is the slight changes. This led to the creation of, where is it? Ah, yes, AdEva Rebuild, Beta 1.2. Behold the latest update. Using a 3.5 sheet, effectively. I chose to go into it. This is a... This is not the last edition. Yeah, it is not the last edition. This is a very simple version. It says, oh, this is the beta, rebuild beta 1 version 1. This came out, let me check. Let me go to the AdEva 3.5 Super Impact Mega Super Deluxe Edition, or whatever the fuck he called it this time. No, Gameless, no, Showcase, no, not Homebrew Workshop. Where is it? Resources. This came out officially Uh, 1 point. Did he not upload the right version? Oh. He didn't upload the right version because it's funny and I hate it. Yeah, he doesn't have it marked correctly. To give you an idea, let's see if the 1.3 edition is any better, everybody. 1.38. Yeah, no, this is better. Yeah, this is. Yeah, this is trauma powers. Example plot threads. Like, yeah, you kind of see this is 1.5. Like, here's the fate. Here's the fate system. Cool. But this is kind of the most basic summation of it. Same ideas as 3.5. That's the thing you got to understand. It's the same idea as a 3.5. It's instead of luck, though, you have fate. Fate works the exact same, though. There is a question, though. There's a difference, though, and that's the idea of stress tokens. Yes, stress tokens. Anytime you take stress or something goes wrong, you're instead going to be gaining a stress token. You're going to be taking a stress token. That stress token, at the end of the session, you're going to roll 1d3 for each stress token and add that result to your stress pool. Everyone's going to have a standardized stress pool of 20. If he kept this to be the same thing, yeah, you can choose to do this. This is kind of a weird addition. Yeah, he doesn't label any of these, by the way. Will you review Java? No. Yeah, you kind of see, like, do a challenge ratings and shit. Like, oh, gee. Yeah, Doom, traits. Got our 3 basic traits. Jesus, he changed this quite a bit. Because in 1.2, he did keep everything to be the exact same as the original version of it. Because, yeah, you kept all of these to be the same. I didn't see this because it's not labeled anything and with no fucking fanfare. Like, the only one he has labeled is the 1.2 version, and legitimately not a single fucking person gave a fuck about it. So, pardon me for not seeing it right away. Like, let me see. Like, 3 traits, physique. It's the same shit. High empathy, what they want. Trait rating 0 to 3. Maybe 3 trait. Reduce your fate cost for overcoming that challenge by trait value to a minimum of 1. 3 in a trait, do not gain boon for completing challenge CR3. Change the entire fucking mechanics or something? About. Compelled to fight through your thoughts, empathy challenges, or any other rules present, extras, not playable mechanics, or... Okay, so everyone starts from the newest stress pool of 25. Welcome to the grind, everybody. Welcome to what I do on a... Anytime during a week when we have something, this is what I end up doing. I just, like, pour over these fucking books and, like, stupid detail. So this is what we're doing live on air because I've lost control of my life. Let's see. It's, stress break. Discard any remaining tokens. Stress break at the time of emotional crisis. For the character, courage fails. Blah, blah, blah. The entire idea of stress breaks is something has gone wrong. The stress has gotten to you, and you're going to get the stress condition. Because all that Doom does, if this looks correct, he didn't fucking change something that's completely asinine. The old drama powers? The fuck are you on about, man? Because, like, the actual 1.2 version that says, like, is the latest fucking version. All Doom does is this changes the fate. I didn't have a character sheet. If Doom is one, you have two luck. You have a maximum of 2 luck. Doom is 2, you have a maximum of 1 luck. That's the idea behind it. It's a little bit, I think it's neat, but apparently we changed this for drama powders? Alright. Like, let me see challenges. Do reasonably expect their ability. You want them to climb a ladder? Do they climb it? Display fate points or succeed on a challenge with varying cost known as the challenge rating. Wait, do you just... What in the fuck is this? Do you not roll dice for... You don't roll dice, I don't think, for this anymore. I don't think pilots actually have... I don't think pilots fucking roll anymore. The fuck is this? You can spend an additional fate when completing a challenge to gain or extraordinary success. So... Well, the challenge. Despite what Grace chooses, there are several out... You know, this is a relatively simple task. On green makes a monstrosity. No could crust is less than the food. Makes tasty chicken salad sandwich. Side salad drizzled with homemade vinaigrette. Grace puts the pasta fago el forno and the best ingredients available and is able to serve it fresh and hot. Little does she know, this is her crush's favorite. So... Yeah, okay, so this is what you legitimately have to do. The fuck? This is real weird. So... I find it impressive he just removed the entire game from it. Fuck it, why not? Consequences of inaction. To avoid hard channel, hold it back on fate. It has its own downside. Gaining Doom and GM's discretion, you have the repeatedly intentionally avoiding challenges. You defy fate and incur Doom. They are free to reflect on the 4 Doom for cowardice. Your Doom when a battle starts, you automatically gain traits. There's 3 traits, so... Let's actually see. So, trait rating, any roots and drawbacks. So, using traits. Attempt to make a challenge, reduce the fate cost of overcoming the challenge. Oh my sweet Jesus, you don't actually fucking roll the dice in this game. What the fuck is this? No combination rule must reduce the challenge cost by more than 3. So that means you can gain stress to like overcome it, but stress tokens just give you D3 at the end of session. So this is the same thing, but you get 25, so you get a little bit more. Or could the GM have figure out stress break by any challenges? Oh jeez. Be sure to something. You experience stress break, stress pool empties, and you gain stress condition. When you are stressed, you cannot spend fate for any reason. Instead, must twist fate. Not gain any new stress. Therefore, you cannot stress break while experience a stress break. That's whether you're... Yeah, so the idea is you must always gain, like, additional stress tokens, because you're just twisting fate. If I'm reading this right, this is laid out terribly, but I fucking hate like, twist fate. When you spend them, you can choose to gain stress. Yeah, so you just gain stress tokens. So you can only gain stress tokens. So looking at this correctly, you only gain stress tokens while you're stressed, but you cannot actually gain stress during a stress break. But you can just stress break again if you gain too many fucking stress tokens. Alright, that's kind of a weird way. Okay. Fuck fuck it, everybody. Guess let's make a new character, I guess. How the fuck is this still going on? Manly, you know that game we went over last night, Rebuild 1.2? Change the entire fucking thing. This is the version, apparently. This is the newer version. I didn't see because that's stupid and I wasn't looking at it. He changed the game. It's not what we went over last night. That was 1.2. This is 1.38. It's a fucking diceless system. Manly. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna play the game. We're gonna play the game the way we need to. Okay, Mikhail. Let's fucking go, I guess. We're gonna make a new character now. Live on air. Rebuild 1.3. We are Neo-Spartan. 2, 1, 0. Damn, we suck. We're a Neo-Spartan. Plot threads. Oh, jeez. Fuck. Oh, not gonna worry about plot threads. So, you can take drawbacks to gain asset points. If they're purchased an asset for yourself, all characters must take at least one drawback. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Because in 1.2, they changed this slightly. Because in 1.2 they had skills. This was actually kind of a decent system because they actually they specified the idea of skills, which is cool. I like this. This is a good idea because they kind of like crush things down a little bit more, but you still rolled for your stats a little bit. Like, is this the summation? Like, it's like this what you're supposed to fucking do? Oh, jeez. Jesus. Yeah, because and this is 1.2. So like one of the things in 1.2 that was odd because you get like a stress trigger. This is like the stress trigger is like a pretty much a mandatory drawback. But it was like, okay, every game we've been looking at so far had a mandatory drawback. So let's just integrate it into the game. All right, cool. This is fine. And I chose these ones. You get pretty much 3 points in either direction. I made a character pretty standard. Like this. What the f is this? Cool. Because one of the issues with 1.2 I was having was that a lot of them were like, oh, you just have permanent negative 15. But there was like some that were actually like, okay, this is pretty decent. It was like, you just have a permanent negative 15, permanent negative 15. Like, okay. But then you do like high strung. Like, okay, there was something that was actually pretty decent. I mean, I would say like the worst ones came in the assets where it's just like, you just make a thing as a prepared test. But this, they just completely removed that aspect. Because the vast majority of them have to be this now. Like, you just have a -1 penalty when you're requiring Witter manipulation. That just means you have to spend more fate points, but you only have a certain number of fate points per session. That means you're going to have to do this. Jesus. Jesus fucking Christmas Christ almighty. This is just odd. Like, I get it. You know, post phase, duty of care, every man for himself. Like, this is just... Like, I get it. Like, I guess this would be just like the natural extension of things, but still weird. Yeah, because like one of the big things here is that they actually removed like the challenge, which was a good fucking idea. It was a terrible, like, it was like, assets? Straight Nani the pizza? Let's see, majority further, you may discard any accumulated stress tokens. So why is this an asset? But why? This isn't an asset. This is a problem. Like, I guess the idea is that it's like a mandatory asset. So yeah, +1 with the maximum range for cat-like. Oh wow, gee. Adaptive, begin to fuck big ears. Wow, better hearing. Wowzers, I'm fucking amazed. Deus Ex, wow, Jesus. Driver, Evangelion expert. Cool. Yeah, that's they removed the skill system entirely. Because in this one they had the skill system and you chose pretty much certain skills at certain rankings. So like for example, Manly over here, his skills, he had pretty extensive amount of skills. Like anytime he needed to make like an inference roll, he would roll a D100, and if he got below a 50, he succeeded at it. Medic 55, nerve knowledge 55, fucking tech, but he sucked at tech. He's good at philosophy. They removed that entirely? Why'd you do that? Why? Like, but what's going on? Like, the thing is, they have to change this because, like, pain is power. One, use your twist fate to be an extraordinary success instead. Peer pressure, push yourself, reputation. Once when you reach your phase, you have 15% chance to regain one phase. What do I fucking roll? Do I roll a fucking flip a coin? Rosetta Stone. It's fucking Rosetta Stone again. One of the amusing issues that we noticed with like the talents is that almost every single root talent had like some like things that were copy pasted like a lot, because you'd have things like the prodigy, cool, understandable, manufactured, interesting, but then you'd get things like not Neo, like not Neo Spartan. What was the other? What was the one that we saw? Like nerd, Rosetta Stone. You'd get like that was one of the options as the Rosetta Stone. Poster child, you get Rosetta Stone. Cool, you just get it. Derelict, you didn't get that one. It was privileged, Rosetta Stone. You got a lot of these expert ones that were like very similar. And you also ended up with like the nerd is just like you just get an asset up here, which is just like everything else. You just get an asset. I'm like, that's kind of dumb, but like, or it's early, it's a beta, it's the 1.2 beta. That should be something understandable. What's going on here? Did they just put everything under? They just put everything under like this universal one. You know, I guess it may like Prodigy. Oh gee, dude, they cut down the number of, because the thing with the Prodigy, like one thing that was kind of interesting here is that like all of them at least got something for free. Like that was like a thing that always happened. Like you, like the root, like the Prodigy would always end up with favored, and you'd always end up with a certain type of common knowledge, and you would end up with a typecasting. Typecasting was fine. I actually liked typecasting. It was a little bit weird, but I understood it. What in the Jesus Christmas fucking Christ? Because here it is. This is top billing. Yeah, then you have the manufacturer at like this is the same shit, just copy pasted, but you have to pay for things like well trained. I don't know why, because you actually, here's the thing. This is the thing with Manly. Like I actually had a lot of XP and a lot of abilities and stuff by the end of it, but it all felt good. Like I had a good like I had a good summation of the character by the end of it. Like yeah, some of these were a little bit long, but it was like fun to go through. But like you don't get any of these pretty much unless you pay, and you're only going to get two. You're effectively going to get 3 of them. But it's yeah, a Spirit Decor. This is the same shit. But in addition to undeserved adoration of those extras, which has their own benefit, use Defy Fate to have them interview on your behalf. Why? That seems odd. Like athlete, like nerd assets, poster child assets, derelict assets, privileged assets. You have to buy your retainer in this one. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Okay, you actually have combat in this one. The Avas have their thing. Yeah, so the Avas have. Okay, the AVAs have this now. Yeah, so this is a D100 system for the AVAs. This is what it is. They just put it down here. So all-purpose. These look the exact same. They nuked the fucking. They nuked your fucking reflexes though. Yeah, they nuked the reflexes. The one entry off the charts. Yeah, so Redacted changed actually. So, you know, Resurrected, 2 toughness, selective crucial testing, outside funding, angelic core. Yeah, like there's a couple interesting. Sucks Redacted doesn't have anything. Back to the drawing board. Like you have a 1 in 8 chance of just getting something that doesn't do anything. That's kind of dumb. I don't like that. It doesn't have it in this one, by the way. You get a lot more stuff in this. But this, yeah, like I guess it does less effect though. Like I guess I didn't even realize it because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna ignore it because that's stupid. God damn. Okay, you know what? We're gonna run an ad because someone decided to pay no. Thank you very much, Draco. Let me give me 1 second, everybody. I live in a perpetual state of chaos here. Actually, see, so yeah, like wing loadout storage, auto balancer, like of armor. Yeah, okay. So these are pretty much just the exact same. Like this is the exact same shit. Combat talents. Same. Starting talents plus 1 talent of your choice. You not purchase tier 2 or tier 3 talents, gaining the program at a reese. Layered field. You have 100 ATP and increase your armor by triggering your attack by 50%. That's kind of dumb. I don't. 50 per anytime you deal with percentages, it gets a little bit weirder. Weapon training, yeah, this is fine. Like again, they give you a little bit less because they don't give you neutralize right off the bat, and they don't give you your sync ratio advance either. Or like this is fine. Like this is a little bit weird, but I kind of get it. Like I guess this is like a simpler version of it. They choose to not have that. Guess that makes sense. AT power, pseudo weapons, pseudo weapons, pseudo weapons. Sacred cross. Slam AT power. Ooh. Then we have the stupid branch system. God, I hate the stupid branch system. Yeah, because the branches are. Interesting. Like, because they like the idea of the combat branches are like you gain one. They take the idea of the tree of life system and took away like all the like little ones and put them into just a handful of them, which was the right option. And then it's like, oh well, I'm choosing to select the frontliner branch, and you just get all of these. But what do they change for? Yeah, so you get like one of these. So you get, I guess you get a little bit more per. That's fine, I guess. Kind of weird, but okay. Same idea. I guess they're just adding in they're just expanding this system out a little bit but completely fucking compromising. Under review, under review, under review. Yeah. So like these aren't even that configuration too. Yeah, so it's like some of these aren't even like a thing. I know you get like, let's see, requisition 3 for 2 upgrades of your choice. Got tier 2 or 3 upgrades. Only purchase 1 major upgrade. Yeah, major upgrade. Yeah, so this is pretty much the same. Wing loadouts are a little bit different. Not much. So this is 4 months old, by the way. If I go to the sheet, like if I go to the AdEva 3rd Impact Super Deluxe Edition, this came out. AdEva 1.3.8 is 8/4/22 is 2020. So this is about 4 months old. This is 4 months old, and this is all they have. What the fuck did they do? Fuck are because like because you used to be able to buy like improved blood, like bloodthirst. That was just like on like some of the talent lists because you get a lot more talents per thing. Like you don't get as many of them. It's like you're like get a few that you can kind of fuck around with. Like there's these are done, by the way. Like all these upgrades are here. Like why? What are you doing? So strange. So strange. The intercisions. Intercisions are special resource only available in. It's another fucking token. Every player's 3 intercision, which flash start of battle. Reroll a test, reroll damage, negate all penalties. Preparation. Oh, fucking Christ! What the fuck are you? My man, what are you doing? Man? Yeah, because here's the fucking sync ratio system. This is the ATP system. This is the sync ratio system. But then they just get rid of it. What? Why? Information learned. Like, why don't you just give me this? A lot more. Oh god, I'm getting worried. Oh god, I'm getting worried when I hit angels, man. I'm getting actually kind of worried. I like the angels were weird, but I kind of got them. Like remote medical, like these are pretty much the same. N2 spam N2 mines is one game. Requisition, yeah, that's fine. Little again, one of the things I deducted, like I fucking love tokens. Yeah, tokens are so much fun. Because like one of the things with here was that it was a very gamey system. Like very gamey, overly gamey, you could even say. Where it was like, okay, like buy this, gotta get this right technology, gotta get this. Like it was very very XCOM, very game focused. And you know what, sometimes that's some people like that, some people don't. Like weapon upgrades, like god. Yes, you can still make the pile bunker. Because what we did was we ended up making a pile. We had to make our own impromptu pile bunker because we weren't allowed to have our own. So using a couple upgrades, we managed to make our very own pile bunker. Say hello to the Lance of Fuck, which does 10d10 plus 6 damage, explosive, reinforced, and polythermic. Because the Lance of Fuck will save our lives. Weapon properties. I guess everything will be like remote, similar. Not seeing poly. I'm going a little bit fast. Apologies. It's kind of like I'm more mystified than anything that's going on here. They did change the damage to 2d6 instead of 1d10. Okay, that was a good idea. Consistent. Ammo. Special set. Yeah, this still uses the sector system, by the way. You'll send your sectors and you will like it. Combat intervals. These will remain almost exactly the same. Attacks, defensive options. Yeah, okay, this is pretty much the exact same. Evangelion wounds. Wounds represent. Oh no, 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 no. Don't you fucking do this to me. Don't you fucking do this to me. Oh, Jesus. Cool system. Because here's the battlefield. You set the train. Train was a little bit longer, but then you pretty much used the 3.5 system. It was the minimum momentum, attack and damage summaries. Evangelion hit effect table. Yeah, there was again these fucking hit effect tables. And these go up pretty good, pretty high, so it's a little bit harder to get. But it's effectively a universal one that changes based on whether it's kinetic or energy. This was actually pretty solid. But here I'm seeing fucking wounds. Okay, let's choose a valid target. Target use defensive option. Target fails to avoid the attack. Determine the hit location by reversing the digits after confirming all relevant dice damage. Subtract armor score. Damage. Target's damage pool fills to its maximum. Apply a wound to the hit location. It's not. The technology remains the same. This is the weird thing. This is a really bizarre thing. I'm seeing what they mean by it. Because what happens now is that instead of determining glancing or direct hits, you don't determine glancing or direct hits anymore. All you do is determine damage. This gets added to the damage pool. It fills to maximum. You apply to the wound to it. So I could get a minor wound to my head, but that means reducing all the range of attacks by 50%. But oh, it's my body. Oh, it's moderate. That means it goes to my head. It's this. You had a good thing going, guys. You had a good thing with the momentum system. That's a unique system, and that's a cool idea. And you changed it, and it's kind of weird, and I don't like it. I mean, here's the thing. I would have liked this if this was the default version, maybe. If it was kind of like its own unique thing, but it's not its own unique thing because they changed it from a different version, and now it's weird, and I don't much care for it. What time is it? Like, the fuck is this? What was the momentum system? The momentum system? Pretty much the idea in 3.5 was the idea of critical momentum. Every time you hit 15 damage in your damage pool from any source, mind you, from any source, your critical momentum increased by 1. And depending on, let's say you get a glancing hit, for example. Let's go to the rebuild 1.2. Like, let's say, for example, this. I take a glancing hit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll 1d6 plus whatever my critical momentum is. I rolled 2. That means I'm at 3. Oh, my sync circuits go haywire. I roll. I get a positive condition. I have negative condition. My sync's falling. Something bad's going. The higher your critical momentum was, though, the more likely things were going to go wrong. Most notably, if you hit about 10. If you hit about 10, what was going to happen is you get hit in your arms, your fucking arm flies off. It's destroyed. It's mangled. Have you ever hit an opportunity when you hit 12 or higher on a D10 roll or a D6 roll even, because your critical momentum is that fucking high? You're going to die. You're out of the fight because the hit location is destroyed And if your chest is destroyed, you're fucked. You're just dead. It's over. They changed it to this, though. That's such a weird... I get it. I understand, like, the logical, like, 1 to 2 to 3. They changed it, though. They reduced it. They made it go away, though, Mr. Y. They changed it to, like, a wound system, where you reduce it up to a certain amount of, like, wounds, but that means your wounds would be then... This is really weird to me. This is, like, a completely different game. Do you really only have, like, 2 fucking stats? Stamina. I mean, everyone still gets 3 stamina, I believe. I want to double check. Does everyone still get 3 stamina? Both players only 2 stamina. They changed 3 stamina to 2 stamina. That's weird. Why'd you do that? I mean, that means you can really only do 1 or 2 actions. That's not much gear for that one. I mean, I get it, but I get it, but I don't gotta like it. Guard's free though. Like, all the reactions are free now. And whack. Your tactical action? Why not just put it in there as its own thing then? Like, wait, choice of movement, aim, like, what the... I didn't really touch on this with 3.5, but in 3.5, AdEva 3va, you could say AdEva, berserking was an auto win. But the thing is, things always went terrible wrong if you berserked. In Rebuild, they changed it that technically, if it's in Sector 0 and there's no chance of victory, you can berserk. It's your choice to berserk. One person berserks. You get a shit ton of actions. You automatically hit with any attack tests. No effects of condition or angel powers. You take no damage, no external power. You only use berserk action. Effectively, what this is that you go absolutely Bananarama and you auto win. It's an auto win button, but you get to try to beat it in 3 rounds, and if you don't, you lose. You take a shit ton. But like any number of seconds, berserk a grab, berserk execution. On this phase, you suffer a stress break, you can bruise, regardless of collateral, also plays forfeit. Suffer a complicate. Yeah, the super. I didn't like the complication. I think they should have added a little bit more nuance to that. So, like, collateral penalty. They always change the fucking collateral system every time. Yeah, so it's all that matters is like the percentage change and this is the same shit. Downtime. This is the same thing. Like, one of the weird thing, like, you gain 3 research, reducing stress, make the rounds, recovery, simulation training, this stuff about combat training, socialize, bonus fit, bonus fit, bonus fit. Oh boy. Because this is the idea with, like, angels, for example. Yeah, they don't have toughness. Like, why do they have toughness of... Yeah, because they changed the fucking melee attack dynamic. That was actually kind of cool. Okay, like... Yeah, go to bed. Like, toughness is just your health amount now. So they got 20 fucking health. Jesus Christ almighty. Because in Rebuild 1.2, I'm going to keep bringing it up because it's here. I'm going to keep fucking talking about it. The interesting thing with 1.2 was the idea that technically is they had the idea of melee and range power, but they actually had they had 4 different attacks. They had a heavy and light melee attacks and a heavy and light range. Heavy did more damage. It was consistently a more damaging attack. You can only do it once a round, though. Light was more consistent, though. Like, they changed that. Yeah, look, like, heavy attacks deal 3d6 plus tower versus just 1d10. What they change it to? It's just 2d6 for both. That's kind of lame. Other than having, like, a big attack. Okay, that's... Alright. At least modify it at all. Powers. Okay, I mean, you got some universal angel powers, you know, flurry, like mind strength, cross blasting, sidebar cross blast. How can you do this? It's a sector. Did change the sector combat system at all? Because like that doesn't make any sense. Because how can you do that? Because if it's like that way, it's not a sector combat anymore. But they didn't change it at all. This is one important combat area of the map. Each battlefield special sector terminal dogma. No, this is the same fucking thing. It's it's just the sector map. How can you have different things like that then? Unless they mean to change it to a map? Like, yeah, I mean, great like the 10 sectors in any direction. Again, unless you like deliberately mean to do that, or this is just bullshit. No, not thinking about it. Other powers, accelerate tail, angels chorus. Yeah, alright. This is cool. Angel advancement, kind of the same thing. Like pretty much the more difficulty that an angel happens, the more difficulty the angel occurs, they're going to increase their power level over time, making them stronger, making them wiser, making them fucking meaner. That's kind of cool, like using angel natures target priority, like it's drama power. These are the stakes. Power, oh Jesus. Friendly fire, unsteady this would be fucking annoying. That would be really annoying. Oh, spend 3. That's it? Fuck. Angel gimmicks. Direct ball. Spend on each pilot. Angel can only be defeated by use of special weapon. I mean, I guess this is cool, but... Character advancement. This is even more pathetic than before. Wow, alright. No, they aren't squares. Because the thing is, if it's squares, this makes the friendly fire incident not work. Because the thing is, another AdEva within range, the attack becomes targeted instead. So that would come into a situation that would be like, yeah, it's within range, but it doesn't make any sense then. Unless they did change it, but then they don't very clearly or tell you that. Okay, yeah, oh, wow, that's, agony. That's agony. That's just, I am in complete fucking agony. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves here. Rebuild was an interesting idea. Like, the version I read, 1.2, more detail. 1.2 is actually interesting to me. Because it felt like it was like, it felt as if it was taking the 3.5 form and really, I wouldn't say rolling with it, but kind of taking some ideas with it and clearly expanding it in certain directions and expanding it in certain. This one is going, I feel, in the wrong direction. Oh boy, I sure do love managing meta currencies and not relying on my character's abilities at all. Fuck that, I guess. Why? No, that's bad. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It feels really weird. Like, unless that's like, unless this is the purpose. Like, this feels like you're deviating too far, arguably, from the original purpose. That it's a Theseus ship situation. Is this even AdEva anymore? I felt like the thing with this version, with 1.2, was that it was a little bit too gamey for me. A little bit gamey. Not gamey in a bad way, though. Like, they even see here has fucking, like, enrichment. Like, yeah, I like the idea of, like, this, I like that. I thought that was a good idea. But, like, it felt like it was a kind of more, we're replacing the stories and the drama aspect. We're replacing that with more heavy mechanical, depth, right? Depth. Let's just do depth. We want to have more crunchy, more aspect. Like, it's all about the combat. You're here for the giant robots. You have to make the drama happen. That's not my responsibility. That was the 1.2 to me. This just feels like a weird direction to go in. Like, what's the goal here? Do you just want, like... Because pretty much there are two stats you roll now. There are two stats. AdEva weapons, AdEva ranged. You do not roll any other stats than other than those two. That's fucking weird. I don't like that very much. That's weird to me. That's like, something doesn't feel right there. And I'm like, I guess that's like just a natural extension. Because my theory was that this one, version 1.2, was going to be the baseline for 4th edition, actually. Because there's clearly some good ideas here. Like, if you ever want, like, here's the thing. If you want to play 3.5, play 1.2. That would be my suggestion. Play this version, 1.2. It does a lot of what 3.5 was doing already, and does it better, or does it with a different idea, with some different ideas to it. I think this is a better version of 3.5. 1.3.8 though, I'm not in. I don't like that meta currency. I like one meta currency. Fine, stress tokens. I like the idea of stress tokens. I think it's a good idea. Because the thing is with stress tokens, my original argument in favor of them was it's a little bit more random. You don't know what you're gonna get. If you get 3 stress tokens, are you getting 3 stress or 9 stress? So it's like, okay, we got a little bit more malleable nature to it. I would say, like, maybe throughout the game have things to remove stress tokens. So you want to build up that amount of stress and then get rid of them as fast as you can. Use them as a resource even. Hey, since I'm getting more and more stressed, I can apply that to my combat at all. Starting to freak out, I need to boost my sync ratio up really fast, so I'm like burning all my stress tokens away. Oh no, my sync ratio is too high now. Oh no! That could be fun. That could be interesting. They didn't do that. I'm like, okay, it's 1.2, but this one they like removed all the character rolling. That's the wrong direction. Yeah, this is I don't know about 1.3.8. I don't know about that one, mate. But I've been streaming for 6 hours and 45 minutes. And my throat's giving out. So we're not doing Kickstarter today. But I want to take a second as we look at this as my final end. Evangelion. Game about giant robots, about moody teenage children. What makes an Evangelion? Me and Manly came up with about 5 points. I would say 5 good points. What makes an Evangelion? Now, 1. Drama is necessary. The drama of the character interactions, the way people talk to one another, even just down to the fact of the relationships. Gendo and Shinji's relationship is a fascinating thing that you must explore. They don't actually talk that often in the series. Fun fact, they don't. But it doesn't matter. A drama, though, between the two of them. The young son trying his best to prove to his, both defy his father, also kind of proved him, and maybe he's more than it. And Shinji's just internal drama of, I'm a 14-year-old fucking kid, and I have the responsibility of the world thrust upon me. Interesting. 2, though. Giant robot nightmare battles. I say giant robot nightmare battles, not necessarily with the idea of it has to have giant robots or something, but more along the idea that there is this titanic fucking threat. It is coming, and it is not coming for fun. And you have these young pilots having, these young people thrust into the responsibility of saving the world. But it's not, hey kids, let's save the world and everyone's supporting you. It's just this, this is a raw, meaty, uncomfortable fight. This is not, yeah, we use the power of friendship. No, this is, I am on top of this thing, stabbing it ruthlessly with a fucking knife, trying to kill it. Because if I know if I let it go any further, I'm dead, everybody else is dead, and I'm fucked. Just that, it's that nightmarish fighting. It's not fun fighting. It's not saving the world fighting. It's raw desperation. And that raw desperation, I think, is what really makes it impactful. Shinji fighting Sashiel is not a fun fight. That first fight Shinji is part of, it's not a fun fight for him. It's horrifying. He's scared shitless. He is barely knowing what's going on. Within the first 5 minutes of it, he's suffering. He is in pain. He's been blasted by a thing. If he fucks up for 1 goddamn second, it's over. He's fucked. Humanity is fucked. And all of these people he barely knows now rely on him to save the world. Jesus, that's a little bit of stress. I would say that you need to have a apocalyptic, to me anyway, this would be my, apocalyptic scenario. The idea being, you need this situation to be do or die. There is no retreating. There is nobody else. It's just you. Failure is not enough. There's no going home. There's no, this is it. Do not go quietly and have a good night. Because the night's already fucking here. It's just that idea, having that apocalyptic, nightmarish situation where one fuck up is it. And you have to work together, and maybe you do make complicated decisions of, fire the fucking N2 mine. Why do we want to fire an N2 mine? That thing is just going to cause millions of deaths. Who fucking cares? If we fail, it's over anyway. Fuck collateral. This apocalyptic nightmare. Now, this was another, it would be kind of like the, I would say a definite end state is also very important. Now, the definite end state does not necessarily mean victory or defeat. This is necessarily just a end state. 13 angels. Those are the only 13 that are going to come down. They're going to come down and they're going to do everything in their power to reach Lilith or Adam. Actually, they're going to try everything in their power to reach Adam. Or Lilith, for them. What do? There's 13 of them. We have 13 fights. Can we win? We don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We'd hope. Because we know the second if they make it, it's over. Okay. Alright, that's suitably grim. There's a distinct moment where you have 13 episodes, or you have, 13 fights. You have 13 moments to make it count. Fuck it up. Doesn't matter. Takes one mess up. You gotta do it 13 times. What matters? Whatever amount. But I think the most important aspect of all of this, thing that me and Manly kind of kept coming to the conclusion of, is how do I want to work? It's like, options and vulnerability. Not a single fucking person should be good. They should all be various shades of a little bit messed up. They got issues, they got drawbacks, they got flaws. They just got good things, bad things. There should be good pilots, there should be bad pilots, there should be people with a lot of baggage, and sometimes people with too much baggage. But the big thing is the idea of there shouldn't be God builds, there shouldn't be like the final end-all be-all end of Evangelion, because the idea is never you're fighting just an angel. It's never like they show up, we show up, we kind of walk out, we kind of walk in and we start punching each other. No, it's that fucking angel is falling from the sky and is going to kill us all if it reaches orbit. What do? This angel is in the ocean and it is causing chaos. What do? Hey everybody, good news, bad news. This angel is not even a physical angel. It's just running amok among the facility. It has infiltrated, it's a mimic. Yeah, it's like there's a mimic here. We have options now. We have vulnerability. There's something wrong. How do we get in? There is never going to be this god tier super bit of like, okay, well, we've fought the bad guy. We go in next time, we fight the bad guy better again. One of the issues with AdEva is its reliance on combat. Combat is what makes AdEva. That's kind of a necessary factor of it. Without that combat, AdEva simply does not exist. Yeah, and that's why that options and vulnerability comes in. Options should be for angels just as much as their vulnerabilities, not just for people who have different backgrounds, different lives, different issues, just as much as their own problems to exploit. People remember Evangelion not necessarily for the giant robot fights, they remember it because the relationships, the problems, Shinji fucking wanking off to a comatose girl because he's literally having a mental breakdown. Knock off Gundam territory. Yeah, that's one of it's one of those things where it's not necessarily just about the fighting. It's about the situation around that fighting. And to get all of those 5 neatly put together would be complicated. That's where the problems come in. Getting it all to kind of click together. Who can do it? I don't know. Is that latest version it? Like, I don't know. I think you're losing a little bit of the giant robot nightmare battles and drama a little bit there. I think you're losing a little bit of that. I think a lot of those AdEva games do fall into it. That's the issue. Because then you get things like MAGIUS, for example. MAGIUS had the right idea, just wasn't there yet. Again, if it was uploaded and people could see it and people could mess around with it a little, maybe we'd get something. Even the white papers had some interesting ideas just by virtue of being a weird card game. But the weird thing about Evangelion only does boil down to the fact of Eva. It's a series with enough baggage, with enough problems, enough story behind it to be threatening. Gotta get everything right? Not right. Well, what's the fucking point? Maybe maybe we need something different. That's why I'm saying 1,200 subscribers on Twitch TV or YouTube for that matter. I'll fucking write an AVA game. 1,200. There we go. That's ambition. There we go. Yeah, I'll call it there. Thank you all. My name is Notepad Anon. Hope you had a fun time. A little bit long stream today. Thank you forever who stuck around for the entire nightmare. A bit longer than I planned, actually. Obviously, we will not have a stream There will not be Saturday streams for next week and the week after because one is New Year's Eve and the other is Christmas. So no. This next week, most likely, I'm gonna do 2 videos. Gonna be 2 standard videos, and then the final week probably it's gonna come out on the 28th. We'll do the Noti Awards, so bear in mind, it'll be pretty standard stuff next week. Uh, probably will be a detox as well as a little opinion. Because the little opinion's gonna already set. It's gonna be Muv-Love. Because I find that game interesting and I want to talk about it. But yeah, that's kind of what the plan is for this next week. So thank you all as always. See you around. Please tell your friends and family. Gendo did nothing wrong. Misato is best girl, and I want her to actually physically. We good? I just want Misato to violently shoot